his way, slips a waiting. As Cummins bowls now, and he steps away his ball. What a ghastly dismissal, which really sums it up. Well, that's a shambles. Broad comes in, bowls, Carey's edge, it is out! And Stuart Broad takes the final wicket in a dream finale. England have won the match. Brilliant finish. Well, two contrasting clips. Good morning to you and welcome to Perth for the start of the 74th Ashes series. It's a beautiful day, cloudless blue sky, a green grassy pitch, plenty of conjecture about that, and all the excitement and anticipation that you'd expect when these two cricketing nations face each other. It really is a beautiful day, and I have to say, we always say this, I think, at the start of the Ashes, but you just can't wait, and thank goodness it's all finally beginning after all of this build-up, all of the talk, all of the debates, preparation, teams, fitness, goodness knows what else. Here we are. So rather strange timings today, not what you'd be used to necessarily at home. We're starting at 20 past the hour for some reason, so 20 past 10 here. So I'm talking now about, 40 minutes from now. So the toss will take place in about 10 minutes. So it's all a little bit out of kilter. But that pitch, lots of conjecture about that. And also looking just to the right of it at England loosening up and getting prepared, the bowlers there. I don't see Shoaib Bashir there. And there has not yet been an official announcement that I've seen anyway about the final 11, which is unusual for England. They like to do it nice and early. But I think we can take from what we can see there with the fast bowlers. I can see Carr, I can see Wood, I can see Archer, Stokes has been bowling away, that England will go into this match with 5 fast bowlers and leave out their off-spinner Bashir. We know the Australian team, they announced that yesterday. They do have Nathan Lyon in their side. Of course, a couple of debuts there as well. Jake Weatherill and Brendan Dockett have just received their baggy greens just to the left-hand side of the pitch. And the ground is filling up. It's this new stadium, of course. Those who remember the Wacker, the grassy banks and that beautiful atmosphere there. This is different. This is a great big bowl. 60,000 people, of which 10,000 are expected to be England supporters. And looking around the outfield there, the railings, the fence is just covered with England flags. They really are. They've been here early, pegging them out, and it's fabulous. But I mentioned the weather's just beautiful. It's not one of those scorching hot Perth days, or indeed Perth weeks that we're looking forward to here. It's about 25, 26. Injuries in the Australian camp. You've got to say, if you're an England supporter, you feel that this really is a golden opportunity for England to take. Question is, can they, of course? Phil Tufnell to my right, Glenn McGrath to our left. Lovely to have you back with us again, Glenn. Welcome. Let's start with Tufnell. I think it's fair comment, isn't it? I mean, there's this feeling, isn't there? I mean,
absolutely.
It's got this chance has to be taken.
It does indeed. Morning, everyone. As you say, welcome to Perth. As you say, not a cloud in the sky. No. It's been gorgeous, hasn't it? A bit of snow back home as well. Hope everyone's all right. Not rubbing it in much. No. But no, we're all having a lovely time here. And there is, as you said, we've been out in the town last couple of days, haven't we? And the throngs of English supporters and Barmy Army have been. We can do this, we can do this. You're right, it is an opportunity. And you just get the feeling that if England are then going to go on and do something in this series, this is the time to get started. You feel if they don't take this chance,
yes,
and Australia do, it's going to be quite a bit of a climb back. But I'm sitting here mildly confident, Aggers, mildly confident.
Well,
I've said that before.
I know you have, but it just kind of it has been creeping up, hasn't it? And that feeling of optimism, watching them practice. I mean, there's lots to talk about the preparation. We'll have a natter about that in a moment, but they do look up for it. Glenn. Are we? Look. Every series we come here full of optimism. Come on, bring it on. And then the first ball's a disaster, and then that all sort of evaporates very, very quickly. It feels a bit different this time, though, from an England perspective. Are you sort of feeling that as well?
Yeah, g'day, Aggers, g'day, Tuffers, listeners. Yeah, there's a lot of sort of ready to go, the anticipation for this series. And to be honest, with two of the quicks out in Pat Cummins, the captain, and Josh Hazlewood, England would have a different feel. It'd be a different feel. Just the aura around that Australian team when you lose your two of your top quicks, it does change. And they would sense this is the opportunity. And to be honest, if Australia find a way to win this first test, it could be a long, long series. So really important this first session. We always say first session's massively important, but this more so. And I've been here a bit over a day in Perth, and everywhere I've gone, I haven't heard an Australian accent. It's English accent everywhere I go. The amount of I've heard around about they're expecting 30,000 English fans to come out for this series, which I think's brilliant, because Test cricket, Ashes, it is massive, and we need to look after it. So, I'm excited, looking forward to it.
I just get the feeling that England have just got to be calm.
Yes.
Because Perth, quick, bouncy, you're all psyched up for it. They've been over here, a couple of weeks or something, and they've all been really building to this point. Just try and settle yourselves down with bat or ball. Go out there, hit the top of off stump. Don't go too crazy and get yourself into the game, because you can get carried away. That first Test match, you're so ready to go. Just try and keep a bit of
control, isn't it?
Control. That's what
controlled aggression.
Controlled aggression.
Yeah.
And just get yourself into the series.
Well, you've got to be up for it. And I spoke to Brendan McCullum yesterday to Baz, and he said, the preparation's been perfect. We've got exactly what we needed. We're exactly where we want to be. And I'm thinking, you've just played at Lilac Hill, which is a slow, dodgy wicket compared to quick, bouncy out here. So I like the no negativity within the team, but see how we go.
We've been talking about this preparation, haven't we, now? And I remember I was here in 1994. We played everyone. We were here for 4 months. We played the train drivers 11. We played we played the farmers.
We certainly played the farmers.
We did. We played the presidents 11. We played every team and won nothing.
Yeah.
So about the preparation, so I was chatting to Baz the other day. This is the way they do it. It's not just something that they fancy going to play golf and everything. I think it's a little bit disrespectful, actually, to sort of like talk like it about that. It's very planned. It's very considered. That when they're on the golf course, they're talking about getting into the game and how you do everything. Okay, I agree with you, Aggers, that perhaps the odd game on a nice bouncy pitch might have been handy.
Yeah.
But they live and die by their decision.
Yes, they do.
And they go, right, we'll be judged on it. And I don't mind that. I was
with Mark Taylor last night. Mark Taylor yesterday. And he was saying, look at it the other way round. There is no negativity about England. No one's failed. No one's, done anything wrong. No one's out of form because they haven't played. Whereas the Australians, he got 2 injuries and Marnus Lavishine. Who's going to open? There's quite an interesting slant on it that I hadn't really appreciated before.
And England, they've had a win. The England 11 had a win in the first game. Fair enough, it was against the other English people in the squad. But you're right. And the only sort of noise is coming from
absolutely
guys like Monty Panesar and things like that.
What's going on there? I know. I mean, that was.
What are you doing?
I mean, all these series we've done. That moment yesterday when Steve Smith started talking about Monty Panesar on Mastermind must be one of the most bizarre captain's press conferences pre-Ashes that there's ever been. It was quite extraordinary, but it just showed Monty's got him. Monty's needled him. I think he has.
I'm not quite sure about that.
Smith's having a bit of fun. It's showing how relaxed Steve Smith is at the moment. Depends which way you want to look at it.
I think he's got under his skin. I think Monty...
I'm just thank God that everyone, the chat has stopped. Crikey, O'Reilly, the papers, every front. I'm quite glad, as you say, Baz was saying it the other day. He said, we don't mind it. He said, it's great to have Test match cricket on the front page. We want eyeballs on it. We want to make it the great occasion that it is. So we don't mind, sort of average Joe was on there, wasn't it? And something else about Stokesy and something, you know what I mean? It's all part of the Ashes, but they don't mind it. They've put all that to one side and they are ready for here. So preparation or not.
I think what you ought to do, seriously, Toppers, those masks that you get in front of the face. Get out there now, get some Monty masks.
Right, yes.
And every England supporter could buy one.
Oliver Twist.
When he comes,
Oliver Twist.
when he comes out to bat, let's put them on. I think he's needled him.
Wow.
Anyway, we'll see. He's got a great record against England and a wonderful record as captain.
Yes.
So,
and he's back captain, so we'll be looking forward. Stuart Broad said worst Australian team since 2010. It was Michael Vaughan or someone else came out. Vaughan sort of stole the thunder, saying if you added Botham and Gooch to the England team, average age of an Australian team is still older. Yeah. And so it is an ageing team. I remember last time there was an ageing Australian team. I think a few people came out and questioned it was 06-07. And I vaguely remember what happened there.
There's a bit of revenge on that one, wasn't there?
What's that?
For what happened before. Right. Well, the playing area is starting to clear. And if you're just joining us, it's wonderful to have you here in Perth. I know if you're listening to this live, It's a bit of a challenge, time difference-wise, but we're replaying this as well. So if you might be listening at about 11 or so in the morning on the replay of this, which is actually it's a great way of doing it because I'm more or less doing it as you'd expect with Test match special timings. So if you're desperately trying to stay awake, well, you can
wake up.
So, well, you can somehow don't find out what the score is, and then you can listen to it all the way through tomorrow. But anyway, is that Isha out there in a bright orange? I think it is, sort of autumn coloured. Going back to Monty again, but I didn't really mention that. But anyway, there she is. She's doing the toss, I think, actually. So that is going to happen shortly, 5 minutes' time. That's
going to be the first decision, isn't it? Having a look at that pitch, John. We were there this morning.
Well, we were.
That's going to be, as you say, it's just a series of decisions.
There's a lot of grass on there.
Lot of green.
I mean, it really is like a carpet.
What do you do if England win the toss? What are they going to do?
They're going to bowl.
They're going to bowl. A bit like NASA did in 94, 95.
When
you make that decision and it goes pear-shaped, you open yourself up for a lot of criticism.
They've got 5 seamers. They've got 5 seamers.
Exactly.
They're going to have to, and they've chosen to bowl first on much flatter pitches than that. It does.
It does crack here. David, Mike Hassey was saying, crikey, you bat first here, because it will open up like day 3 and 4. So you want to get it done early, but they might. It's England's way, isn't it?
It is.
We'll chase the game. I think they're batters. I think they prefer seeing a target in front of them. I think the England batting line, that very solid, strong. It's a strong, solid top 7. That is, and I think they like to chase something down. I think is the right word, get a bit confused when they have to go out there and sort of set a target.
Yeah. Well, Andrew McDonald gave me a bit of a sledge this morning.
Oh, did he?
The Australian coach
gave you a sledge.
Well, I know him from Melbourne Essendon days, but I was looking at the pitch and saying, "Cool, look at this! It'll be flying through." Don't get carried away, Aggers, he said. This will be cracking up on the 3rd day.
Well, and that was a sledge.
Well, I thought it was a bit of a sledge. I just
bit of misdirection there or something.
Well, but I think they're batting. I think Australia will bat.
Absolutely.
So you've got a new opening batsman, new potentially opening bowler. Not often that you get 2 debuts in an Australian side, certainly in recent years, and in quite key positions too. There's Steve Smith. He's got his blazer on and his baggy green, and he's walking out quite purposefully out into the middle. So we're not far away from the toss. Ben Stokes is actually in the middle already. He's shaking hands there with Ranjan Madagala, who match referee was giving Isha a hug. And he's got his blazer not actually on at the moment, but he'll put it on in a second. So we're counting down to this toss.
What do you do? It's already started. We haven't even had a ball yet.
I know.
There should be a 3rd option at the toss.
Yes.
So bat, bowl, or whatever you want to do.
Oh, I was going to say go down the pub.
Not doing that yet. Didn't Viv Richards say that to Chris Cowdery when he was captain at Headingley? He said, "What do you want to do, man?" I said, "Well, if you're on regular toss, it doesn't bother. What do you want to do?" So Chris said, "I think we'll bat." So Viv said, "Okay, you bat then," and that was it.
That was it.
Now that's a sledge.
That is a proper sledge. So they're looking at the team sheets now. The 2 captains out there in the middle, and the umpire and the referee just having a quiet chat with them. We've got the cameraman moving in there, familiar figures from the UK, pointing their cameras out towards Ben Stokes, who's got the team sheet there, the Australian sheet. We know what's on it because they announced their team yesterday, and we're pretty sure that Shoaib Bashir is not playing for England. So Zach Crawley, Ben Duckett, Ollie Pope, Joe Root, Harry Brook, Ben Stokes, Jamie Smith, Bryden Carse, Gus Atkinson, Mark Wood and Jofra Archer. Wood and Archer playing only the 2nd time together in Test matches, which is remarkable really, but that could be fiery. And Australia, Weatherill and Khawaja, Labuschagne, all certainty about those top 3 there. Labuschane's been in good form for Queensland. Khawaja, 39 this series, I think, surely coming towards the end.
In December he's 39.
Smith, Travis Head, who's not been in great touch actually, those Shield games.
So he's due, you say?
He's due. Cameron Green, a lot of talk about him in this series as well, isn't there? About this, the importance of him sort of stepping up, if you like. He's had some injuries. Carey keeping wicket, and then the bowling attack led by Mitchell Stark, Nathan Lyon, hugely successful off-spinner, Scott Boland, amazing record within Australia, not much outside of it, and Brendan Doggett making his debut. He's from South Australia. So they're all lined up. We're ready to go. Clock ticking round towards 10 to. There's all sorts of stuff to come after the toss Until the first ball, we've got the Qantas Choir, which I always rather enjoy them singing. Actually, I had a little listen to them.
Have you brought your?
And I think we're tuning in. Here's Isha.
I've got the two captains alongside me, as well as Ranjit Madagali, the match referee.
Up it goes.
Steve Smith has the coin. Please, can you give it a spin?
Tails is the coin. Tails it is.
Tails is the call. Ben,
A bat.
you want it? What would you like to do?
We're going to have a bat.
Was that a difficult decision for you? I know you like chasing.
Look, no, you try and take as much information as you can. A venue that doesn't have too much cricket, so
that is surprising.
So
I mean, not saying it's the wrong decision at all, but that is a big surprise, Tuffers.
Yeah, well,
5 seamers.
it's against their way, isn't it? It's against the way that Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum like to play the game.
Ooh.
But I think they've done a bit of research and they've had a little look, and they've obviously been out and and talked to people that.
Well, that's extraordinary. Ben's still talking here.
Who misses out?
we've got a clear goal of what we want to achieve out here in Australia. It starts today.
Who misses out?
So out of the 12 that we named, Bash misses out. So yeah, we've gone with 4 seamers plus myself, turning the arm over every now and again.
How close was Shoaib to playing, or was it a case of just waiting on Wood's fitness?
Yeah, it's just waiting. Me and Baz like to take our sort of times and make sure that we've got everything covered in terms of discussions and gut feel. So that's the team that we've gone with.
Only the second time Wood and Archer playing together, as well as the rest of the quick bowlers. How excited are you to see them fly?
Yeah, really good. Look, Woody's obviously had a bit of time out with the injury, but he's got over that. He's worked incredibly hard over a very, very long period of time. He's absolutely raring to go out here, as with Joffrey and the rest of the boys as well this week.
Go well, Ben. Enjoy it.
Thank you. Cheers.
Steve, coming in. Yeah, I think that's fairly self. What would you have done?
I would have had a bat as well.
Yeah, I think that's fairly self-explanatory on this pitch. How do you think it's going to play?
Hopefully it seems all over the place this morning now. I think the cracks will come into play. They seem to every year, so that was the rationale probably behind batting first. But I think if we get the ball in the right areas this morning, there'll be enough there for sure.
You've had a bit of a lead-in, but a couple of unfortunate injuries. How do you change your approach in the absence of Hazelwood and Cummins?
Yeah, obviously big losses, but we've got to deal with what we got here, and we've got a couple of quality performers. Scott Boland, every time he's had an opportunity, he's done outstanding, and Brendan Doggett's been amazing in Shield cricket for the last few years and deserves an opportunity. So I look forward to seeing those guys go about their business today.
Just lastly, you've been working on that coin toss.
A bit better than last week, wasn't it? So unfortunately landed on the wrong side, but at least got in the air this time.
All the best for this week.
Thank you. Cheers.
So the news from the middle is that England have won the toss.
Thank you, Isha.
Tom,
I'm going to have to pick you up off the floor.
No. I mean, it feels right. It does feel right. But as I said, the battalion of fast bowlers, England's way is to go out there and chase the game and, blitz them with the fast bowlers and then knock them off. But that's not the way they've gone. First decision. Is it a slight tweak on Bazball?
Well,
is it a little tweak that they've just had?
I was going to suggest that.
Just that, something that's gone against the grain a bit. We were all thinking that this morning, weren't we? But no, they've come up and they've foxed us a bit.
Yeah, interesting, wasn't it? So yours and Tuffer's reaction there, Aggers. I'm not sure where you're getting your info from, but you might have to get from a news source. But
it's just through watching them. I mean, and the way they tend to play. I mean, that is. I know. And there is grass. I mean, it'll do something this morning.
And the fact that they're taking 4 quicks and no spinner is going to be interesting. But I always think win the toss and bat is a positive start to the game. If you win the toss and bowl.
Yeah,
unless there's a real green pitch, it's you're sort of up against it.
And also, if the cracks do appear, the seamers can start nipping it around off the cracks. You don't necessarily have to have that spinner. These Australian pitches, not particularly like when I played here with the footholds. If they're sort of scarred, don't they, and they crack a little bit. But it's not like those sort of dust bowls that you can get the turn and the bounce from. So listen, I think England have made a right decision there. Get off, get the boys strapped in, go on, get out there and get us off to a good start. Get some runs on the ball.
Yeah, and this is the old whacker soil, isn't it? I think this pitch. So and there used to be some incredible cracks. Would open up in there.
Put your phone down when I played there. There was like they were putting mobile phones down.
Tony Gregg would put his fist down.
Stick your bat in there and it'll just stand
upright. That's right.
Now, we've got some performers lining up at the far end, wearing sort of long cream-coloured, like blouses, really, and black trousers, and this is the First Nations performance, I think, down there at the far end. They're lining up rather like guardsmen line up, with putting one arm out and touching the other one's shoulder, so they're absolutely in position.
Girls.
You think they're the Qantas ones? Well, we shall wait and see. Perhaps they are. But we've got the First Nations performance due at 5 to 10.
You might be right.
Anyway, maybe that's coming out in front of them, actually. Anyway, we'll just keep an eye on what's going on. But the big news is then, England have won the toss, and they've chosen to bat first in this first Ashes Test match. This much anticipated series. They've left out the spinner, 5 fast bowlers: Crawley, Duckett, Pope, Root, Brooke, Stokes, Smith, Carse, Atkinson, Wood and Archer. Does beg the question, Tuffers, if you're going to play 5 seamers and you're going to bat first, why was Bashir even in the squad? I mean, it's a strange way. If your plan is to bat first.
Yes, I know what you mean, but I just think they like this battalion of fast bowlers, don't they? They want to get out there. They want to put the flag in the ground, as we used to say. You know, you got your 2 quicks, Archer and Wood. You've got your top of off stump boys with Carse. And well, listen, and Ben Stokes, he was England's best bowler. Yes, in the summer against India.
And there he said 4 seamers plus me, he said. To Isha. I mean, he's a bit better than that.
Absolutely. I expect him to play a huge role this summer, Ben Stokes with the ball. Could be England's leading wicket taker. How about that?
Well, there you go. Well, but you're right, Agus. If you're going to go in with the battalion of fast bowlers, you want to get them in early and just on a green pitch. Yeah. I would have thought that would have been your best opportunity to really make inroads in the Australian batting lineup with all your quicks. So anyway, we'll see how things go.
First Nations performance. That's our first sound of the didgeridoo of this series. It's an amazing sound, isn't it? The whole place is just sort of echoing. It's an amazing instrument.
Yeah.
What a sound. That's coming from the far end of the stadium. Alongside the didgeridoo player, moving very slowly and gracefully through some steps. It is the sound of Australia, isn't it? You ever blown a didgeridoo, Glenn?
No, I don't have much musical talent at the best of times.
But it's all on one breath too. It's remarkable. All those different noises. Well, anyway, that's happening at the far end of the ground. The choir sitting behind there. I think their moment's going to come in a second. If you're just tuning in, well, there's no doubt as to where we are. No. We're in Australia. There was a wonderful piece of footage actually that Michael Vaughan put up the other day on social media. I don't know if you saw on the golf course, right, with 2 kangaroos bounding across in front of him. He's about to tee off. And the kangaroos literally went bouncing in front of him. It's a fantastic piece of footage. You got kangaroo socks on.
There you go.
Are they lucky socks?
I hope not.
Who are you supporting now?
Well, there you go. I've got my Roo socks on today.
Well, there we go. Anyway, we'll have the choir in a second. And again, if you're just tuning our way, then England have won the toss and they are going to bat first. Yep. Let's talk about Joe Root here. Let's have a conversation about about Root, and I mean the West Australian newspaper here is having a right old go at him, haven't they? Saying, suggesting that he's not going to be a great player unless he scores 100 here. I don't know if that's true or not. There's the applause, by the way, for those three. It was fantastic sound. That
goes right through you.
Yeah, I mean the whole place is sort of shaking. And this is one of the most recognisable songs, the Qantas Choir. Right, the full choir now standing up. Right, lots of music to come as well. We've got two electric guitarists coming on later, Tuffers. So we'll let them sing quietly in the background.
Sorry.
You get the flavour. It's a lovely sound. If you fly on that particular airline, you'll hear that music a lot, don't you? It's very much associated with the national airline of Australia. Joe Root, then, do you have to score 100 in Australia to be considered a great player? I think the debate.
Well, I think you kind of do. I think you want to. Well, you do and you don't, actually. Listen, he's got all these runs. I think he's a couple of years' time he's going to knock off Sachin if he's still playing and hungry for him, which he is. Loves the game. Time's on his side in that respect. He'll want to. You know, he might say, oh, listen, it doesn't matter so long as I'm a team game and everything. You want to get that 100 everywhere you play, don't you? You know what I mean? When you're at the top of your game, you want every box ticked. And that will box it. I think he will. I think he might go on and get 2 or 3, actually. I think he's that focused and that determined on it. A little bit tricky here for him with that bounce. That's one of the main
thing, isn't it?
That's one of the main reasons. Perhaps, not that I know too much about me batting, but, you know, that extra bit of bounce, and he loves that little sort of back foot punch and that little run down to third man, which sometimes, you know, with that high elbow, that English high elbow, can get you in a little bit of trouble in Perth. But, a wonderful player, England's finest, will be the world's leading run scorer as well. He'll want to tick that box, definitely.
Applause for the Qantas Choir. Way down there at the far end. So, Glenn, does Joe Root have to score 100 here to be considered a great player?
It's a tough one, isn't it? So I think, you know, if he'll be remembered as a great player, there's no doubt about that. He's already played 158 Test matches, over 13,500 runs, averages 51 something, which is, stats in themselves quite incredible. But if he doesn't, that will always be that little mark against his name, and he'll, might be leading run scorer, this and that, what have you. Oh, but you never got 100 in Australia. So it is something that he'll want to do, and I think a player of his calibre, he probably deserves to. Not that maybe he can hold off to next Ashes series, or we'll see how we go. But I think he'll want to.
I think he'd like to.
Without a doubt. And England need him to this series as well.
Absolutely. If England are going to win this series, he's going to be absolutely pivotal.
You think so?
The glue of the Bazballers, keeps all of those guys sort of together.
There's also the appalling prospect of Matthew Hayden running naked round the MCG.
I heard that.
If Joe Root doesn't score 100.
I've never seen it.
For goodness sake. I mean, I wouldn't want to see that. I mean, presumably he'll keep his hat on. But the thought of Matthew Hayden running around the MCG naked.
I hope if he has to do that, he's been in the gym and been working out for about 6 months.
Well, he had last time I saw him. Anyway, that's an endorsement, though, isn't it? I mean, he's saying, look, Joe Root's going to score his 100. If he doesn't, I'm going around the MCG.
Wouldn't it be great if he gets it at Perth? I think it would be huge. It'd be huge for the confidence of the side. Huge for everyone moving forward. They'll keep saying that it's got nothing to do with it, part of the side and everything, and let's all team win. But it would just be. And I tell you something, I'm going to put my neck out here. I fancy him to do it.
Oh, so you're going to join Haydos on the MCG?
No, don't please.
Well, don't worry about that. Just lucky, I guess.
Because the shot that I think gets Joe trouble over here is that run down to third man, that extra bounce.
Absolutely.
And it reminds me of Sachin Tendulkar on a tour.
Yeah.
Gave away the cover drive because he kept nicking one.
Yeah.
And then he got a 200 at Sydney and did not play a single cover drive. So I don't know if you can give away natural shots like that. It must be pretty difficult.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Lots happening in front of us. The choir have come down to this end. We're sort of lining up here for the players' arrival and that sort of a thing. But we've got there in a bright cerise dress a young lady who looks like she might be singing in the opera, actually. It's presumably she's going to be singing the national anthems. We've got slowly the Australians creeping out down to our left, the umpires coming out into the middle. We've got flag bearers out there. We've got the Australian flag, the English flag. We've got the Aboriginal flag there in the middle as well. And in a moment we're going to have Justin Langer and Alistair Cook will be appearing shortly. I can see Alistair actually down there now. He's going to be taking the water crystal trophy, the replica of the Little Ashes urn that has never been opened. No. Do you know that? It was given to Captain Bligh, wasn't it, in 1882 somewhere in Victoria by some women there. As a bit of a joke, really, when they talked about the English cricket being cremated and its ashes taken to Australia, and they gave Ivo Bligh this little perfume vase, wasn't it, really?
With the bales? Is it the
bales?
Well,
supposedly with bales in it, but they don't know. There's rumours it might have been in veils and all sorts of things. There's a little cork in it, and no one has ever opened it. No one's had a look. And Ivo Bligh took it back home. When he died, he kept it on his mantelpiece. Yeah. And then when he died, his wife presented it to the MCC. And that was how the Ashes urn, which is very rarely left Lords.
I'd open it.
They'd never leave again.
Well, no, it came here one year.
That's cagey.
It came here once, didn't it? It was given a tour. It had a tour of Australia in this sort of box taken round.
Security guard.
It was. I think it had its own seat on the aircraft. It didn't dare put it in the hold.
First class.
Or did it have its own aircraft?
So. Well, but it was just sat there, and they flew it out, and it did go on a tour of Australia. But otherwise, it obviously just stays in the Lord's Pavilion, and that's it. So all lining up, waiting for. Some of the players haven't quite made their official arrival yet. There's a chap there. In a sort of a light grey suit. I'm not sure what he's going to do, but we will have also the welcome to the country, which is the Aboriginal traditional welcome that we will have. We've already had the didgeridoo playing. And now up on the screen, a bit of history is coming up there. We're seeing some really old footage, John Bradman inevitably. I hope it's more balanced than the footage that I was watching yesterday at an official function for Cricket Australia. Glenn, I don't think you're at that one, but there was about a 15-minute video in which England never won a game. And I don't think an England batsman actually scored a boundary or an English bowler ever took a wicket. It was just Australia hammering England for 15 minutes up on the screen.
So it was last 3 tours to Australia, was it?
It was a bit disconcerting. Then, to be fair, I did go to an England supporters event, and it was quite the reverse.
Good.
Up on the big screen there, it was
not a single Australian doing anything.
No. Bit of balance.
No.
Hope he doesn't drop it then, Sir Alistair.
And the thing too, Justin Langer. It's Justin Langer's 55th birthday today as well.
Oh,
so a nice little honour taking it out there.
Yes, that is nice. Well, they're deep in conversation down there. It's the first day of the Ashes. You have all of this going on. It's a bit protracted. Everyone just wants to get on with it. But the stadium's filling up, and it's nowhere near full yet.
No.
I'd say it's about half full at the moment. It's not an easy place to get to for a very modern stadium, purpose-built, of course, on the other side of the river to the Wacker. But it's not an easy place to get to. Maybe it's something
unless you're staying up the road at the hotels nearby. You just wander down. I walked down today, and the English team was walking down in front of me. So England walked to the ground today.
Yeah.
Well, they're just down the road, aren't they?
There you go.
Beautiful.
No, but we're still trying to find the best way of getting here. But I suspect maybe some of the England supporters have been caught a little bit unawares as to just getting here is not necessarily straightforward. Now, the Australian team are coming out. Directly below us here, out into the sunshine. It's a beautiful day. There is literally not a cloud in the sky. The flags are limp down there at the far end, high up on the roof of this circular bowl. They'll pick up later. Will come in. I don't know how it'll. Does it affect play at all? I mean, the whacker, of course.
Yeah, not like the whacker.
No.
Like it would sweep in from the sort of southwest there in the whacker, and you'd feel it. But here it comes over the top, and if anything, it probably swirls around and feels like the wind's coming from the opposite direction.
Is that right?
So, yeah, it is such. I've never played here, so it's hard to comment. But
you used to be able to sort of set your clock by it.
Yes,
It was sort of like about 2:30. Terry, all of them
yes.
used to come on and swing around corner.
No, absolutely. But yes, so there's a little bit of life in those flags, but really not very much. So we now have got Ben Stokes, I can see down there. He's talking to Alistair Cook, who's going to walk out with that. It's the large replica. It's the crystal replica. Considerably bigger than that little urn I was talking about a few minutes ago. Zach Crawley's appearing. He's got his pads on.
Ooh, that's going to be crucial, isn't it? The opening partnership for England.
Bang through the covers last time. First ball.
Nearly fell off my chair then as well.
And then Ben Duckett. Like, Ben Duckett is a batsman that does not want to leave the ball.
No.
But in Australia, especially in Perth on bouncy wickets, it's how you leave the ball that makes a difference. So I'm looking forward to that, how he goes
I
here.
think he's only left about 43 in his whole career, hasn't it, or something? We'll be able to ask Andy that a bit.
There's Ollie Pope. He's batting at number 3. He's
Another
got his pads
position.
on as well. It is.
Crucial position.
He at least did score runs in that that warm-up game, so he'll feel good about that. But even so, I mean, this is the start. It's completely different. As you mentioned, that the pitch at Lilac Hill was slow and low. And the fact is that actually nobody really, until the first ball is bowled and you have a look, knows precisely how this will play.
You've got to be a bit careful. We were talking about that first delivery at Edgbaston. You kind of played there. The two opening guys have just got to be a bit careful for my mind. It's all well and good going off to this front foot cricket and let's get after the bowling and put them under pressure, but you've got to have a little peep here at Perth.
Yep.
You just can't go wafting around outside off something. Third man's a wicket taking position here.
It is, yeah. Yep.
Can you please welcome to the field, carrying the Ashes crystal urn, two legends of the game. With 161 Test matches, former England captain Sir Alistair Cook, CBE, and with 105 Test matches, former Australian opener Justin Langer, AM.
Don't drop it, Alistair.
No.
He's holding it rather like you might take out under a cup of tea. He's got a finger linked round there, and he's shaking Justin Langer. Happy birthday, Justin.
England, led by Captain Ben Stokes, seems to the field. Australia, led by Captain Steve Smith. And Australia, led by Captain...
So out they go then. England team following Ben Stokes. And the Australians marching out behind Steve Smith. They'll be lining up for the national anthems. Out they go into the sunshine.
Joining the teams on field today for the anthem ceremony are our match officials. Field umpires Adrian Holdstock and Nitin Menon. Third umpire Shavdullah Saikat. Fourth umpire Sean Craig.
Mascots out there as well.
Ranjit Madigali.
Diminutive figures with big hats on. Australian colours to our left, and they've got actually England mascots over to the right, so in the sort of the blue of England.
Cricket is a sport for all, and we welcome all fans and participants, regardless of their identity, backgrounds, beliefs, or choices. We provide a safe space for the whole community to connect and feel respected. And we thank you for playing your role. If able, we now ask you to be upstanding as we are joined by Wajak Country Elder, Dr. Richard Wally, alongside John Maguire and Simon Forrest to conduct our welcome to country. Sophia Watts will then perform God Save the King, followed by Amira, who will perform the Australian national anthem.
Wajak boja kopenye wirin boja wajak boja mama jana ngala kaiwa nana jana ngal wajak boja ngala mot boja wirin boja ko boja mama jana ngala bodwa nana mot ko nana khalak nana boja nana mot kaiwa. This is the home of the Wajak people, the land of the Nyunga nation. We ask the good spirit to keep everyone safe. This is a place where stories are made, told and shared, and today we create another story that we'll share around the world. And at the end of the presentation, may the good spirit take each and every one of us safely back to our families.
Traditional welcome, and now God Save the King. Beautifully sung, and you can hear the England support. Well, she went for it at the end there, and a fabulous reception. What an atmosphere. It really is. It's electric. You can just reach out through our open window here and you can touch it. Fabulous opening. How the players must be feeling with all of this. It's extraordinary. They must just be desperate to get on with it. Right, we've got our guitarists up there now, I think. Or shortly anyway. We've got up on the roof to our right. We were watching this yesterday. There were people up with trapezes up there. Well, I think shortly you will hear Leon Todd. Well, we've got the two guitarists up there. Have they had their moment or not? I don't know. I didn't hear them. Anyway, we're going to get underway, and I think everyone's ready for this now. We've all been worked up into a frenzy of patriotism, optimism, and all the usual things that we have. In recent series, I'll be honest, this is the moment where it's kind of gone a bit wrong.
So get through the first ball, and it's positive. You're happy.
Let's just get through the first ball. Anyway, here they come. Oh. Well, a bit of a boo there. That's a hostile reception for England's opening batsman. But I think it's a pantomime boo, I think.
Seems to be more English in the crowd here today than anyone else. Well, I thought, when you look around then.
Yeah, I thought that at the end of that Australian national anthem, it's sort of... oh, here they go. These are our guitarists. They're right up on the roof. It's a great view. They've got harnesses on. I can't think we've ever had this as probably Zach Crawley's trying to take guard out there. He's got these two. It's a Brian May moment, really, up there on the roof. Two lone guitarists, one English, one Australian.
They're having a guitar off.
They're having a guitar off, but they're ready to play out there. Well, Adrian Holstock, the umpire, has got his hands on his hips, is looking up there thinking, how long's this going to go on for?
Right arm over, 5 to go.
Yes. The field is set, they're all in position. They haven't finished yet. Well, I think maybe someone needs to pull the wires out or something because they're ready to go. It's 20 past. Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett are having a conversation mid-pitch.
Slightly disconcerting for the openers.
This is yes, this is a very unique start to any Test match. I'd have thought they're still going. They're showing absolutely no inclination to stop. We're having a countdown. Here we go, 15 seconds. I hope they can see that on the clock. 10 seconds to go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off. There we go. And then, actually, they timed it perfectly. Well played.
Okay.
So Zach Crawley twiddles his bat. He's trying to look calm. He's got Mitchell Stark at the far end. I mean, it all comes down to this first ball.
Oh, I can't watch. I know it's not very good if you're commentating.
Here's the first ball of the Ashes. It's Stark coming in. He bowls to Crawley, who's forward, pushing that calmly out to bat to a point, and everyone takes a breath.
There you go. Lovely. Well played.
Yes.
Well done. You managed to get the guitar music out your ears. He's already bowled a ball.
Yes. Anyway, well, that was nice and calm. I suppose that the only calm where it could have been if Crawley just let it go outside the off stump, which so often happens, doesn't it? But he's twiddling his bat quite earnestly there, swatting away a fly.
Here we go.
Stark walks back towards that far end, the Justin Langer stand end. Crawley, there's 3 slips, there's a gully, backward point mid-off, mid-on, square leg and fine leg. As Stark, left arm over the wicket, comes in again and bowls to Crawley, who does allow that to go by outside the off stump.
Nice. Get on with it, Glenn. Get on with it in the back of the box. That's a nice couple of deliveries.
Yeah.
That is one played nicely, just knocked down into the gully, the other one a leave.
Yeah.
There you go.
It is just taking a little bit out of the whole situation.
Yes.
I mean, that was a pretty revved up half hour.
Oh, wow. Whatever.
I mean, it was good fun.
Yeah.
But
unless you play it.
If you're playing. So Crawley waits for Stark to reach the end of his run. He's there now, turns in the distance. Carey's got his hands on his knees behind the wickets as Stark again, this menacing approach, comes in, bowls to Crawley. Oh dear, big expansive drive. Ball flies through to Carey. And Crawley plays the shot again. We'll look on the replay, see how far he was away from this. It didn't really do anything. It's just pushed across him, and he's played a big drive.
Well, that's a bit of nerves. That might just be a bit of nerves. A decent bit of bowling there from Stark. Go on, let's have a little tester early on. Is it going to swing? Is it going to go straight on? If you fancy having that big drive, missed it. Nice bit of bowling.
It is, and that's the area, A, where Crawley could be strong, but also, as we know, can lead to his downfall too. 3 slips, a gully. Stark, once again, past the umpire, moves in, bowls to Crawley, who lets that one go. A bit of extra bounce there this time. That looks like to just have come back at Crawley a little bit. We're not absolutely directly behind the arm here, not far off. It's sort of a leg slip, really.
No big hooping swing. Usually gets those balls swinging early doors, doesn't he? No real, just a bit of shape from Stark.
Well, I watched Stark bowl the other day, actually. I popped along to see him bowling at the SCG. New South Wales are playing Victoria. And he bowled nicely. They picked up 4 wickets, actually. But
the full balls is wicket ball, isn't it? That full swing and delivery.
So no runs on the board as yet. We're in the first over of the match. Stark on his way, bowls to Crawley. Now he's hit that pretty firmly off the front foot up to mid-off. And straight up to the fielder there.
It's funny, isn't it? I can almost feel like a little slightly change of tack in this England side for some reason. You know what I mean? He's only had 4 balls, but there's been a couple of leaves, a couple of little breaks. There's that little one, you know. It's just a bit more measured, perhaps. I don't know. I mean, I know it's very early days.
It would be very easy to come out and be very frenetic and charged up.
Absolutely. Just looks a bit calmer. Early days, like.
Stark again, tall, black-haired. Into his stride now. Left arm over the wicket. Bowls to Crawley. Who's caught? Driving. England are 0 for 1. Caught at first slip. And Crawley rips off his helmet. He's out for a duck. A loose drive outside the off stump. It's exactly the place, as we said. He scores runs there, but it gets him out as well. And that was grabbed there, I think, just about the second attempt by Quadra at first slip. Went quickly. England are 0 for 1.
Well, there we go. We spoke too soon a little bit there. Decent bit of bowling outside the off stump from Stark, wasn't it? Just on that angle across the right hand, and no shape back in, just kept going. And there's that bounce for you. Just that. It was a good length ball in England. You know, that's on you. Perhaps that's on driving on the up, but it just climbed on Crawley, thick outside edge, comfortably caught at first slip. Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about it, Agnes, haven't we? At least we got 4 balls in without any incident, but that'll be disappointing for England. Just that angle going across him, no foot movement really, just foot sort of straight down the pitch, bit of a waft of the bat, and a really good, decent edge, caught about chest high.
Yeah.
Well, first blood to Australia, and it's only taken a couple of minutes.
Yeah, so Ollie Pope's arrived. We know he can be a jittery, nervy starter. Scott Boland's going to bowl the second over.
What a start
from
for Australia. I mean, what a start. Just what you want, isn't it? You lose the toss, you get the opener out in the first over, playing a bit of a loose drive. We've been talking about it for the last 5 years about this, and it's just come true, hasn't it?
Yeah.
That wayward drive outside the off stump. Oh, what a start for Aussie.
Well, Ollie Pope's leading on his bat at the non-strikers end. Duckett playing all sorts of shots there. At the far end, there's a short leg for Duckett. 3 slips of gully, and Scott Boland's going to bowl round the wicket to him. England are 0 for 1. Bowled. Pushing there at a full ball. Beating the bat, and Pope comes down for a chat with Duckett, and that's a typical Boland length, pretty full, saying go on, have a go if you want. It did nip.
Yeah, a little bit of in the swing, a little bit of shape from round the wicket to the left hand, and then just held its line.
It did, it from round the wicket.
Bit of juice.
Yeah, definitely moved a little bit.
England have gone weather this storm already.
They certainly have. Boland again creeps in round the wicket, bowls to Duckett, thickish edge, push into the offside, going for a single. England off the mark. As Lyon comes into field at point, and you can just feel the relief amongst the 10,000 England supporters here that they've actually now got a run on the board, but they have lost a wicket of Crawley.
Gotta just weather this storm. We knew it would be grassy, we knew there'd be a bit of movement, and Ben Stokes has decided to sort of try and counter that beautiful catchable height. That, I mean, it's sort of chest high. There's the carry from Perth, isn't it?
Yeah.
But he
almost came out. It wasn't. I mean, I'm sorry, it wasn't a great shot from Crawley.
No, it was a bit wafty.
Poor shot. Right, Pope's first ball. Boland goes in and bowls to him, and there's a thick edge. Ball runs away past Green in the gully, down towards third man. A chase for Lyon, but I think the ball's just going to win the race. Let's see. No, it's held up. It's held up.
Well, that will settle his nerves.
Off the mark straight away. And so England are 4 for 1.
Yeah, no, Ben Stokes and the England side would have seen that greenness and thought to themselves, listen, we've just got to get stuck in. First hour, first session, try and get over it, lose a couple, and then, hopefully the cracks as the game moves on. So it's not unexpected that it was going to do a bit.
talked about Alex Stewart yesterday. He was saying this: try to calm Pope down. Even now at Surrey, calm down early. Boland again. Down go the slips. Short leg there as well. He bowls to Duckett, who plays that way, pokes it away from just short of a length, and Boland can pick that up. And there is no run. And Pope twiddles his bat and looks around. More or less a full house here. Looking around, it's a very impressive stadium.
Yeah, gorgeous, isn't it?
60,000.
Big field.
Very big field. And now entirely in sunshine. Blue sky overhead. And England battling. They've chosen to bat first, and you would have known that the first session at least would be challenging.
Yeah.
Duckett again. Boland moves in, bowls to him, and he allows that to go by outside the off stump. That's a rare event. A rare event. Doesn't happen very often. So,
that was on my bingo card.
Getting some sighters.
Yeah, little smile comes across Ducky's face.
Because, and again, I was learning about this yesterday. There's a bit of conversation goes on apparently out there between Head and Duckett.
Yeah,
whenever he lets the ball go.
They go woo woo.
Well, I think he goes meow.
Yes, that's right.
Like pussycat, meow meow. So I think that was what's happening there. In goes Boland, bowls tucked away past short leg. It runs away for a single into the leg side. Pursued. In fact, we're going to get two there.
Oh, got two. Just lost his bat.
Yes. So
meow meow.
Two off the last ball of that over. 6 for 1. Andy Zoltzman, good morning to you.
Hello, happy new Ashes to you.
Indeed, and to you. Well, it was 6th ball, not first.
Well, exactly. Actually, that's the third best start England have made in an Ashes in Australia in the last 5 tours.
How encouraging.
So,
what good news. Thank you.
Last time 4 years ago, Rory Burns out first ball. Andrew Strauss in 2010, ultimately a successful tour, but he was out third ball of the series. So actually, to make 6th ball of the series without losing a wicket, relatively good. Also, there was a comment picked up on the mic after that Duckett leave. Someone said that was on the bingo card. So yes, Duckett leaving the ball.
Well, there is this little bit of conversation going on. I think Duckett gives a big bat to Travis Head as well.
Yes, don't worry about that.
Yeah.
Two very similar players.
Right, Ollie Pope. He's facing Mitchell Starc in the sunshine, runs in left arm over the wicket, and Pope allows that to go by. And that kept a little bit low, actually. Talked about pace and bounce in this pitch, but Carey took that round by his boots. And now he's remarking there, a little scrape that he makes to illustrate where he's going to stand.
Good starter of a series, usually Ollie Pope, isn't he?
Yep.
Andy usually gets off pretty good, and then perhaps fades later on, but usually gets away to a decent-ish sort of start. Got that 100, didn't he, in the warm-up as well?
Yep. Hear the excitement around the ground.
Cool, absolutely buzzing, isn't it?
It is buzzing.
Edge of your seat stuff.
Yeah.
All the flags out.
Yep. Starc waits for a moment and then he's on his way. Left arm over the wicket, bowls to Pope, who's edged that off the bottom of the bat. It didn't carry to Smith at second slip, but he tried to cut that. And he's looking at right off the bottom of his bat, I think that came from.
Q-ender.
And it went into the ground, but only just well. He's, a yard short of the fielder?
Yeah. That's nearly carried.
Well, something's happened to the ball now as well, because it's been... Oh no, hang on, Mitchell Starc. Mitchell Starc sitting on the ground, and he's looking at Is he looking at his boots?
Yeah, I think he's shed a shoe.
Spike come out or something.
Yeah, something like that.
So that's, I mean, he's not injured, and I think he's going to wait for a replacement boot or something. The umpire's having a conversation, the batsmen are having a chat.
Yeah. Well, another good start, another exciting start, John.
Well, it is. Something's happened. Yes, he's pulled his insole out. That'll be presumably the insole that he'll have to put into his replacement boot. So anyway, we've got a spare boot coming out.
Get the blacksmith out.
And just a little run through of the things that we are providing for everybody back at home in the course of this series. There's clips, the usual clips that you have of all the action. That's on the BBC Sport website and app. I suspect Crawley's demise will be... they'll be beavering away on that. You can have a look at it if you really want to.
Just a bit wobbly, wasn't it, with the hands and the wrist? It wasn't
It was a Crawley.
Yeah, well, it was a Crawley.
It was really, wasn't it? Let's be honest. I mean, everyone can picture it, I think, at home. There's full highlights. That's on the BBC iPlayer. I think that's from 5 o'clock in the afternoon back at home. So full highlights. And now there's a TMS Ashes debrief every day. That's hosted by Alex Hartley, who I think we're positioning outside the ground somewhere. And then she'll be presenting that. That's on the iPlayer. So that's called TMS Ashes Debrief. As a podcast, of course, on BBC Sounds every day. And then, as I mentioned earlier, you can actually listen back to the whole day in full. Now, that's on Sports Extra 3. So you have to do a little bit of fiddling around to actually locate that. But Sports Extra 3, and that'll be at the usual Test match special times. So at 11 o'clock start, Sports Extra 3, and you can listen to the whole day. Right, Stark has a new boot, and he's on his way. And he bowls to the right-handed Pope, who tries to turn that away to long leg. Ball thumps away up into his thigh pad as Stark comes through and picks that up. So Crawley out for a duck. England choosing to bat first. Took everyone by surprise. That did. 5 fast bowlers. Bashir omitted. And looking out of our open window here, people really are on the edge of their seats. It's a sort of feeling, I think, that anything could happen at any moment.
Bit of a hum going on, isn't there?
Yes, there is. All that build-up. Was a nice grassy area to our right there. It's the hill, as they've called it. It's quite a small hill. In comes Stark. Bowls down the leg side and it's flying through. Carey gathers that. All flying through about head high. It's more of a hillock, I would say, than a hill, wouldn't you?
Yes. A knoll.
A grassy... That's actually, you're right. A grassy knoll, but they've called it the hill. It's a...
Yeah.
I don't know.
Looks a good spot, anyway.
Maybe 30 yards long. Yeah, you can sit out there. And you've got bean bags, I think, to sit on by the look of it.
Get your cream on, though. Starting to warm up.
Yes.
That Perth sun will have you.
It does. Carey's a long way back.
Cool, isn't he?
He's a pitch and a bit.
Yeah, easy. Took that one chest high as well.
Yeah. 2 balls left in this over. Stark comes prowling in, bowls outside the off stump, and again that kept low. As Pope allows that to go by outside the off stump. Now, is that because it's still a little bit damp? I'd be surprised if that's the case.
The odd one.
There's 1 or 2 keeping low now. All lined up here in our commentary boxes. The feature of Australian cricket is that they do have a lot of rights holders. So there's 1, 2, 3. There's 4 radio stations, including us, all operating up here.
Yeah. Nice to see all the old boys
in their different styles. Yes, well, really, they've got Simon Katich throughout that window. Actually, it's nice to see him again.
Damien Fleming, saw Mark Ward, Steve Waugh.
Seen Steve Waugh, have you?
Yeah. Sorry, Mark.
Saw Mark Ward.
Yeah, he was here. Nice to see all the old guys you played against.
Absolutely. Stark again, long strides, bowls, and Pope allows that to pass harmlessly by outside the off stump. Nice bit of patience being shown there by Pope. But England are 6 for 1, just tuning our way. They lost Crawley in the first over.
A big scoreboard. Look at the size of that duck. That's big. That's like a dodo.
Do you think if an Australian gets a duck, it'll be a smaller duck than that? It will, won't it? It's a huge duck. They've always had this thing. Do you remember old Daddles the duck?
Yeah.
They've always had this thing here about ducks, haven't they?
Always used to follow you out.
Yeah,
didn't
he used to go off with you as a graphic with sort of steam pouring out of your ears, didn't he? You must have had a few of those.
Escorted off.
I think it might have been a Packer thing, Daddles the duck.
Yeah,
it might have been where all that began. Over number 4, 3 slips a gully, short leg, and Boland running into bowl to the left-handed Duckett. He drives him down the ground, just the onside of straight, and this will be England's first boundary.
Lovely. Good shot, Ben Duckett, full of length, just waited for it and then just punched it back through mid-on.
Yeah.
That will make you feel at home and a little bit more settled down. Boland again from round the wicket, just looking at easy, pitched on off stump really, or middle and off, just knocked it back through mid-on. Good shot.
10 for 1, we're in the 4th over. England choosing to bat first. In the sunshine, Duckett, bat raised, dips at the knees. Boland moves in, bowls to him, just shorter this time. And Duckett on the back foot plays the ball defensively towards Nathan Lyon. There at point, giving the ball a a rub and a polish, prolific wicket taker, and actually successful here too in this particular ground. 3 slips, a gully, short leg. Way down in the distance, Mitchell Stark there at fine leg. It's an enormous stadium, this. As Boland creeps in bowls, and Duckett plays another leave.
Lovely, Andy.
Another leave.
You might be working overtime.
That's 2 out of how many balls has he faced? He's faced, 8 balls? He's left 2 of them. Is that right?
That's a career high leaves in the first 8 balls.
Quite remarkable. Yeah. Well, there's a bit of banter out there I can hear. I'm not actually sure what's being said, but it won't bother Duckett very much.
No. Doesn't mind a little bit of a punch-up, Ducky.
No, he doesn't.
Always hovering around.
Yes. He's over his bat again. Boland, wearing number 19, moves in bowls. Duckett drives once more. Offside this time between bowler and mid-off. Hasn't quite timed it. And that's picked up there by Weatherald. Debutant.
Bit of a dasher, by all accounts.
And the second Northern Territory player ever to play for Australia.
You're going to ask me the first one, aren't you?
Well, I think you know, 'cause I told you. Well, you told me earlier. Well, actually, I think Glenn might have said it. Yeah, but it's an unlikely one. You wouldn't have said that Damon Martin was born in Darwin, would you?
No, well,
he's from here, really, isn't he? Damon. He's a West Australian.
He was a player.
He was a good player.
Oh, elegant.
But there's two from Darwin. That's all. Boland again bowls. Duckett gets a very full ball, which he drives back. Boland and sees that with 2 hands. Went to Darwin briefly. It's quite an interesting place.
Yes, right up the top there.
It is.
Yeah.
It's just kind of different to the rest of Australia, really.
Well, go on.
Very green and tropical. And
oh, is it? I thought it was been the other way round.
No, very green and tropical. And sort of, like, it's up there towards sort of Bali in Indonesia, isn't it? It's right up there. So it's, very green.
Past Cairns and
humid.
everything.
Oh, way up,
Yeah.
Yeah. It's an interesting place.
Northern Territories. Well, don't go swimming in a billabong.
No.
The old salties.
Is that where Ian Botham fell in the billabong?
Merv pulled him out.
It's a good contest, a Merv and a big saltwater crocodile. 12 for 1. In goes Boland, and he's driven for 4. In fact, he's really slapped that down the ground. More than just a drive. And that's the best time stroke we've seen so far. And England could just breathe a little, take some tension out of this. They're 16 for 1. They lost Crawley in the first over. But Duckett's on 13. Pope has 3. Tuffers, some thoughts from you, and then for the first timers to Simon Mann's coming in.
Yeah, really good shot from Ben Duckett. Half volley outside off stump, decided to put it away, went after it. No risk there. Make sure if you're going to be playing those drives, make sure they're right under your eyes and not that sort of just back of a good length, because the bounce out will do for you. But that one full, put away nicely. Simon.
Good morning, Tuffers.
Morning.
Not bad being here, is it?
It's lovely, isn't it? What a good start as well. I mean, the excitement and everything. Nice to see you, mate.
And tremendous start to the game. Drama right from the off, really. 16 for 1. Pope 3, Duckett 13. Here's Mitchell Stark. That wicket in the first over goes into bowl to Pope, who drives, runs from here through extra cover. It's going out towards the boundary. It's a chase for Head. The outfoot is not that quick, and Head picks it up inside the rope, and they come back for 3. I think we might see a few 3s in this game.
Absolutely. Look, Andy's absolutely ecstatic there. You're right. I mean, it's a big field, big wide, not so big straight, but wide. Yeah, it's a decent hit for 4. And you're right, that didn't zip away at all, did it?
It's the first runs off Stark from his 13th ball. Boland's conceded 16 already from his 2 overs.
The boundary's a big square with the wicket. They look quite short, straight.
Well,
quite short.
Quite,
They feel it. And perhaps it's just the contrast with the square boundaries.
It's the oval, mate. The oval. The oval, isn't it? It's an oval, isn't it, in Australia?
Yeah. Aussie rules ground this, essentially. Not every seat taken is a sellout, but a few perhaps not sitting in the sun on the far side. It's, on full beam this morning. His start bounding in to bowl to the left-handed Duckett, and he goes past the outside edge. A groping stroke from Duckett and through to Carey. Is that the first time Duckett's faced
Yes, the first over was a maiden. The wicket maiden got Crawley out. Pope played out a maiden. Stark was the 24th wicket he's taken in the first over of a Test innings in 168 times that he's bowled the first over for Australia. Only Jimmy Anderson has taken more wickets in the opening overs of innings. He had 29 in 292 innings. After that, Glenn McGrath 20 in 199. So Stark's 24 in 168. Really extraordinary numbers.
So he's got previous. I mean, it was a good bet, wouldn't it? The Stark was might get Crawley early. Yeah. Stark bowls now to Duckett, and Duckett tries to flick that away. It's down the leg side, taken by Carey away to his right hand side. Actually, the ball he got him with, I thought that was the ball he was going to bowl first up, because he sensed that Crawley might want to take it on and hit the ball for 4 like he did in the last Ashes series, and he did take it. It was the 6th ball of the over.
Good bit of bowling, experienced bit of bowling. Don't give him anything loose, don't give him those half volleys just to bash down the ground. Just get it in that zone and ask him the question, and well, one of those questions has been answered, hasn't it? Yeah. We kind of thought it might, but you never know. It's still a long way to go.
19 for 1. You feel on 6.
You already feel that this partnership's quite crucial, don't you? You know, just to save Joe Root a bit for the new ball.
Duckett waits for Stark. He's with him now. Duckett turns that away down towards fine leg. That's gone before. That's gone quickly off the bat. Just losing his line there, Stark, and leg glance by Duckett. The fine leg fielder, Boland, is quite fine. It went between him and Carey and zipped her away to the boundary.
Yeah, skinny little inside edge or something. So it wasn't a no, genuine glance.
Yeah. Very quickly off the bat.
Yeah, it did.
In contrast to the Pope drives for extra cover, 23 for 1. And Duckett moves to 17. He's such an important player for England. He's not been in great form since the India series. He struggled a bit in the 100, and then remember he was left out of the England white ball squad in September, because the feeling was he had too much cricket. He played a bit and then was left out. Stark bowls to him, and Duckett, cut rather outside the off stump, bounced a bit from Stark and flashed through to the keeper.
In a funny sort of way, don't mind that though. As you say, that was short and wide. No third man. I said earlier on, third man can be a wicket taking position in Perth, but he's really kitchen sink that. I mean, that's 6 if he gets anything sort of on it. I mean, unless a little sliver of an edge through to the keeper. But if you're going to go after those short ones, cross bat him and give him a larrup.
Yeah, Cameron Green slightly in the firing line there in the gully.
We don't drop much.
He's almost worth 2 fielders. He's got a huge man,
an albatross,
big wingspan.
Yes,
he could feature in this game in that gully area. I'm sure he will in the series as well.
He don't drop any.
He bends down now. Stark goes in and bowls to Duckett, who drives. That's a nice looking shot, but straight to mid-off. Beautiful timing, but not quite the placement there from Duckett. Rifled it out towards mid-off, and there's no run, and it's the end of Stark's third over. He's taken 1 for 7. Duckett's on 17. Pope is on 6. It's great to have you with us in the early hours of the morning. This test match it's good for our UK audience because it will go to 10 o'clock in the morning, and the same with Brisbane as well, because that's a day-night game. And then the last 3, you're back to the normal hours from Australia, where you're basically starting sort of late at night, going to early morning, 7 o'clock time.
Yeah. Snowing again, isn't it? Sorry.
It was 16 degrees when I left last Friday. Snowing a week later.
Foot of snow.
Here's Boland bowling to Pope, and Pope plays a one-handed drive, and it beats cover, and he's going to get a bonus 2 runs. Well, that wasn't a great piece of cricket all round, really. It was a swiping drive from Pope. One hand coming off the bat, and it was only half stopped square with the wicket, and Pope picks up 2. Wide ball from Boland. It's one of those he felt, crashed it before, but it didn't really get it out the middle of the bat.
It's all about getting the length right when you're on that front foot. You've got to play it when it's full. A good length here it will get you out, if you know what I mean. You know what I mean, or even just a slightly fuller length than good length will still get you out. It's got to be right under your eyes to play those expensive shots. Otherwise, it just climbs on you and slides off the face.
2 to Pope, he goes to 8, 25 for 1. It was Lyon with the misfield point, and Boland bowls, and Pope's in behind that, playing defensively up the side of the pitch. Pope was the one player to really take advantage of that 3-day game against the England Lions. Actually nailed down his place, if it wasn't already nailed down, with 100 and then 90.
Well, I found it interesting to say, Aggers did something with Tommy Taylor the other day, and he said, well, about his preparation and what have you, and he said, well, no one's really failed because you haven't had any preparation. Your kind of injuries are all good. Everyone's wondering about the top 3 of Australia because people haven't done so well. Well, if you haven't got any...
Bowling balls to Pope. Pope drives, or push drive really. Chase for Lyon. They can't come back for a second. It's a misfield from Lyon. He just gets his studs possibly trapped in the turf there. I think he's okay. He gets to his feet and hurls the ball in.
Yeah, that's the old knee. That's the knee gets stuck into that turf.
He's hammering it down with his right foot now, just replacing the divot there. Well, we've seen that in the Ashes series in the past. Simon Jones at Brisbane. Seeing a replay now. The stud's caught.
Yeah.
He's okay. I mean, he could have easily ripped his knee there.
Yeah, it's a bit sort of, I don't know what the grass is called here, but it's quite sort of spiky and sort of squishy, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I think it might be like a Bermuda or something.
I'll bow to you with that one, Tuppers. 26 for 1. Pope's on 9. He's Duckett on strike, and he's playing that down into Cameron Green in the gully. Those telescopic arms of his, huge man. Lovely man as well there.
I haven't really met him.
Yeah, he's a very nice boy.
Oh, okay.
I saw him and Alex Carey turned up at the Ashes launch.
He's a nice
couple of days ago. Yeah, they're two nice lads you couldn't wish to meet.
Oh, well, you sound
very polite.
You sound surprised.
Very polite boys.
You're saying Australia's gone soft?
Well, it seems like it. Far cry from Glenn, isn't it? 26 for 1. Duckett on 17. Boland bowls. Full driven down the ground before. Easy as you like. Back where it came from, just about. Duckett's playing nicely.
Full again. That's where you can really look to punish too full. That's sort of a half volley, and just fuller than a half volley. That's when you can open your shoulders and really look to play those expansive shots. That's not going to rise on you and hit the sort of halfway up the bat of the edge. So really good shot. Duckett get himself in a beautiful position. Little bit of foot movement just towards Boland there as well. It's going to be interesting. I thought they might use the feet to Scott Boland, and just because you know where it's sort of going to go with him.
Boland tries again and bowls. Is he caught behind? No, there's half an appeal from Boland. There was a noise, something flicky there. But no real concerted appeal from the Australians.
Poor shot.
Boland dragging his length back a fraction. Past the edge. Smith, I'll focus on him, of course, because of DRS. Not going to go for it. 30 for 1 at the end of Boland's over. So 3 overs, 0 for 23. Went round the park in England last time after that great success he had in Australia in the last Ashes series, his first Ashes series, and he's also continued that at home. His record at home is fantastic. But England did take him on last time in the Ashes in England, and he took 2 wickets. So England were quite positive against him so far.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's sometimes then your consistency sort of can work against you a bit, because he's one of those sort of guys who looks to know where he sort of puts it. Make sure it's right under your eyes when you drive.
Just on Scott Boland, 23 from his first 3 overs, the most expensive start he's had to an innings in his Test career. In that series in England in 2023, he took 2 for 231 in his 2 matches, went for almost 5 and over either side of that. He's taken his wickets at an average of 13.2 and conceded just 2.4 runs and over. So that 2023 series in his relatively brief Test career, this is his 15th Test. That was his only failure so far for Australia.
I think both his wickets was that Crawley, weren't they, in the last series? I got that somewhere in the recesses of my memory. 21 to Duckett, 9 to Pope, 30 for 1. Here's a new over from Mitchell Stark going into bowl to Pope, and Pope covers up, pushing forward there, goes up towards mid-off, and Labuschagne comes in to pick up at mid-off, and there is no run. Tuffers is gone. Michael's here. Michael Vaughan, good morning to you. Looking good. Very smart, Michael.
Thank you very much, Simon. Good morning, everyone. Hope you wrapped up nice and warm back home. Well, I have to say, down there at the toss, I was expecting Ben to bowl. I think some of the England players were actually surprised. I don't think they knew really what he was going to do, but I'm delighted to say he's had a bat first.
Stark tries again, bowls to Pope. Pope brushes it away through backward square leg. More runs from here. They're going to pick up 2, I think. Throws on its way, and no more than 2 there. And England just overcoming that difficult start. Okay, it's early days. They're only 32 for 1, but you lose a wicket in the first over of the Ashes. Pressure's on. But since then, not a huge amount has happened.
It's a good pitch.
Well, my feeling before the toss was bat first. Definitely bat first.
Definitely.
I know England like to bat second. Bat first.
Yeah, it's very dry. I was here last year for the India Test match, and on day 2 it became a decent pitch, and I feel this pitch is like a day 2 last year pitch.
Yeah. Stark bowls to Pope. Pope cracks that away. It's half stopped in the gully by Cameron Green, diving to his right hand side. And again, that almost feeling that Green's 2 fielders in that gully area might have beaten a man not so tall. He was away to his right hand side, parried it, half parried it, and they went through for a single. So 1 more for the total, 33 for 1. Yeah, I mean the curator was put up the other day to speak to the media. About 60 people there interviewing him, and he said the pitch is kind of like 1 day ahead.
Yeah, I mean the first day last year, Jasprit Bumrah bowled one of the great spells. Australia bowled India out, and then the Aussies were 7 down at close because there was plenty of movement, there was plenty of seam. There's not a great deal of movement out there. There's not the seam movement that we saw last year. And the wicket to force just a huge mistake. It's I can only imagine all the England fans around the world listening when Zach played that drive. Oh dear. You kind of knew it was going to come. You knew the drive was going to come, and it was just a matter of could he get away with it early. Well, he did get away with it on this occasion.
Duckett waits for Stark. He's on 21. Stark bowls to him, and Duckett struck on the patch out for LBW. Out! Adrian Holdstock raises his finger. England lost their 2nd wicket. Duckett comes down to have a chat with Pope.
He's had a look. He's taken it upstairs.
This is going to be reviewed. But Michael, your instinct
TV umpire director will have a player review for LBW.
It's really
on-field decision is out. I've checked the field placement and it's a fair delivery. Front and first, please.
Shafadullah is our TV umpire for this test match. Seeing it front on for the first time.
Does not appear to be any bat involved. I need to check that with RTS, please. Roll it once again for me, please. Keep rolling. Flat line as the ball passes the bat. Satisfied. Ball tracking whenever it is ready, please. Pitching in line, impact in line, and wickets hitting. Adrian will be staying with your out decision. Stand by your screen signal now.
Umpire Holdstock raised his finger for the 2nd time. England have lost their 2nd wicket. It was hitting halfway up the leg stump. Fuller from Stark, and Duckett, he played nicely, positively, is out for 21. LBW Stark is 33 for 2.
Yeah, just looking at Mitchell Stark, he's found that rhythm. You know, when he just glides in and he releases the ball and he's getting down the other end at a natural, quick rate. And here comes the big moment of the series. Joe Root finds form, finds that rhythm that we've seen him so many times over his test match career. If he can have a 500 or 600 run series, he can be that glue that England can bat around. But he's yet to get that 100 here in Australia.
So Joe Root announced, and all his stats are up on the scoreboard away to our right hand side, over 13,000 runs. He's not had a terrible time in Australia, but he hasn't had that sort of stellar...
What was he average, 36?
Yeah, about 36, 9 half centuries, best score of 89. I think actually his best score was in the first test of the last series, in the 2nd innings, when he was with David Milan, and they put together a partnership that threatened to get England kind of back in the game, and then it all fell in the heat. England collapsed. But Root is out there. I don't know what Matthew Hayden's thinking at the moment. Here's Stark from the Justin Langer stand end. Goes into bowl to Root, and Root lets it go outside the off stump. His first ball in the series. The reference to Matthew Hayden, of course, is he's backing Joe Root to score 100 in this series. Otherwise, he says he will walk naked around the MCG.
Yeah, we look, all cricket fans around the world, no one wants to see Matthew Hayden crackers around the MCG. No. And if he gets to the stage of the last test, I'm pretty sure the Australians won't want to see that, so they'll probably throw a few up for Joe Root.
Well, they're 3-0 up.
By the way, morning, results.
Morning.
When did you sneak into town?
Oh, yesterday.
Yep.
Cool.
How's the jet lag?
That's all right, actually.
Yeah, good.
Cricket's a natural restorative.
Yeah. 3 slips and a gully go down. 4 saving 1. Stark bowls to Root. Root pushes at that one outside the off stump and misses it. On its way through to Kerry. Stark's the man this morning. 2 wickets. He's been the threat.
He's bowling 145 kilometres an hour. Been the story of 2 ends, really, because Scott Boland's not got it right. He's been bowling a few nice half volleys. He's got a few wide ones as well, which will start from the other end. He's just found that rhythm straight away.
Ross has got in touch. He says, I'm listening to the cricket with my 19-day-old daughter Erin doing the night feed. She was really quite agitated when Aggers and Tuffers were on commentary, maybe due to Crawley's dismissal, but since Simon Mann has come on, she's completely zonked out and gone back to sleep.
That's not the first listener you put to sleep, is it?
I'm not sure that's a good thing or not.
Oh,
thanks, Simon, he says. Well, I'm glad to be of service, anyway.
Come on, Ross. Wake up. Simon will be gone soon.
33 for 2. Here's Pope on strike. Boland bowling, and Pope turns it through mid-wicket for more runs, probably 2. But Doggett's after it from mid-on, and they saunter back for a couple as Doggett sends in the return to Alex Carey. 35 for 2.
Yeah, just I always study Steve Smith's captaincy. I think he's tactically very, very clever. And to Ollie Pope, they've taken the 3rd slip out. They've got a short cover point, and they've kind of put a backward point quite deep, so there's a signal there for Ollie Pope. The cordon's quite spread out, and they've got Cameron Green, who he covers 3 players in and around that 6 slip area. First real change for Australia in terms of the field.
Boland in the sunshine, bowls to Pope, who's forward, guiding it away towards that fielder at deep backward point, but it's intercepted before it gets there by the point fielder, so there is no run. It's a lovely day here in Perth. I look up, there is not a cloud in the sky. A huge crowd in, great noise, tremendous support.
Been running down the river this morning, Simon?
No,
not like you're running.
Not in the last couple of years because of the old hip, but.
I was walking down the river.
It's nice to have a walk down the river. I saw you having a coffee the other day.
The other morning, but this morning I walked past a few houses and they came out, got no chance, mate.
Surprise, surprise. Boland bowls, it's driven. Hits the stumps and non-striker's end. Is this a run out backing up? Boland went to appeal and they're going to check it. Did he get something on it?
He has got something on it, but I think Joe's back.
Well, this would be a tough way to get out.
We have an umpire review for run out at the bowler's end. Can I have a front run first, please?
Is this run out at the non-striker's end?
Surely not.
It was a nice shot. It's beautifully played by Pope, driving the ball back down the ground. Did Joe Root get back? Did Boland get something on it? He's appealed. Oh, he has got.
The fielder has made contact. Now side note replay, please.
Has Root got back? Boland has touched it. Root is back.
I tell you what, Simon, he's done well there.
Just roll it from the other side, please.
It's such an unnatural thing to do when you're at the non-strike thing, because it very rarely happens in your career, and you see so many players that would have just been dozily having the bat by the leg.
Replay from the other side. Your bat is grounded, clearly grounded before the base is dislodged. Satisfied. My decision for the big screen is.
Well, is not out is what he.
Yeah,
there we go. It's up on the screen now.
Smith puts the 3rd back in, Simon. Cover point on the drive goes out.
Pope on 14. Boland bowls. Pope is right forward, head over it. Plays it to Travis Head, fielding it mid off, and there is no run.
I think if it had been run out there, Joe, I'd have just said, look, Australia's not for you.
Well, that would be a tough one, wouldn't it? But you're right, you have to stretch to get back. I mean, people say you should never be run out backing up like that, but it's hit hard. You are backing up. Your momentum takes you forward out of the crease. It's largely speaking unlucky. And how many times it happened to you in your career? Do you remember any occasion? I mean,
I'm sure Zoltz will pull up 3 or 4, but I don't remember any.
You can go through your whole career, it never happened to you. Boland to Pope. Pope drives, that's 4. Through straight mid-off. Well, England have dealt with Boland pretty well this morning. It's Stark who's been the threat.
Well, I've seen Boland bowl so many spells here in Australia over the course of the last few years. I don't recollect him bowling so many half volleys as he has done inside. His 3.5 overs, 0 for 29. So England feel they can get to Boland. It's not the seam movement, there's no nip. And he's bowling that full of length and he's getting it too full.
Last ball of the 8th over. 2 different games going on out there at the moment. One at Stark's end, one at Boland's. Boland bowls to Pope. It's outside the off stump. He leaves it through to Carey. We've had 8 overs. Plenty of drama already. 39 for 2. Root yet to score. Pope on 18. More from Michael. And then for the first time in this Test series, it will be Jim Maxwell.
Well, it's been the start that we all expected. In terms of drama, that's what you get with this England side. They play in such a flamboyant way. They're scoring at 5s, but they've lost the 2 wickets. I know there's a couple of Aussies, as Jim joins us, just slightly nervous because Rodney Hodd has said that Joe Root is England's weakest link, and Mark Waugh has said that Ollie Pope is England's weakest link, and they're both out there batting. And Ollie Pope's moved to 18 from 20. How are you, Jim?
Michael, I'm very well, and you? You've been enjoying your time here? You watching your son play some cricket?
I have. I've been in Sydney. I've been enjoying the likes of Mosman. Went to Waverley Oval the other day as well to see the East.
That's the place.
Play. Yep.
Here's Mr. Stark. He's running in and he's bowling wide of the off stump. It bounces through to the keeper. So, yes, no, I heard about the game you saw with Archie Vaughan scoring some runs for Mossman. And there was a Zach Haddon in the eastern suburbs side who bowls left arm unorthodox and bats right-handed.
Yeah, he's a good player. He's got great hands in the field, as Zach.
Yeah.
He's a good cricketer. Only 17, he's young.
We've got a few of them, you know. There are quite a few. They're not yet ready at this level, but the next few years we'll see them spill through as this side continues to age a little bit more. But they're still looking all right at the moment. Strike bowler Stark, 2 wickets. Now, we've got him running in to bowl to Root wide of the off stump. And he watches it fly through to the keeper. So what have you made of the Crawley and Duckett dismissals after winning the toss and batting?
Yeah, well, that surprised me. I'm glad they've done it because it's the right call. Ben Duckett's got out to a decent ball.
He's batting beautifully.
Beautiful, full and straight from Stark. Just the pace. Stark's bowled tremendously well. Zach Crawley, he's just done what Zach Crawley does.
Yeah.
You know, you pitch it up. There's a bit of movement there. So it was the shortest ball that Stark had bowled in that first over. It was nowhere near there to drive.
That's what he does. And when it hits the middle, it's delightful. It didn't. Stark comes up, Root back across, leaving it alone. And to a point, he was a little unlucky in that if it hadn't have gone into the breadbasket of Kawaja, I don't know whether he would have held it. He juggled it anyway. So he had the misfortune, whatever you want to describe it, of nicking it straight to first slip. It wasn't right or left, straight to him, and that was a huge moment. But the atmosphere here is palpable. I mean, this is so good. The opening ceremony, whatever you wanted to call it, was the best I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, the whole build-up this week has been it's been bigger than I've ever known it for an Ashes series.
Now, more of Stark. He bowls to Root, and Root's back. He flashes at this, and he knocks it down. He went after it. Just got slightly cramped on the cut and hit it to point.
Yeah, I think that's the shot that Australia won't mind seeing from Joe Root. That kind of straight-batted punch through backward point. Extra bit of bounce. We've seen it many times where the ball finds the outside edge and it flies. In the UK, when the ball bounces a little bit lower, you can get away with that shot. And so far from Stark, unless he's lining him up for the straight one, they've been bowling into that channel to Joe Root. Just outside off stump, 5th and 6th stump. that cordon of Khawaja, Smith, Marnus, and then the huge Cameron Green are ready for that outside edge.
2 for 39. Pope 18. Root hasn't scored, and he was almost run out a moment ago. Here comes Stark to bowl, and he's straightened up and he's caught in the slips. He's out. Another outstanding delivery from Mitchell Stark. He's leading the attack. He's got 3 wickets. He squared up Joe Root, and it was nicked into the slip cordon, and Marnus Labuschagne swallowed it. Beautiful bowling from Stark, and Marnus Labuschagne took a pretty straightforward catch, and Stark now has 3 for.
He's bowling beautifully. That's a good ball. It's just gone across Joe Root. One of the first ones that he's bowled straight. He's been leaving it outside off stump. He's been channeling him, and then all of a sudden he bowls a straight one. There's a bit of angle from over the wicket, then a bit more nip. And inside the first 9 overs, Australia have got 3, and 2 of England's top 4 are on a pair. Zach Crawley and now England's best player, Joe Root.
Good toss to lose.
I think, you could argue that, but it's...
Yeah.
You know, we've seen
I'm joking, but the bowling has been damn good.
Well, I think from one end it's been world-class. We saw Bumrah here last year, Jim Bowl. Some balls and some spells that were up there with the greatest, and Mitchell Stark's producing an incredible spell here, and at the other end, Scott Boland looks quite nice to face.
Looks like a medium pacer.
Now, Harry Brook.
Yeah, here we go. What are we going to see today?
Who knows, but he's got a little bit of genius in him, Harry Brook. But this is different. When you walk out into this arena, about 50-odd thousand, the build-up's been incredible in terms of the hype, headlines, front page, back page, middle pages. And then you've just got to try and find your calmness. You've just got to try and forget everything that's around it and just watch that ball and play. And it's not as easy as you think.
Yeah, the pitch is a lot firmer, calmer than it was a year ago when it was a bit underprepared, a bit damp. But there's still bounce. That bounce, when you've got really good bowlers like Stark, can make a difference. And Brooks going through his playing into the mirror at the moment as he organises his brain and his body to get into a position to take on Stark. Stark, all 3 wickets. Here we go. He rumbles in from the northern end, and Brook is forward and dots it away on the offside, and Lyon collects it, and that is the end of the over. So it's 3 for 39. Pope is 18. And Crawley out for a duck, and Duck at 21.
This is Mitchell Stark's best opening spell against England. 3 for 10 so far from 5 overs with 3 maidens. Only once in his Test career previously had he taken more than 2 wickets in an opening spell. That was an extraordinary spell of 6 for 9 against West Indies earlier this year when the West Indies were bowled out for 27. And it's the second consecutive Ashes tour that Joe Root has begun with a duck. He was dismissed by Josh Hazlewood in the first innings in Brisbane 4 years ago for a 9-ball naught caught by Warner.
So here we go. One of the 2 debutants for Australia, Brendan Doggett, who's come from nowhere to the age of 31 and a Test cap for Australia. He wasn't one of those pathway players or under-19 specialists. He just came out of community cricket and rose through the ranks to this.
Yeah, it's a great story. Here he goes.
He bowls a good outswinger. Here he comes. He bowls the ball. He drives that and he's caught behind. Does the appeal not out? That beat him on the inside.
Well, Steve Smith thinks he's got a feather on this. He's at second slip trying to convince Alex Carey. He's trying to convince Marnus Labuschagne.
No, he's got no support. No support for DRS.
Well, I just think, when you've waited so long, and he's had a few injuries, but he's got 190 wickets in first-class cricket at 26. So he clearly can play. Weatherall's 31 as well. You mentioned the outswing, and that was a nip backer, Jim. He's trying to con us.
It was a good seed. It did him cold, and he was lucky not to be bowled. It went straight over the stumps, past the inside edge. You can hear the oohing and ahhing from the crowd who are watching replays. So Pope survives. What a first ball. Doggett goes in and hits him on the body a little bit high up. He's back and across, and it rolls away quietly on the offside. But
2 balls from Doggett have been a lot better than the balls we saw from Boland so far.
Well, they've been more likely, yes.
Bit of nip, bit of seam back into Ollie Pope.
Yep.
Yeah, Weatherall, what's he, 31 as well?
Yes.
I've been with Huss this week, and you kind of forget that Hussey made his Test debut when he was 30. 15,500 Test runs he'd got before he made his debut. Ended up with 79 Tests.
Doggett, third ball, goes in, and Pope is leaving a wider delivery outside the off stump. He's a tall man, right arm fastish. He does sometimes bowl an outswinger, but
he hasn't seen it yet.
He hasn't bowled it yet. Yes.
No, but you look at his Shield wickets in recent series: 32 in 23, 24 at 21, 33 in 24, 25 at 24 this year. 13 wickets at 14 apiece. So he's the form bowler in Shield cricket.
Nice smooth action. He runs into Pope. Pope digs it out. He's on the pad, not out. I think there was a nick on that. I think he got a little inside edge. You could hear it in the effects microphone. The umpire, Mr. Mennon's not moved to raise a finger. But again, he's on target. That was close.
Well, he's bowling a brilliant length, and he's just found his rhythm straight away. Dare I say, inside edge saves Ollie Pope. He's bowling like deliveries from the last tour.
Yep. And he's a bit faster. 3 slips and a gully. Then a kind of ring field. Doggett on debut. He's serving it up. He goes in and down the leg side. It's flicked away down to the boundary for 4 leg byes. Yeah, just slightly offline, and he waited for it, brushed his pad, and went very fine past Carey. And the score goes to a healthier 3 for 43 after England won the toss and batted. Brendan Doggett on debut. And it's unusual, if you think back over the years, for someone of this age to be making their debut as a fast bowler. Normally they get him very early. Doggett in again, outside the off stump, and that's a good over. A very, very good over bowled by Brendan Doggett on debut, and he's getting the support of this big, big crowd, near 50,000, and they've seen England lose 3 wickets inside an hour.
Yeah, that's a class first over. Perfect length line. One ball just off the pads down to the boundary, but yeah, sharp. About what, 138 was it? 139 kilometres an hour. But it's that nip back into Ollie Pope. Harry Brook, every time I watch him bat, I kind of study him to think, does he give it any cues of what he's going to do? He loves to dance down and whack the seamers, and he does it early in an innings on a regular basis. He likes to counter-attack.
So we're back to Brook on strike. Just got out there a few moments ago. Stark continues. He charges him, and he hits him somewhere on the offside, just as Michael suggested. He didn't get all of that, as he got enough to send it out to the boundary. It's overhauled just inside. They could take a 4th, but they don't. Wow. That was fascinating to watch. And you thought, what is going to happen here? Is he going to make a monkey of himself and miscue? Well, he did miscue, but he got away with it. Yeah, that's deep cover.
Jim, that's what he does. He just he backs himself to hit the ball. He's got out playing it a couple of times. I noticed in the Lilac Hill warm-up game he got out playing that shot.
Yep.
Got out in a similar way against India at the Oval as well.
Yes, I don't know whether Utton and Sutcliffe would have got off the mark like that. Here comes Stark. He's bowling to Pope. He lets it go outside the off stump. So Brook 3, it says in the scorebook, but it doesn't quite tell you how he got the 3. But that was a bit chancy.
Yeah, it's a risk. It really is, and it's a very unconventional way of playing Test match cricket, but that's the way he plays. I guess Baz McCullum would have played that way. Baz back in the day used to dance down and try and whack the seamers.
First scoring shot?
Look, I think it's mad. It's crackers, but you know that's the way that Harry Brook goes about his business.
Yep. Well, if it comes off, we're going to be richly entertained, as they say. And he's got a lot of English fans. I think I ran into a couple of thousand of them last night. They're all over the place in Perth. As Stark goes in again, and it's squeezed and driven on the bounce down towards mid-off, but not through the field. So 3 for 46. England deciding not to play Bashir, as most thought, and they've gone in with 5 pace bowlers. Insurance for Wood. Will he be up to it? We will see. And Glenn McGrath, it's lovely to see you. Although we're in the BBC box and not the ABC box, but here you are, and it's good to have you on board.
Yeah,
you
g'day,
all
Jim.
right? You're managing
always good,
okay?
mate. Never better.
Yeah.
So, g'day, listeners. It's always enjoyed TMS. Something special about it, I think. And the Australians have started well, haven't they? Mitchell Starc especially.
Here he comes again. He's bowling, and Pope is in behind the line. So Starc at one end, not so hot at the other than Doggett's opening over. What have you made of the bowling at each end?
Yeah, no, I think Mitchell Starc started well. I thought maybe they should have started with Doggett from giving the new ball, get him into the game straight away, and then bring Scotty Boland on from Mitchell Starc. That's probably the preferred end for a fast bowler. So, I just thought they bowled a little bit... Scotty Boland bowled a little bit too full, which sometimes goes against what people say in Australia. You've got to bowl fuller rather than shorter, but England there, it's a big challenge for them.
Starc bowling wide of the off stump. This is his 6th over, so it might be enough as we head towards a drinks break, I would think, at the end of the over. But it's a fine, warmish but not really hot day. It's less than 30 degrees. So that's a good thing, I suppose. Certainly in terms of the pitch.
Yeah, no, it's quite pleasant out there and not too hot, especially for the batsman under the helmet there. And, Ollie Pope, he started quite well. They're looking to use, come down, change the length of the bowlers. And Harry Brook showed there that second ball what he's prepared to do. So they're not going to sit back and wait for the Australian to bowl to. They're going to go hard at him as Bazball is.
Starc bowls short, uppercut. Flies down to the boundary, a third man. He got across and under that, helped it on its way. Starc has hit for a 4. The 50 comes up, and at the end of that over, it will be time for some refreshments for the players. Pope is 22. Brook is on 3. With Crawley out, caught by Khawaja off Starc for a duck. Duckett LBW to Starc for 21, and Root caught by Labuschagne from Starc, a third slip for a duck. I'm going to make way. Glenn McGrath is here to tell you about what's been going on. Almost 50,000 fans in here. It's been rollicking at this Perth stadium, and it's been tremendous to be back involved with Ashes cricket. Simon Mann is going to come in and join Glenn in a moment.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. It's a beautiful day here in Perth, isn't it? Perfect day for cricket. Good crowd already. A lot of English out here. Perth being sometimes the first port of call from England. They've got a big community and they're all coming out and supporting England here. They've kept the scoreboard ticking over. 11 overs gone, 50 runs on the board. So, they're the way Bazball and the way the England play, even if they lose a few wickets, the scoreboard's ticking over the whole time. Isn't that right, Simon?
Indeed. So what are they scoring at? 4.5 and over, but they've lost
3 wickets.
3 wickets.
Yeah. So 3 big wickets and the big one of Joe Root. There's a lot expected of Joe, and is he going to score his first 100 in Australia this trip? And unfortunately today's not the day. But Mitchell Starc, he has bowled well this morning.
Yeah. One thing about Matthew Hayden's comment about walking around the MCG without any clothes on, his Root doesn't get 100. Of course, the 4th test is at the MCG, the 5th test is at Sydney. So,
he's got to come back to the MCG.
Well, exactly, and he could do it at midnight, with no one around.
Yeah. Well, Matthew Hayden, he loves getting his clothes off anyway, so maybe he's secretly hoping that Joe Root doesn't get 100. But, that's Matty Hayden, the comments he makes, he's out there a bit.
Yeah.
Haydos.
I'm not sure, I don't know. It's one of those things you say, perhaps in the heat of the moment, and you regret later. But we'll see how it progresses.
Well, there's still a lot of time to go in this series, and Joe Root, he's just such a class player, isn't he?
But it's 1 down, 9 to go.
Yeah. So, and each one you don't get it. You wonder if the pressure gets on it more, or whether he does get one early, and then it just opens the floodgates and he gets 2 or 3. So, yeah, it's Ashes cricket, isn't it, Simon? This is what we love.
Oh, if you look ahead, you think somewhere like Adelaide might be an option where, I mean, it's traditionally the best batting pitch in Australia, but we'll see what the curator comes up with for that one. Right, the players have broken away from their drinks huddle. It's a wonderful sight here. I mean, it's the bowl of a stadium, 3 tiers, sold out for the first 3 days, perfect weather. There's a hint of a shower, I think, later in the game, but we can make time up as well, so you don't feel that will be an issue as it is sometimes in England. 50 for 3. You feel it's going to go one way or the other over the next 3, 4, possibly 5 days. Brendan Doggett, his test debut, bowled a good first over. He's back now for his second over.
That first ball was couldn't have missed the off bail by much.
He's going to be bowling to Harry Brook. 3 slips and a gully. Doggett bowls to Brook. It's very full. It's dug out, and Doggett fields in his follow through, and there's no run. Just looking at around the ground, some of the ground is in sunshine, and where you are sitting in the sun, a few of the seats are empty, and almost as people say, I need to get out of it and just stand at the back or something, or perhaps try and find somewhere else to sit. Perhaps also as well people going off for drinks and a bit of a relief during the drinks break. But it's been an intense first hour of this test match, as we expected it would be, I think. Here's Doggett bowling and Brook driving, not quite timing. There's a deepish mid-off in play for Australia. Well, that's an unusual position. Travis Head's almost like a one-day position. It's not quite mid-off, not quite long off, but deep for Brook, and goes round to field, and Brook gets a single. He goes to 4. England are 51 for 3. If you are just waking up in the middle of the night and switching on, Crawley and Root out for 0, Duckett for 21, all 3 wickets to Mitchell Starc. If you have just woken up, don't switch off, because I'm another 55 minutes to go until lunch. We've had plenty of drama so far, and probably more to come. Here is Pope defending Doggett's latest delivery into the offside. It's picked up at cover.
Yeah, it's hitting high on the bat here. Doggett, he's not a short man, but he gets good bounce, and we've seen that here already. I thought they probably should have started with him rather than bowl it, but he's got his opportunity now. He's been around the Australian team in the squad, in and out since I think about 2018. So he's been around for a while, and he gets his opportunity here today.
At the age of 31, as does Weatherald at 31, Doggett bowls, forward goes Pope, stabbing defensive shot into the offside. And before the game, Andy Zaltzman came up with a stat. Was it 1946 Zaltz since 2 players made their debut in an Ashes test? What was the stat?
No, it's just Australia having 2 debutants over the age of 30. It's only the 5th time in their test history. The first was the first ever test match in 1877, which you could understand. There was another one in the 1880s. This is the first since the first test after the Second World War in 1946 in New Zealand.
Doggett bowls, and Pope is forward, stabbing that away towards Green in the gully, who missed field. You don't see that happen very often. Gets to his feet, chases after it, sliding stop, picks it up, sends in return, and Pope gets a bonus single. It takes him to 23 and a score to 52 for 3.
The 2 occasions in the 1920s. One was, I think, the first test of the series, the first series after the First World War. So it's very, very rare for Australia to have 2 debutants over the age of 30. The last time in an Ashes test was Sydney in 1924. And I've got quite a nice stat on Mitchell Starc's opening spell. Comes after this next delivery.
Australia with 2 men back. One of them, no surprise, deep back with square leg, but that almost long off in as Brook gives himself some room and hammers this through backward point for 4. Well, manufacturing that, Harry Brook, located somewhere near the middle of the bat, and that's another boundary. Now Brook taking it on early. We've seen him step away and hit the ball through the offside twice now, and he is on to 8. One went for 3, and that one went for 4, and it was off the stumps. That, I mean, it wasn't a bad ball, just giving himself some room and manoeuvring it through the offside. 56 for 3 at the end of Doggett's second over.
Well, Brendan McCullum, the England coach, wants his players to play without fear, and there's no fear in Harry Brook here. He's got a great eye, he's a quality player. I think he's a special player, but that one there, I think he might have been expecting a short ball, and he was just going to ramp it down to third man, but he kept his eyes on it and just hit it through the vacant off behind square. So, taking him on already.
Yeah, rather than perhaps going leg side on the short ball. I mean, it's noticeable actually, the fielder who's at deep square leg, he's still a long way in from the rope because it's a big boundary out there.
Yeah.
Right, Boland's switching ends. He bowled at the commentary box end. He's now going to the Justin Langer stand end. Does this stand have a name? I can't see one, but Justin's name is up there at the far end. He looks as though he's got it all to himself. Boland into bowl to Pope. He's there on 23. 3 slips, a gully, 4 saving 1 and a fine leg. Boland bowls to Pope, who leaves it outside the off stump. So Mitchell Stark.
His first spell, 3 for 17 from 6 overs with 3 maidens. The second best opening spell in Ashes cricket since 1981, when Terry Alderman had 4 for 68 at Trent Bridge in a marathon spell of 24 overs. Stuart Broad's 8 for 15 is the only opening spell better than that. Glenn had a couple of 3-wicket opening spells for slightly more runs than Stark went for today. But in terms of the opening test of the series and the first innings,
Boland rolling in from the far end, bowls to Pope, who leaves that one, and it's through to Carey.
It's the first time a bowler in the first innings of the first test of an Ashes series has taken a 3 in a spell since Darren Gough on a dramatic morning at Edgbaston in 1997, when Australia, I think, were 8 down at lunch. Series that ended 3-2 to Australia, England winning the first and last test. But in Australia, it's the first 3-wicket opening spell to begin a series since 1978-9, when Bob Willis took 3 for 28.
56 for 3. Pope waits, Boland bowls, and outside the off stump, and Pope not taking that one on, allowing it to go through to Alex Carey.
Prior to that, so this is 3-wicket opening spells in the first test of an Ashes in Australia. You've got to go back to 1936, Australia's Ernie McCormick in Brisbane, also 3 for 17, and the other instances were all in the 19th century, won by Tom Richardson for England in 1894, and then Charles the Terror Turner crops up in a lot of stats. And
He's made it.
JJ
First
Ferris.
Session of the match.
1887.
The Terror is in. By the way, if you want to watch the start wickets fallen, they're on the BBC Sport website and app, and we have a full highlight show on the BBC iPlayer from 5 o'clock in the afternoon, so 5 p.m. Boland to Pope. Pope defends. It's a steady comeback over from Boland from the far end. Pope, a more conservative player. Okay, he will play his shots, but he's a bit more conservative. He's also a player in form. Those runs in the warm-up game, and he's got that determination. The feeling is, of all the top 7, his place has been under threat with the emergence, sort of up and down sort of emergence really of Jacob Bethel, who's had some success but a bit of failure as well. Hasn't played that much cricket. Pope's 23. Still early days for him though. Boland bowls, and Pope forces it back past the bowler for runs up towards the long off boundary. Chases on for Travis Head. He will overhaul it just inside the rope, and we have another 3. Got a few of those this morning, and we'll have a few of them during the game as well, because of the nature of this outfield. It's not lightning quick despite the sunshine and dryish weather. There was a bit of rain around the other day. I think there's been a bit of rain around before we got here as well. But it's been it's a nice climate in Perth.
But this outfield is quite slow. It's probably the slowest I've seen it, and especially when you go across the river there to the Wacker. The old Wacker outfield was lightning, so you don't run many 3s there. They're just, you get it through the outfield, it's 4, whereas here, very slow.
Boland bowls to Brook, and Brook takes one hand off the bat there in defence, as if he was surprised by the bounce, and then after that he plays a huge pull drive shot. If he played that shot to that ball, he'd have been looking to hit it over deep back of square leg for 6, albeit a big boundary down there. Anyway, he defended it. It's the end of Boland's over, so England scoring quickly but losing 3 wickets. We've had 13 overs of this match, and it's 59 for 3. We'll keep an eye on the over rate during the game. I can't imagine England are going to be very rapid through their overs with their bowling attack. The 5 pace bowlers, there could be a few World Test Championship points deducted.
Yep. No, it's not going to be quick over rate here. And the other thing, you're looking at Pope. Pope's going along nicely here, and then Brooks coming in, showing intent already. So maybe Pope just sort of works it around, and Brooks takes on the bowler.
Doggett bowls. Oh, and Pope plays an extraordinary shot there, where the ball, I think, goes past the inside edge again.
Yep.
It nips back through to Carey, and Pope immediately comes down the pitch and then does some gardening. Doggett started well. He seemed to cut back and bounce a bit and surprised Pope. He was looking to play a sort of back cut.
Yeah, it's interesting because that first over that Doggett bowled to Pope, it was seaming around, but he wasn't listening to me before when I said he should just sort of keep turning the score over and let Brook play the shots. They're both keen to take them on.
Doggett bowls, Pope's forward, playing back to the bowler. There's sanity there. Conservative stroke from Pope. No run. 59 for 3. You can contact us as well on WhatsApp. 03301 231 826. Or you can email us tms@bbc.co.uk. It might take a bit of time for you to get used to the number. 03301 231 826. It's like when people leave you a message on their phone and they say, give me a quick call back, and they rattle through the number. It's too late. You get pen and paper. Pope brushes that through mid-wicket, runs for him there, and he's hit that sweetly. I think that will be 4. It is.
Yep.
Through wide mid-on. It's just occasionally the ball seems to just slow up over this outfield. Other parts of it, the ball goes quickly. It's nicely timed though by Ollie Pope. Doggett going full, and Pope clipping it away takes him to 30, and England 63 for 3 after Crawley was out for 0 in the first over to Stark. Duckett was LBW to start for 21, and Root nicked to Labuschagne at third slip off Stark for 0. 39 for 3. It's now 63 for 3. Doggett tries again, bowls to Pope, very full down the leg side. Pope tries to clip it away, misses it. It's taken by Carey. Well, you had a chance to assess this pitch, Glenn. What have you made of it? What sort of surface is it? Is it a pitch on which you're always in the game as a bowling side, or is it actually pretty good for batting?
No, I think it's a good cricket wicket. There's enough in it there for the fast bowlers. There's pace, there's carry, and there's a little bit of sideways movement that we've seen predominantly from this end that Doggett's bowling. But it's coming on nicely. England's had the scoreboard ticking over, and as you would probably hope, the first session of a test match, there's got to be probably a little bit more in it for the bowlers. The batsmen need to work hard, get through that new ball. It's a new pitch, and if you get through to lunch without too much damage, that's when you score runs. So I think it's a good cricket wicket, this one.
Doggett bowls wide of off stump, slapped away by Pope through backward point, chases on for Green. Again, the ball slowing up down there. Different parts of the ground do seem quicker than others. That's a slow part down there. And we've had another 3 runs.
That looked like it was going to go to the boundary in the last sort of 3 or 4 metres. It just put the brakes on massively. So, slow outfield, especially down that quarter.
So the score advances to 66 for 3. Sean in London has messaged us. I was patting myself on the back for giving birth 3 weeks ago so that night feeds would coincide with peak ashes. Now we're here and the baby was sick on me between the first and second balls. I think they're 3 wickets down. I'm not sure he's the best mascot. Well, it's a bit early to give up on your newborn, Sean. 66 for 3. Here's Doggett bowling short. We haven't seen many of those so far, short deliveries. And Brook ducks underneath it and then plays a pull shot after the ball has gone past. Now Brook's on 8. Pope is on 33. 66 for 3. We've had 14 overs of high octane cricket on the first day of this Ashes series. More from Glenn and then Jonathan.
That's one of the first bounces we've seen. I thought Australia might have targeted Harry Brook with a bit more short stuff as soon as he came in. He looks like he's prepared to take it take the fast bowlers on, the short pitch bowling on. And with these outfields a little bit bigger, I was keen to see how Harry Brook would take it, how he'd go, whether he'd take on the hook shot, the pull shot, or whether he'd give himself room. So he's still out there. Scoreboard's ticking over.
Well, it's a fascinating passage of play, isn't it? Here's Boland, and he bowls to Pope. On the front foot, steals a single there. Good running between those two. Ball is creeping a few yards into the offside. Right in front of Lyon, who hasn't bowled yet. He's picked the ball up there, giving it a polish. And it's 67 for 3 in the 15th over. England choosing to bat first, and I think there's little doubt that was the right decision. Looking at the way the pitch has played, it's not a little bit, but nothing too dramatic, has it? But they've lost those 3 wickets, and they're big wickets too. Crawley, Duckett, Root for a duck.
Well, Steve Smith said if he had won the toss, he would have batted as well. It's that type of wicket.
Yeah. Boland bowls, and Brook flicks him out into the leg side. Finds the fielder at square leg, just in front of square. Close to Nitin Menon, who's the umpire down at this end. And it's 67 for 3. Wonderful sound out there. We have an open window here, and as the noise of the crowd comes through. Mainly Australian cheers this morning, but there's a good England contingent here. 67 for 3. Boland again comes up, bowls. Brooks had another mighty swipe at this. I don't know. I mean, what do you say? If it comes off, you say, well, great. But if you get out to that and you're 67 for 4.
What sort of shot's that? What would you call that?
I don't know. It's a horrible shot. It's a slog, isn't it? It's a complete slog. But he just does this, and we've seen a couple of eccentric strokes from him already in this innings, but he's got so much talent. Does he need to play a shot like that?
Just got to find that balance.
Yeah,
I think.
Boland again moves in, bowls to him, and this time he just stands up on his toes and blocks the ball into the offside. It's as if he's trying to put the bowler off almost, isn't it? He's just trying to do something crazy just at any moment, and then the next ball he just plays it like that. When that was a ball to a pull.
Yeah, so is he premeditating? If he's already got a shot, what shot he's going to play before the bowler's bowled it? You're right. The previous shot would have been perfect for that one, and that block would have been perfect for the ball before. So it's a bit of a numbers game, is it? So when you
look at the field, got a long off.
Yeah,
got a long off. They've got a deep square leg. See, I thought they'd go short at him early because he does try and take on the short ball. So he's hits it in the air.
He's going to give himself room here, Brook, and try to.
Yeah, there's a fine third.
They've got a third though.
Yeah. Boland again runs in and bowls, and is full. He drives it straight past an outstretched leg, testing mid-off, who can't get there. He's really thumped that down the ground. The bluff there from Boland with the field set for a bouncer. Deep square leg, long leg, third man, quite fine, and then he's drilled that half volley straight down the ground.
Yeah, that surprised me a little bit, the length Scott Boland has bowled this morning. He's really bowled a lot of half volleys, and this English batting lineup, you get a half volley, they're not going to just block it back to you, are they?
No. 71 for 3. Here's the last ball of the over. Boland comes in. Brooks. Well, he's running away to the leg side there. I think he was anticipating the short ball and a ramp, basically.
Yeah.
But Boland pitched it up, followed him down the leg side. And, it's an extraordinary innings so far from Harry Brook. I mean, whether he's just ticking, I don't know. Whether he just needs to settle down a little bit. But it's certainly entertaining. He's on 12 from 12 balls. Pope 34 from 45 balls. But he's just drifting in and out of sleep. And, England away to a terrible start. 0 for 1. Crawley was out for a duck. Duckett 21. And then Root caught at third slip also for 0, having almost been run out. Backing up, that would have been a
he did well to get back, Joe Root did.
He did. So we've got Doggett now on his debut. He's bowled nicely so far. Well, that's down the leg side, and Pope brushes it away off his pads. Rolls away down to the fielder in the distance. Tosses it back in. It's 72 for 3, and Pope moves on to 35. I like the look of Doggett, actually. It's a shortish run. He doesn't run too far. But,
he bowls good areas. He's deceptive in pace.
Yeah, I think so.
He carries through and he hits the seam. We've already seen this morning he's got more sideways movement than any of the other Australian bowlers.
Well, is he going to go short here to Brook? Because there's a deep square leg again. Square third man. He runs in bowls and Brook stands up and just plays that calmly away to mid-on's right hand. Mitchell Stark, who I suspect has been placed there intentionally so he can talk to the debutant from reasonably close range.
Yeah, a little more smarter cricket there. That was more intelligent. He's played a few big shots. He's got the fieldsman back on the boundary. Now you just work the turn the strike over and get the scoreboard continuing to just tick over. So that was a little bit smarter cricket there.
And interesting too, a slip's coming out for Pope. So third slip is now coming out to a fairly straight extra cover. There's a backward point. And he goes again, bowls down the leg side, lost his direction there. Pope couldn't do anything with it. It's 73 for 3. Pope 35, Brook has 13. Two huge ducks up on the scoreboard there. They say you're really obsessed with these ducks in Australia, aren't you? Daddle's the duck, and there's about the size of pelicans, those ones up there on the scoreboard. They're massive ducks alongside Crawley's name and Root's name.
Well, they're sort of same size as
they're enormous,
similar to the 21 below it at the moment.
They're rubbing it in.
I think the Australians have the same size ducks.
Here's the next one. Doggett bowls short. Pope cuts down to backward point for a single. 74 for 3. I think it started with Packer, all the Daddles the duck stuff, isn't it? You're probably too young to remember all that. Daddles the duck used to wander off.
Yeah, no, I remember it.
Yeah.
I'm not as young as you think I am.
Steam pouring out of his ears as someone's out for a duck. And it sort of lived on, isn't it? You don't see a duck on a scoreboard anywhere else in the world.
Don't you?
No.
Just a zero.
Yeah.
Just a big blob.
Yeah.
What's better?
The duck's got a bit of a prod to it, hasn't it?
Bit of character to it.
Yeah. Doggett runs up now and he bowls, and Brook plays that one-handed. Away into the leg side, might have come off the thigh pad there. A bit of extra bounce. Yep, onto umpire Menon swats away a fly quite casually, and now taps his right thigh a couple of times. Umpire Menon from India, of course. 75 for 3 with the ball to go in the 16th over. So it's a very slow over rate, isn't it? We've got half an hour. It's a rather strange hours of play today, and we're starting at 20 past the hour for some reason. I don't know why that should be. But lunch, I think, is at about half an hour. And goes Doggett. Bowls driven hard, not very well timed though. So Stark can swoop in from mid-on to do the fielding. And that ends the over at 75 for 3. 16 overs gone. So yeah, with half an hour to go, they might get another 6 in. So it's
going to be a slow over rate. I think this whole Test match, maybe the whole Test series, is going to be very slow. We're not getting through 90 overs a day, even with the extra half-hour play at the end of each day, which is a little bit of a concern.
Yeah, it is. So what's happening at the far end? Boland's going to continue. There's a gathering down there. Travis Head is offering him some words of encouragement there from mid-off. There's 2 slips and a gully. Third man, it's actually, given the score, quite a defensive field this. But square leg is up. So they're not going to try that hook trap unless they go for the bluff again. Third man's fairly square. Brook twiddles his bat. Settles in now, a few taps at the ground with his bat. There's another one. Bat raised now. Boland's on his way. He comes trudging in and bowls on a length round about Midland leg, and Brook plays him calmly with a straight bat down to Stark, who's fielding at mid-on. All these English flags pinned to the fence around the ground. It's remarkable, really.
There's a lot, isn't there?
They must have been in early to bag the spot. I don't know quite how the etiquette works, because looking around the first row of seats, in other words behind the flags, there's a lot of Australian hats there, So it's not as though you sit there, that's your seat, and you put your flag in front of where you sit. Here's Boland, and Brook gets an inside edge there, just for a moment, looked anxiously behind him to make sure the ball hadn't rolled into his stumps. It's picked up by Weatherald coming in from square leg. So presumably you pin your flag up.
Then go and find your seat.
Yeah, and then you hope the flag's still there when you come back later on, I suppose. And perhaps it stays there all game.
Maybe. I'm not sure Australians going to pick it up and take it home with them, are they?
I don't know. An unlikely souvenir.
Well, Harry Brooks, he's defended the last 2 balls.
Yeah.
So, numbers game.
The long
big
off
shots.
That long off's a curious spot, isn't it?
Yeah. The big shot's coming.
Yeah. Square leg is saving a single. Boland on his way, bowls on leg stump, turned away up to mid-on. And there's no run, and now mid-off comes up. It's as if Smith's playing with him here. That fielder is in and out and up and down.
Yeah, and then he's sort of in, he's back, he's 3/4.
Yeah.
It's
sort of cricketing hokey-cokey.
Steve Smith. I think he enjoys being captain. He'll enjoy captaining this test match. He's got a very good cricket brain when it comes to field settings and sort of thought processes, game plans.
Well, he's a second slip at the moment as Boland on his way moves in bowls to Brook. He plays that late, steers the ball to Green, who's quite fine there at gully. Brook trying to run that ball down towards third man.
Oh, 4 dot balls. Brook wouldn't play up many maiden overs, would he?
It's going back again now.
Oh, no ball.
Oh, yes. So long off in position again. He's literally, every ball he's come in and out, as if they really are playing with Brook's mind here. There's 2 balls to go in the over.
3.
3, is it? Oh, he's on 13.
No ball.
Yes, the border's a bit late picking that up, I think. 75 for 3. So Boland bowls, and it's full on the leg stump, clipped firmly, and Stark rolls over and over there at mid-on. Nice acrobatic stop from the tall fast bowler. A little worryingly there, is down on one knee. He's stretching something out, and there's an anxious little stroll over there from who's that fielder? That's Weatherald coming over to make sure he's okay.
A little bit of a cramp.
Yeah.
But this first session, you don't want to have too many cramps, though, do you?
No.
And it's not a hot day out there. I think it's probably perfect day.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I mean, it feels like a beautiful batting day, to be honest. He did stretch something off there, though. Looking at them, TV have picked that up. They're looking at the replay of it. Boland moves in, bowls, and Brook again just stands where he is, really, and just prods the ball away out into the offside. I'm just watching Stark, see if he does anything between balls, but no, I think he's okay. It's usually a time that if you are a bit worried about something that you might just stretch now, but...
Yeah, you don't want to lose one of your main...
Oh, hang on, look.
Stretching again.
He's down again. That looks like left calf or something like that.
Left calf, maybe ankle, just loosening up a bit.
It's often a giveaway, though, and he's put a hand out there as if someone maybe down here is asking if he's all right from the Australian dugout. Boland bowls, and Brook again. There was a single, he's sent back. Oh, he does, diving back into his ground. The throw misses.
Oh, always one there.
And now he's got a single that Pope said no, as he's pushed away with a dead bat into the offside. I think he was in his ground as the underarm throw came in from cover. But just a little bit harum-scarum, and Brook keeps the strike. So 77 for 3. Good to see you, Glenn. I'll catch you later. Brook 14. Pope has 36. And the men out. Crawley in the first over for a duck. It's a familiar start for England. And then Duckett for 21. And Root also for a duck. So just to pick up on your stat, I guess I sort of semi-heard it, Andy. Just say, in terms of, I know it was a sarcastic stat regarding England's start in Australia. Did you say it was the fifth best or something like that, or the first?
Oh, third best of the last 5.
Third best of the last 5. There we go. Well, it cheered us up.
Yeah. You've got to look for the positives.
But we're feeling a bit glum at the time. So it was the third best of the last 5 Ashes series here when England were 0 for 1 off the 6th ball?
Yes.
Right. In goes Doggett over the wicket, moves in and bowls to Brook, who's kept the strike after that single off the last ball. And he clips that firmly up to mid-on. And there's no run. Now, where's Mitchell Starc? I'm just looking for Starc. I must look for these quick bowlers who was definitely stretching something off. I think he's down at fine leg now. Alex Hartley's here. Hello, Alex.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Did our wonderful piece of television actually make it onto the airwaves yesterday, do we think, or not?
I don't think so. I think it was scrapped. You must have been boring or something.
What a shame. Well, probably. But I was quite excited about it.
I know, it was a good trial run.
Because you are doing something at the end of play, aren't you?
Yes, I am indeed. It's like an in-vision podcast. Right. Summing up the day's play, and I'll have you and various other people as guests.
I think I'm a bit busy, to be honest. I think if I know where you're going to be, I'm going to go the other way around the ground at the end. In goes Doggett, bowls short, bouncer. And Brook ducks underneath that. 77 for 3.
Well, the beauty of you not being correspondent anymore, you've actually got a lot more free time.
Yeah. I see what you mean. Oh, look, if I'm invited, Alex, I'll be there. But it's sort of a quick, do we call it a quick knock-off? Is that the terminology?
Yeah, I think, we'll knock it out pretty quickly. 8 to 10 minutes, something like that.
Excellent. Do you have to dress up for it? You're on telly.
Can you not tell with my telly outfit today?
Not really.
25 outfits I've had to bring on this trip.
77 for 3. Doggett again runs in, bowls, and that's tucked away by Brook for a single. The fielder at square leg is back. Through they come for one more, so 78 for 3. It's been a gripping morning, hasn't it?
It has. I was about to say it's been a funny old innings from Harry Brook as well, because charging his second ball and slashing the ball through the covers, sort of hearts in your mouth, but then also at times he's looked really comfortable as well. Ollie Pope obviously scoring a century in that warm-up game against the Lions, but he's looked in the middle for me a lot more calm. He wasn't quite as twitchy and jumpy when he first got out to the middle. Normally his first 20 balls, it's like you don't really want to watch them, anything could happen.
Doggett, right arm over the wicket, bowls, Pope drives, doesn't time it, and that's fielded. The ball trickles along the ground to bid off by Travis Head. Gives the ball a good polishing there. And there's no run. 78 for 3. Yes, Neza. I don't know if it was Neza or Neza. He sort of pronounced it different ways, isn't he? He's on mid-on, which is why I was wondering about Mitchell Starc.
I think.
Can you see Mitchell
for Khawaja?
Oh, he could be. Khawaja's not at first slip. It's such a vast field. Here's the next one, and Pope defends, plays that back up the pitch for Doggett to field. It's such a vast thing. Is that Starc way in the distance down there? And you've got your binoculars out.
That is Boland.
Yeah.
Webster's been on for a while, I think, for Khawaja. Webster is at first slip, is a phenomenal slip catcher.
I think Stark's off the field. Now, whether he comes back on again, of course, he might just be a quick of the old physio having a quick see, but he definitely did something in that previous over.
But he did have a smile on his face when he went down to stretch. It wasn't like a worried look.
Doggett runs in and bowls outside the off stump, nicely left by Pope. Good ball again. It's that little bit of movement away. Khawaja's coming back, but I don't see Mitchell Starc coming back at the moment. 78 for 3.
No,
Pope 36, Brook 15.
Webster's staying on the field as well, so Khawaja's.
Yeah, Neza's coming off.
Yeah.
Well, I don't. They can't afford to lose Starc. We've got Nathan Lyon coming on. Smith used him. I had a lovely experience of the day, and please take this the right way for listening, but we often just walk in with a pass and in you go, don't you? Well, I went to watch New South Wales against Victoria the other day at the SCG, and he's queued up with everybody else. It was really nice. It was lovely. Find your seat. Yeah, sit down, buy a ticket, sit down and watch. It was fantastic. Really enjoyed it. But he brought Lyon on. He got a wicket in his first over. And then took him straight off. So he bowled 1 over, 1 for naught.
Did his job.
Off. Yeah.
Break the partnership.
Really interesting.
I went and watched my first cricket game just a couple of years ago. I retired, and I was like, I'll just go and watch Crossy. And then I got into Headingley with my ticket, and it said you're in stand E, seat 45. I was, where on earth do I go? I didn't know where I
know, we're very spoiled.
I know, so spoiled. It was a real eye-opener, actually.
Yeah. I saw Jeff Lawson there, which was nice. Chris Rogers, of course, coach of Victoria, he was there. So caught up with some old friends. That was very nice. Right, so Nathan Lyon then, who's got a good record on this ground, is bowling to Brooke with a long on, but there is also a slip and a short leg. The Lyon moves in, bowls to Brooke, who leans onto the first ball and taps it away quietly out to cover. And there's no run. 78 for 3. Lyon gives the ball a rub on the back of his trousers. There's also a deep mid-wicket. The Lyon moves in, bowls to Brooke, who opens the face of the bat and drives him square. Fielder at, well, sort of backward point there. Slides across the turf and fields. And it's 79 for 3. So we can say, definitely, Mitchell Starc is off the field. He just seemed to tweak something.
Yeah, well, it's got to be the calf, hasn't it, why he's gone off.
Yeah.
But if he's not going to bowl again before lunch, get off and put your feet up, maybe.
Well, yes.
But it would be handy if he could bowl.
Yeah, he can't bowl straight after lunch, though, can he? In comes Pope. Oh, Pope drives that out towards extra cover. And able to take a single. 80 for 3. And only the 19th over. Crawley, Duckett and Root all dismissed. There's 2 big ducks up there on the scoreboard by Crawley's name and also Roots, who was caught at slip off Mitchell Starc. Lyon comes trotting in and he bowls, and that's pushed away for a single, more than that, 2 out into the offside. Runs again for Brooke, who does, he rattles along. 18 now. Again, that fielder goes back a deep mid-wicket. Ground bathed in sunshine. It's an absolutely beautiful day. There's literally one tiny white cloud up there, spoiling otherwise a perfect blue sky. 82 for 3. Lyon again bowls, and back goes Brooke. Picks up another. There's something about Perth's sky. It is always so clear, isn't it? The blue is just like piercing blue colour.
And when you look at it, do you not think it looks really high as well? Do you know what I mean? At home, I think the sky looks lower. No?
Not sure I could work that one out, if I'm honest. It would be the same height, wouldn't it? In comes Lyon again and bowls out to backward point. And they take a single. I'm going to puzzle that one out, Alex.
No.
But I suspect it's known as the atmosphere, isn't it? Is that what it's called? I think it's in the same place. But anyway, thoughts from you, and then you can run that past Simon Mann, who knows much more about these things than I do.
I'm sure Zoltz, do you agree with me that the sky looks...
Well, you're about, 12,000 miles closer to it in the Northern Hemisphere, I think.
Exactly. So clouds bring it a lot lower. Well, it's been a decent partnership between these two, Pope and Brooke, but these two have got to get England through to lunch. I've been really impressed, with how Ollie Pope's built his innings and gone about it as teammates have fallen around him. Hello, Simon.
Hello, right. And hello to Cameron Green as well. Back bowling again. He's had that back surgery. He's been batting a lot this year, not bowling so much. He has bowled in a couple of Shield games. I saw him bowling in the nets the other day. He's good to go. He has been batting higher up, but they can slot him in at number 6. Now he's able to bowl again. Gives them those 4 pace bowlers. It's 84 for 3. We have just under 20 minutes to go until lunch. Just takes a bit of getting used to when play starts at 10:20. But here is Green then. Moves into bowl, and his first ball just surprises Pope a bit. Extra bounce. He's a tall man, but he guides it away down towards deep third. And they are through for a single. Pope goes to 39. It's 85 for 3. Pope, of all England's players this morning, has looked the most assured, and of course there's been a feeling in some quarters throughout the summer his place has been the one most under pressure.
I think he looked a lot less twitchy and jumpy at the crease in his first 20 balls today. Maybe all the talk around will he, won't he play, and it probably might have done him some favours getting the nets.
Green bowls to Brooke, low pull down towards fine leg along the ground. There are 2 men back for the lofted pull shot, fine leg and deep forward square leg. He's lurking really. He's not nowhere near the boundary.
But it's such a vast
Huge,
outfield.
Isn't it, out there? Yeah.
Really slow outfield as well.
Gets a single there. Brooke takes him to 20. England trying to piece it together after being 39 for 3. It's only the 20th over, so they're scoring at 4 and over. The partnership's worth 47. Pope waits for Green. 2 slips in the gully. Green bowls very full, driven by Pope. Down the ground. It's going up towards the rope. That will be 4, and that is the 50 partnership. Green pitching up, and Pope basically hitting it back where it's just come from. Pope to 43.
It's such a lovely shot. He's so still when he plays the ball back down the ground. Waits for it. Beautifully driven back past the bowler.
A 50 partnership in just 10.4 overs at just under 5 and over.
Green turns down beneath us. Sets off again to bowl to Pope. That's full as well. That's driven by Pope for more runs through wide mid-on. 2, possibly 3. They've run 2. It's picked up just inside the rope. They come back for the 3rd. So another 3. And we're going to have plenty of those, I think, in this test match.
Yeah, and this is, in fact, that was Ollie Pope's 5th 3, and it's also now his highest score against Australia. This is his 6th Ashes test previously. First innings 42 at Lords was his best in Australia last time. Began the series with 35 in Brisbane, then 4, 5, 4, 14 and 5 in the rest of the series.
Well, nice to put down a marker at the start of the series, lifts your confidence, but he's one player really in form. Here is Green bowling as a wide delivery, and Brook tries to slap it through the offside, doesn't time it, but does find a small gap away to heads left at mid-off and gets a single. 94 for 3.
You'll be in your element with all these 3s then, Zoltz.
Well, I do love 3s. We had the whole Headingley test, which was a brilliant match in 2023. Not a single 3 in the whole game.
Well, Headingley, the outfield's lightning, isn't it? That's 4, 6 or out at Headingley.
England have scored off the last 10 balls.
So Pope's on 46, Brooks on 21, partnership with 55. Sunny day in Perth, fall from Green, shout for LBW, and Pope's out. Very full, looking to brush it away into the leg side, and Green's got a wicket in his first over. Umpire Nitin Menon raising the finger. The 2 batters are having a chat, and it's been reviewed. Just when England looked to be edging towards some sort of security, Australia have struck again.
Director will have the player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. I've checked the fit landing. It's a fair delivery. Can I have a look at the front and first base?
Well, because this ball's so full, I can't see how it's going to be missing unless it's angling down the leg side.
Ball passes close to the bat. We need to check that with RTS, please. Clear gap as the ball passes the bat. Satisfied. No batting ball. Ball tracking.
Here we go, the ball tracking.
Pitching in line, impact in line, and wicket jumpers call. And making will be staying with your out decision. Stand by your full signal.
Well, the decision upheld. It was just clipping the leg stump. It's umpire's call. Pope's on his way. And Green, Australia's 4th pace bowler, into the attack not long before lunch. Takes another one. So 94 for 4. And Pope, who played very well, is on his way. Out for 46.
Yeah, we were just saying how well he's been playing, but it's brilliantly bowled by Green. Just the fuller delivery. Pope looking to angle the ball into the leg side, falls over a little bit. As we've spoken about so many times, when he does fall over, he's just leaning over. Just doesn't quite get that timing right. Clamps him on the front pad and he's got to go. And England, they built a really nice partnership there between Pope and Brook, and falling or losing one just before lunch. England now 4 down. Australia's session.
Absolutely. Ben Stokes is out there. A few boos around the ground. There's a lot of support for England today, so there was also cheers. It kind of drowned out the boos a bit, but Stokes, who's been like Root actually, pilloried in the local newspaper here, the West Australian. We've got quite a few mentions. Actually quite clever media strategy from them. I mean, they've got lots of social media hits from the stuff they've been putting on their front pages. What was he called? England's cocky captain complainer or something when he arrived.
Well, he's the sort of bloke that loves stuff like that, though. He'd be like, yeah, give me more. Fire more at me.
Well, he wouldn't have wanted to be in before lunch, but he is out there with 10 minutes to go until the break. Crawley out for naught, Root out for naught, Duckett for 21, Pope for 46. 3 for Stark, and now 1 for Green, and Stark is back into the attack. Bowled 6 overs, 3 for 17 earlier. He's going to have one more dart before lunch, possibly a couple of overs from that far Justin Langer end. And he's got Harry Brook in his sights. Then there are 2 men back, deep back of square leg and fine leg. There's also a deep third on the boundary as well. 2 slips in the gully, and here's Stark looking for his 4th wicket. Bowls to Brook way down the leg side. Brook shapes to glance and misses it, and Carey takes it away to his left hand side. I thought Stokes, his body language at the toss, did you note that, Alex? Just stood there with his hands in his pockets. Relaxed. Yeah, trying to give that air of being totally in control and being casual, and then surprised a few by deciding to bat first when England won the toss. During the lunch interval, by the way, do stay with us. We're going to hear from Stokes. We're also going to hear from Brendan McCullum as well, who's been speaking to Tuffers, an exclusive interview. That is a partnership revisited, Tuffers and Brendan McCullum. Here's Stark bowling, and guided into the gully by Brook, picked up by Cameron Green, and there's no run, as they took part in a television series in New Zealand together a few years back, where Tuffers was jumping out of aeroplanes and doing all sorts of horrendous sounding things, bungee jumping and all that. So I think McCullum obviously just probably took it in stride. Tuffers, I think, was terrified.
I would love doing stuff like that. Calling that work and getting to go skydiving.
Well, to me that...
no, not for you.
Not for me. Jumping out of an aeroplane.
Oh, I've done it a few times.
Have you?
Yeah.
What's that feeling like? Just standing on the edge.
It's that feeling's fine. It's thrilling, but it's when you think, are they ever going to open this parachute?
Stark bowls. Brook plays defensively up towards mid-off, and there's no run. So is the parachute going to open, you mean?
Yeah, so you're free falling for what feels like minutes. It must be like 17 seconds. It's not that long. But there is a moment where you're like falling. You go, okay, I'm ready for you to open this parachute now. And then they wait a couple more seconds because they probably know that feeling, and then it's okay.
And then you just float down.
And then you just float, yeah.
You just got to be careful not to break your ankle when you land, is that right?
Yeah, that is a thing where you've got to keep your feet up, apparently. And land on your bum.
94 for 4, England. Stark goes in now and bowls to Brook. He's squared up by that one. He's looking to play that leg side, ends up going offside. He turned around, his feet were towards almost mid-on. Stark has been the man for Australia this morning with those early wickets, all that experience, quality. The last pace bowler left of the big 3. He was asked about that the other day. How does it make you feel? Old, he said. Well, he is quite old, isn't he? What is he, 36? But he's still got it in him.
35.
94 for 4. Stokes yet to take strike. He's at the non-strikers end at the moment. Brook, 21 not out. Stark bowls. Brook gives himself some room and tries to hammer that through the offside to a ball that's short of a length. Misses it through to Carey. Well, every now and again we see that from Harry Brook, just stepping away and trying to flat bat it, bash it through the offside. If you get out to it, I mean, it looks horrendous. And presumably he will sometime in the series. The law of averages.
Got out playing that exact shot in the warm-up game, didn't he? Thick inside edge onto his stumps.
Yeah.
Just trying to put a little bit of pressure back on the bowler with the angle of the delivery from Stark, the wobble ball that he keeps bowling consistently across Brook.
94 for 4. Last ball of the over from Stark. Brook waits. Bat Ray. Stark bowls to him, and Brook's clipping that in orthodox fashion up towards mid-on, and there's no run. There might have just been a word there from Stark. There was certainly a stare at the end of the over. Brook survives on 21, 94 for 4. Do stay with us if you can. Many ways to catch up later, though. We've got highlights of the action on the BBC Sport website and app, the main moments, and full highlights on the BBC iPlayer. we also find the TMS Ashes debrief every day with Alex Hartley. You presumably know about that, Alex, do you?
Yeah, I think I know that one.
What are you going to be doing?
Well, I'm going to be getting special guests. They've all been working with us today, and we're going to be doing the Ashes debrief. Sums it up itself. It's an in-person podcast, in-vision podcast.
Right, in-vision podcast, best way of summing out. And the TMS podcast, the audio version on BBC Sounds, every day of the tour. And you can also listen to the whole day back in full on Sports Extra 3 later. So the crafty listeners might get a full night's sleep and then just listen to it as live.
Yeah, the Ashes debrief, Simon, is I'm going to try and make it a fun, hip, younger.
Okay.
Because podcasts, end of the day, go on for about 40 minutes, don't they?
Right.
Mine's like 10 minutes, crash, bang, wallop, done.
Okay. Here's Lyon bowling round the wicket to Stokes' first ball, and Stokes drives that away towards extra cover. So it's interesting. Stokes out there and Lyon on straight away. So the off-break bowler to the left-hander, all seen as a good match-up. 94 for 4. That was Stokes' first ball. A slip and a short leg. Lyon bowls, gives that a bit of air, and Stokes eases it for his first run up to Cameron Green at long off. So Stokes off the mark, and England 95 for 4. So is it, you can make it hip and for the young?
Yeah.
Is that by just being short, or are you going to do other things as well? Other techniques?
Well, I am quite short myself, so it's going to be a relaxed conversation amongst friends.
Okay. Am I going to be involved in that at all?
Would you like to be?
Well, I'm sometime between now and the 5th day in Sydney.
I can make you young and hip.
Thank you. Well, that would be great if you could.
Artificial hip.
Here's Lyon bowling. Turned away by Brooke for a single. Well, I've already got one of those.
See, this is the sort of fun we'll be having.
Right. One more run, by the way. 96 for 4 in the 22nd over. Brooke on 22 with that single. Lyon's bowled, it's just his second over. So he bowled 1 over. England knocked him around. Back for his second over.
He didn't look threatening, did he, in that first over?
Well, there's only 9 balls into the Test series. They bowls to Stokes, who drives up to long off for another single on the ground. And they've left that gap open. And Stokes says, right, I'll just ease a couple away, get going.
I don't mind that gap to the left-hander, because if he's pushing at the ball, trying to drive the ball down the ground, and if it just skids on or grips a little bit, that's where your slip comes into play. So I don't mind that, but this pitch is offering him nothing at the minute.
Lyon now into bowl to Brooke. From round the wicket, played to short leg on the bounce. I mean, there is a feeling this pitch started dry, and therefore, if Australia were to bowl last, defending quite a few, then it would be Lyon would get into the game. But as it is, England will be batting first and third. I mean, maybe, if they're facing a huge deficit in their first innings, then he really does come into play in that third innings. Lyon bowls full, driven away. I think that was a crowd catch. That was hit hard into the ground by Brooke. Lyon dived away to his right to try to stop it. Couldn't. It went up to Green at long on, who's in the action a lot in that over. It's another single. Brooke goes to 23. England are 98 for 4, having won the toss this morning. Stokes surprising a few by deciding to bat first, but I think I thought it was the right decision, and quite a few people thought bat is a bat first pitch.
Ben Stokes has not a great record against off spin through his career. Averages 31 against all off spinners, compared with his overall Test average of 35. But he has done pretty well against Nathan Lyon. Averages 45 against Lyon specifically. Mitchell Starc has troubled him. He's got him out 9 times for 186 runs, so Stokes averaged just over 20 against Starc.
Right, you have that memory of Stokes whacking Lyon into the stands consistently at Headingley in that incredible innings in 2019. Starc to bowl to Brooke. Starc bowls. Brooke gives himself some room and hammers this over mid-off for 4. Well, that came off the bat so quickly. Absolutely no chance for Travis Head, and that one really came off for Harry Brooke. The 100's up for England. Sensational way to do it. High risk, taking off the stumps, showing Starks his stumps. He showed him his middle and leg stumps, but dead-eyed shot right out the meat.
Yeah, Stark has bowled so well today by going outside the off stump consistently, then bowling that straighter one. So Harry Brooks made taken a little bit of a risk playing that shot, because had it been wider, might have been in a little bit of trouble, but he hits it very nicely.
Now, back with Stark. Bowling to Brook, does it again, and Stark follows him, so Brook improvises and plays it into the onside towards deep mid-wicket.
He makes me nervous, Simon.
It's like watching cricket on a high wire, isn't it?
Yeah.
With Harry Brooks out there.
It's like you're watching a game show and you're going, let's try that shot now and let's try that one next.
It's not a high wire 5 stories up, it's a high wire on the top of between 2 skyscrapers, and Brooks out there. 103 for 4. Brook to 28 with that single. And we have, I think, 4 balls until lunch. So 4:19 and 36 seconds, 4:20 the official lunch break. Stokes, 4 balls to survive or thrive. And Stark bowls him, and Stokes there very nearly played on. I think that was inside edge onto the pad and rolled down into the gully where it's picked up by Cameron Green. Salt's mentioning just now that Stark has done well against Ben Stokes. He comes down the pitch to do some guarding on this grassy surface that is dry underneath. It's not that much difference between the pitch and the rest of the drop-in block here at the Perth Stadium. 5 drop-in pitches. This one in the middle of the 5. You can hear Stokes, that's the noise of Stokes tapping away at the crease. Start bounding in, looking for his 4th wicket of the morning. Bowls to Stokes, who drives, nice looking shot, but straight to mid-off. Hit that sweetly. Picked out the fielder though, who's Brendan Doggett. There's no run. Am I right in thinking Green only bowled the 1 over? So he got the wicket.
He did.
So the last ball he bowled, he took a wicket and he was taken off.
Yeah. 1 over, 1 for 10. It was his first bowl in Test cricket since March of 2024. So he played 5 Test matches purely as a specialist batter as he recovered from those injuries. He had a very influential series with the ball 4 years ago. 13 wickets in the series, comfortably his best at an average of around about 15. And most of those wickets were top order players, well set. So he was a good partnership breaker for Australia 4 years ago, Green.
Start with 2 balls to go until lunch. Bowls to Stokes. Stokes plays forcefully through mid-on, runs from here up towards the long-on boundary. They'll come back for 2. They might get 3. Stokes not really interested in a 3rd run. Probably wasn't there. And so Stokes goes to 4. And England to 105 for 4. Well, there's been plenty for us to talk about in that first session.
Yeah. It's been entertaining, it's been gripping, it's been thrilling if you're Australian, disappointing if you're English.
A lot of adrenaline out there on the first morning as well, I think. The 23rd over, so not a great over rate. I think we weren't expecting that in this game. Last ball before lunch then, Stark bowls, and Stokes sets one outside the off stump. He lets it go, it's through to Carey. And that's the first session of this first Test match. And Australia have made progress after England won the toss and decided to bat first. England losing 4 wickets and scoring 105. So their run rate, as we've become used to, has been good, over 4 runs and over. But Australia will be very happy with the 4 wickets they've taken. Brook, 28 not out, playing in that Harry Brook way, blocking, and then stepping to the leg side and trying to play through the offside. It's come off a couple of times. And Ben Stokes in just before lunch, 4 not out. So current captain and vice captain wander off, and this big crowd just take a big deep breath and look forward to the afternoon session.
Absolutely, go and get some refreshments and just breathe a little bit. It's been gripping, hasn't it? That first session, it's probably everything we've built up to over the last 2 years or so, waiting for the next Ashes game. But absolutely Australia's session, that. Stark in particular, it's been Stark's session, hasn't it? 3 early wickets, putting England in a little bit of trouble. And Crawley with 0, Root with 0, and Joe Root's probably thinking, not again. want to score some runs in Australia. All eyes have been on him, haven't they? Will he get 100? When will he get 100? There's been talk that he will, he won't, But there's been so much build up to this, and Australia have coped pretty well with that in that first session.
Yeah, start with all his experience, bowled with that great quality. 8 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 24. Boland 7 overs for 39. Doggett 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 17 in his debut test match. Lyons bowled a couple of overs for 10, and Cameron Green 1 over for 10, but he took a wicket off the last ball he bowled, then was taken off for Lyon to have that match up against Stokes before lunch. So Green getting Pope LBW with a ball that was angled in and was umpire's call, just clipping the leg stump. As a batter, of course, you hope the umpire keeps the finger down and you get away with it, and they review and the umpire's call goes in your favour. But this one went in Australia's favour. Crawley was out driving, thick edging through to Khawaja, who clung on after a fashionate slip. Duckett was LBW to a full-length delivery from Stark. Root got squared up by one from Stark and nicked it to Labuschagne at third slip. And Ollie Pope, that dismissal I mentioned, LBW to Green for 46. So the ground staff are out there doing their thing. The sun is beaming down. A few clouds in the sky now. We think this is going to be the best weather of the game today, the hottest, sunniest, and it is going to cool down a bit later in the game, but the weather set fair, largely speaking, for the next 5 days, and that session has whetted the appetite.
It has indeed, So it was just brilliant Ashes cricket, wasn't it? And when you're looking through the scorecard and you're looking how Mitchell Stark bowled, showing all of his experience and how England are going to cope under the pressure. I was really impressed with Ollie Pope before he was LBW to Cameron Green with that fuller ball. But all eyes are going to be on Brook and Stokes after lunch, because they're going to have to build a partnership.
At lunch, England, who won the toss and decided to bat first, are 105 for 4. We've had 23 overs. Stokes is out at lunch, 4 not out. Harry Brook is 28 not out. Zach Crawley was out in the first over of the match. The last ball of the first over, caught by Khawaja at slip off Stark. For naught, Ben Duckett, LBW to start for 21. That was 33 for 2. Root was caught by Labuschagne at third slip off Stark for naught, 39 for 3. And then Ollie Pope, who played really well, LBW and Cameron Green's first over and only over of the match, a full delivery, just angling down, and it was LBW. It was umpire's call on leg stump. Pope out for 46. They put together a 50 stand, Pope and Brook, after England were 39 for 3. So play about to resume in a short time. Strange timings for this opening Ashes test match. Play starting 20 past the hour, so 20 past 10 local time, and we are 8 hours ahead. So in about 3 or 4 minutes, play will resume after lunch. Before then, well, a big crowd in today, sold out for the first 3 days. Lots of support here for England, and of course for Australia as well. Huge roar on either side, doing well in that opening session. Henry Moran has been out and about speaking to some of those supporters who've turned up today.
To be honest, if we're not going to win a test match in Australia, if we don't win this one, when you've got rid of Hazelwood and Cummins, I thought, in fairness, we should have put them in, put a bit of pressure on them. But for only getting a duck's not a big surprise, is it? Root, a little bit more of a surprise.
You've got your England shirt on. What have you made of what you've seen so far?
Don't think it's been a great start for England, but we're having a lovely day and there's a lot more overs to go.
Here especially for the cricket?
Yes.
Okay, come from England?
From Singapore.
Well, what have you made of it?
It could be better. Could be worse, could be better. Let's see. There's a long day ahead.
There's a long day ahead. You're surrounded by Australian cricket fans as well.
Yes, we are, but, they're all very friendly.
Boys, you're having a fun morning, aren't you?
We are, yes. It's a good day. Good day.
Look at this, mate. We were there in 2023 for the run-out. Well, not the run-out, sorry, the stumping. Stumping, I apologise. That was one of the best moments of my life, I've got to tell you. So that was one of the best. I reckon...
Oh, they're over it.
No, I reckon the stumping and then the birth of my children.
Well, that's it.
Enjoying it?
I really am, yeah. It's really good. Hot, but it's really good, yeah.
First Ashes trip?
No, it's probably our third. Third, yeah.
How many games have you seen England win in Australia?
1.
You haven't? You've seen two.
Two?
Well, we're here for 10-11.
Oh yeah, 10-11.
We were in Melbourne, we were in Sydney.
That's
took
right.
the urn.
Yeah.
But then I was
Sorry.
here in 13 when we got beat 4-0 or 5-0.
5, I'm afraid.
5-0.
Warren's got his Barmy Army shirt on. What have you made of the experience and what we've seen so far?
Well, so far, started off badly. A bacon sandwich where they put tomato ketchup on it without asking and only do brown sauce. Disaster.
It's a bit of a familiar story, England-wise, unfortunately. the ball that Root got looked a pretty good nut, but a couple of loose shots, I think, from the opening batters. So yeah, it's certainly advantage to Australia at the moment.
And we're surrounded by a load of Australians.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, not a good place to be as a Pom at the moment. But hey ho, it's better than being in the snow.
Look, I think this is the best England side that I've seen tour. I'd say the only weakness is probably your second and third. So I think Crawley is a weakness, averaging 32 as an opener. I think he's weak, and he's tried to drive today. A ball which I said earlier, try to drive wide outside. I think he's your weakness, and then that leads into Pope, which puts a lot of pressure on Root and Brook. That's where I see your weakness.
Expectations for England in the series?
Well, I thought Perth was going to be a very important one for England. Go 1-0 up. Set a position. You always know we're going to lose in Brisbane. See what happens. So this test is just pivotal, I think, and the way it's going so far.
Well, hopefully your bacon sandwich sauce is helping on tomorrow.
That was such a disappointment.
Some of the spectators who've turned up today, some of the Australians pretty happy with what they've seen so far. A few down in the mouth England supporters, but Harry Brook has tried to take the attack to Australia. He's played in that way we've become accustomed, stepping to the leg side, trying to hit the ball through the offside. It came off once gloriously where he creamed one over mid-off, but you do have your mouth a little bit when he's stepping leg side. The Australia team are down by the boundary edge to our left-hand side, and play is not far away in the afternoon session on the first day of this first Ashes Test match. The Perth weather is almost perfect. Not too hot, but warm nevertheless. But a few clouds have built up, but they're high, fluffy ones. You can see plenty of blue sky. The sun is beaming down. And England, in the form of Stokes and Brook and Jamie Smith, need to lead some sort of a recovery to give their five-man pace attack something to bowl at when it's their turn, possibly later today and into tomorrow as well. Tuffers is alongside me. How did you see that morning session, Tuffers?
Well, I mean, Australia came out and did what they should have done. You know, they put it in good areas. Mitchell Starc was on fire. You know, couple of loose shots from England. Joe Root got a pretty decent delivery. Not a lot you can do about that. They knew at the toss, one of those tosses where you fancy losing, really, isn't it? You know, but the stats say to bat first here. And I think it's 5 or 6 test matches here, and then the side batting first.
All 5 matches have been won by the side batting first.
There you go.
Yeah.
So that would have been in the back of Ben Stokes' mind. I was surprised, actually, because it felt like a perfect sort of pitch for England to win the toss and have a bowl at. You know, they've got that battalion of fast seam bowlers. So they knew that this first session was going to be tricky because it's live grass and there's that bit of bounce, which there always is. And, you know, 2 down, 3 down, England would have felt, OK, we're not too bad here. 4 down, Australia with the noses in front, but they deserved it. Mitchell Starc was on fire.
Yeah, that Pope wicket not long before lunch has sealed a good morning for Australia. But it's that whole thing, is it? Until you've seen both sides bat.
Absolutely.
But and what's a good score in the first innings?
Well, you always think to yourself, you know, when get yourself to 300, and if you can power on, that's great. That's when you're in 400, 450 territory, which is fantastic. You know, 250, you're in the game. You know, so England will be thinking this partnership, and I heard you mention Smith as well, absolutely crucial.
So Scott Boland is going to bowl the first over after lunch. He's going to be bowling to Harry Brook, who's 28 not out. He's got 2 slips in the gully. Boland has gone around the park a bit. 7 overs, 0 for 39. But very full. He was driven a lot this morning. So here we go after lunch. First ball. Boland to Brook. And Brook is beaten. Just stabbing forward there. A bit of bounce as well from Scott Boland. This is about the first time he's really troubled the batters this morning. 133 kilometres an hour. He struggled a bit. England, they got on top of him. in the last series in England where he only took 2 wickets.
That carry, it was like
did,
head height, that is, you know. I mean, just a bit wide, perhaps, as you say, first ball after lunch, just having a little bit of a poke at one. But, you know, decent delivery. Yeah, and you know, you're right. He just went searching a bit, didn't he, Scott Boland? Bit too full.
Moves in again, past the umpire now to bowl to Brook, who gives himself some room and slaps this over mid-off, and that has gone for 6. He's hit that into the crowd. Second ball after lunch. I hope they were paying attention down there. Someone's found it and lobbed it back.
He sixed him. Second ball after lunch. Plays and misses an absolute beauty. First ball after lunch. Right, OK, come on, get stuck in. Let's try and survive this session. Skips down the pitch and wallops him over deep extra cover. What a shot that is. But you're right, your heart's in your mouth. Amazing shot.
111 for 4.
I mean, the one thing about Scott Boland, sorry Simon, the one thing about Scott Boland is you roughly know where it's going to be.
Yeah, and that's, I think, how they were able to get after him in England last time. Boland bowls to Brook on his hip, nudged away. You can hear the shout from Brook in the effects mic of 2. And indeed, he does come back for the second run as the throw comes in from Stark at fine leg, a bit high for Carey, leaping in the air. So Brook goes to 36.
Yeah. And what that does to you, what that does to you as a bowler, it just makes you go, what? You know, it doesn't matter how good you are, how experienced you are, what your record is. When that happens to your second ball after lunch, you just go, well, hold on a minute. And as it showed there, back of a length, leg side, clip, get the 2. So it does manoeuvre the bowler around.
Now, we're seeing something that we saw a little bit
interesting
in the morning session. A long off is going in.
Not a bad shout, that.
So Travis Head has gone from mid-off to long off. 113 for 4. Boland bowls to Brook, who's forward, dead batting. I mean, he's got a perfectly sound defence, Harry Brook.
Absolutely, just when he chooses to use it. I mean, what that does, though, see, it's not a bad ploy, that, because that is then cutting out that shot, you know, a little bit, you know, but then you think to yourself, well, there's a massive gap there just from, you know, from point to mid-off. Just poke at one outside off stump and get yourself 1 or 2, brings the edge in.
Yeah. So it's not a bad fielding position.
Yes, if you know what I mean. It's not a bad defensive attacking.
Absolutely, I know exactly what you mean.
Yes.
Boland to Brook, and Brook's quietly in defence there, onto the back foot, pushing it up towards mid-on. There's no run. The crowd, it was a big one, not everyone by any means, has returned to their seat after lunch. Now the queues must be huge at this ground, with the toilets and food outlets and all that sort of thing.
I tell you what's interesting, I was talking to Glenn McGrath about it. He said if I was bowling at Harry Brook, he said I'd put them, you know, a lot of them back and just bowl bad balls at him, because he looks to hit your good ball for 4 or 6. Does that sort of make sense?
So an unorthodox way of approaching an unorthodox player.
Absolutely, you know, keep bowling in bouncers, keep bowling it short out, but put your field there.
113 for 4. Boland to Brook, who comes forward with an open face there, runs it down towards backward point. It's picked up by Lyon. There is no run. If your alarm has just activated and woken you up at just after 5 a.m, and mind you can watch highlights of the morning session on the BBC Sport website. And
wake up!
Okay.
What sort of alarm should I be? One of those annoying ones.
It's important to have an alarm that does wake you up, though, isn't it? It's a bit too quiet.
Not too soothing.
Stark's back for more just after lunch. You can understand that. He bowled a really good first spell, picked up 3 wickets. He bowled just before lunch as well, and he's back for another spell after lunch. With Stokes and Brook out there. If Australia can break this partnership, then they're in England's lower order. Still Jamie Smith to come. My mind goes back to that stunning innings he played at Edgbaston last summer. I mean, coming at number 7 and making 184 as he did against India.
That was,
phenomenal innings.
Yeah.
And then more runs in the second innings, and rather faded in the series. Here's Stark bowling to Stokes. Stokes clips it through mid-wicket, probably for 2. They've run the first. They're coming back for the second. The throw comes in to Stark, a dribbler from deepish mid-wicket. To Stokes, his first ball after lunch. Stokes to 6, England to 115 for 4.
I mean, Stark's done well, hasn't he? As you say, he hasn't got his mates with him, you know, Mr. Cummins and Mr. Hazelwood. And England will be thinking, they'll be kicking themselves a little bit, really, because they'll be thinking, you know, dog it, okay, good, you know, good bowler, you know, Boland, good bowler, you know, but there was an opportunity to see Stark off. You know, he could have been 130 for 2 at lunch or something like that, you know. But, you know, fair play.
You have to live with the reality, don't you, Thomas?
You do.
Stokes waits, Stark bowls outside the off stump. Stokes lets it go, taken by Carey.
Yeah, but this is all good, you know, coming back for your second, third spell already, you know. I know he's bowled fantastically well and got him into a great position, but, you know, get it in the legs, you know. Steve Smith will be having to think to himself, well, hold on, I can't keep him going too long here, because he'd want to come back after tea or something like that. So England, you know, this could be a little phase of just England trying to wear down a bit here, even though Harry Brook will play the odd big shot.
This is Stark's 9th over of the game, just after lunch on the first day.
There you go.
Green's only bowled 1 over, got a wicket in it, so he's got that option.
Full toss, wasn't it? Sort of.
It felt like quite a soft dismissal, didn't it? I don't know, perhaps Stark bowling to Stokes. Stokes leaves again.
Yeah, it was
through
soft.
to Carey.
Played all right, Ollie, I thought. Looked busy.
Very full delivery.
Yeah, just was it just clipping leg stump? Yeah. Ooh. You know, it would have been nice if those two were stood at the crease, because he gets busy, Pope, you know, when he's in form and he's confident, and that skittish behaviour actually takes over. It's difficult to bowl that. Yeah, big blow that was for England.
Yeah, it's one of those, you're down in the dressing room now, if you're Ollie Pope, you're just kicking a chair a bit, aren't you?
Yeah. Yeah, well, much of a delivery.
115 for 4. 3 slips in and a gully for Ben Stokes. Mitchell Stark past umpire Holdstock, goes into bowl to Stokes, who lets that one go by outside the off stump again, and taken by Alex Carey. Stokes wanders down the pitch to have a quick look at it, really. He was out there this morning, hands in pockets at the toss, very casual. And I think the stats say bat, and the look down and it's very dry. But I think a lot of people were thinking that England were going to bowl because they've got those 5 seamers and get after Australia first up. But you can get after them in the next phase of the game as well.
Absolutely.
Get some runs on the board, then get after them. So, and then bowl last, in theory. Start banging in. Bowls. Oh, he's bowled in! Stokes' bowl is another one for Mitchell Stark. He runs through to the slip corner with arm raised. Well, he's been the man for Australia today. And he's bowling them into an excellent position in this test match. He's castled England's captain. It's 115 for 5. And Stokes is out for 6.
Well, we mentioned it earlier, Simon. He's without his mates, he's without his fast bowling partners, and he is really standing up. Again, another foolish delivery, just nipping back. Got a little scratch of Ben Stokes inside edge, a huge gate, to be fair, between the bat and the pad, and it just went through it beautifully, clattered into the off stump. England in a bit of trouble now. 115 for 5. You get the feeling that the tail enders don't get too many on these Australian pitches. You feel now this partnership is crucial.
Well, hit the top of off stump, they say, and that's what Stark did. And the way he celebrates, he celebrates like a man who expects to get wickets.
Well, he's just stood up and he's bowled really, really well. He's not a bang-in Billy anymore. I mean, Stark, I've seen sort of trying to be that enforcer role and slinging it down. He's just hit that top of off stump. Little bit of movement, bit of natural sort of in drift to the left-hander. Big old gate there from Stokes, to be fair, looking for the off drive, and it went flying through it. Ooh. 8.5 overs, 4 for 26. Mitchell Stark, what a start for him.
And continuing his dominance of Ben Stokes in Test cricket, it's the 10th time Stark has got Stokes out for just 190 runs, and it's the 14th Test that he's bowled at him in.
So Jamie Smith is out there.
Oof.
His first Ashes Test match.
Got to try and get yourself some out of 2,500 here.
Yeah.
Got to somehow try and get something. Anything under 200, you're sitting in that dress room going, this is going to be a mountain to climb. Crucial partnership now.
Now start looking for another fifer. Moves into bowl to Smith, and Smith clips his first ball up towards mid-on. Nice assured stroke from Jamie Smith. Picks out the fielder. There's no run. Another successful over from Mitchell Stark. 9 overs. He's taken 4 for 26. And that is the point, isn't it? Without his other two big mates who've been so successful over the years. He said, right, okay, I'll take it on. And
bowled beautifully.
England have been undone by him.
Yeah, no huge swing. Didn't swing a lot. I mean, you think of Mitchell Stark and you think these big boomerangs sort of coming in. He's just tailed it and got it in good areas. England have never been able to really put him under any pressure. I mean, Harry Brooks tried a couple of times, hasn't he? But he's just been able to run up and hit that good length and with a bit of angle, left arm, cause problems.
They got the long off in again for Harry Brook with Boland bowling. He's also a deep mid-wicket lurking on the leg side, not right the way back. Boland goes in, bowls to Brook, and Brook nudges it out towards that deep mid-wicket fielder off his hip and takes a single. So presumably the field will come in for Jamie Smith now. Well, this was the partnership, wasn't it, at Edgbaston?
Yeah.
Brook and Jamie Smith. England struggling in that match. They did end up losing it, but they were in all sorts of trouble. Both of them got hundreds, thrilling hundreds, and it needs something like that here to get England up to a score which they can use to play that five-man pace attack and put Australia under some pressure. Boland then to bowl to Smith. Boland's with him now, and Smith turns away into the onside towards forward square leg, and there's no run.
Well, another thing you were talking about, Bashir, they were perhaps thinking to themselves it might not get the third or fourth day. You know, what's the point of having a spinner for late in day 4 or 5? Might not get there.
Well, it has that feel at the moment, doesn't it? It feels...
Well, see them have a bat, you're right.
Feels a quick game, but... was that a no ball? Boland, I think it was.
Oh, I thought he meant start there for a minute. Bring him back! Come back!
117 for 5. Boland bowls. Smith plays defensively, dropping the ball into the offside. And there's no run. Jamie Smith has played cricket in Australia. He played some grade cricket when he was 19. But not a bit different to playing your first Ashes Test match in front of 50, 60,000 people.
Where was that? Western Australia?
I think it was in Sydney, I think he said.
Oh, right, okay, well, slightly different. But he would have, got a slight feel for it, perhaps, but he's going to need to just get himself in. And if these two, as you said, get going, they will put some pressure on, but Australia have got themselves into a great position by not doing too much, you feel.
Yeah. Boland bowls, Smith defends, rolls up towards Travis Head, fielding it mid-off. So in that game at Edgbaston...
Yeah. Oh, it was amazing.
It was 84 for 4.
Yeah.
84 for 5, sorry, when they came together.
Yeah.
Brook made 158 and Smith 184 not out. England still lost the game. They made 407, but they were well behind on first innings.
The partnership they put on there was 303, so 84 for 5 before they came together, and then they lost the last 5 for 20.
Yeah. Handy time for another 300 partnership. Smith waits, Boland bowls. Smith back, playing that away into the offside towards square cover, and there's no run. Australia have got another. They've been doing this a bit today. Nisa's on the field at point. We've seen Webster on the field at times as well. It's all in football when they hold the boards up. You know exactly who's come on and gone off.
Oh, you fancy a bit of that?
Well, it'd be nice to know who's on, wouldn't it? So it's who's that fielding? Oh, when did he pop on to the field?
Okay, yeah, I shall run that past. Who's the Robert Key?
Well, he's the ICC. It needed to do it, really, isn't it?
Yes, that's right, ICC. Yes.
3 slips in the gully for Smith. Boland, rolling gate, bowls to Smith. Shout for LBW, direct to flick leg side. Umpire Menon says no. Now, what do Australia do? They look quite straight. Smith was looking to flick it.
He'll have a look.
Are they going to go for it?
I reckon he will. Why not? This is the crucial wicket. You can burn one here. You got them 5 out already. I'd have a look. No. Yeah. You felt they'd had to.
Smith was just checking with the bowler, and then the fielder square with the wicket, who was Nisa. Just talk about bounce. Now, is this another one?
To director, we'll have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. I've checked the fit landing, and it's a fair delivery for no questions.
Heart in your mouth time. You just got the feeling it might be slipping down.
Well, it could be umpire's call on leg stump.
Yeah.
Just roll back once again.
Knee roll.
I need to check that with RTS if there is any bat involved. Clear, yeah, satisfied, no bat involved. Ball tracking whenever it is ready, please.
Tight.
There we go.
Pitching outside off, impact in line and wickets missing. Nitin will be staying with your not out decision. No spin signal now.
It's a funny one, wasn't it, that one? Because when you looked at it close up, you thought, oh, it almost looked a bit closer than the Pope one, didn't it, initially? But because the ball went away on the offside as well. It didn't go with Pope, it went down towards fine leg.
Yeah.
This one went offside. You thought, oh, this could be leg stump or just clipping leg stump. It was given not out, so that would have gone in the batter's favour. But it was actually missing by
quite a bit,
relatively speaking.
An inch or something like that. Yeah, but I could see what Steve Smith was thinking there. He was thinking one more wicket here, and we are absolutely banging front. Worth burning one there.
117 for 5. Smith still yet to score. Boland bowls to him. Smith guides this down through the slip cordon towards the deep third boundary for 4. He just rode the delivery, opened the face and hit that between third slip and gully, and he is off the mark. 121 for 5. Smith 4 and Brook on 37, and Boland's gone 9 overs for 53.
Yeah, no, I got the feeling that England quite fancy Scott Boland. Listen, that's going to come back and haunt me in a 5-test match series, I'm sure, but I think that they just got in his bubble a bit when they played against him at home, and his sort of metronomic, just hit that top of off stump, little bit of sideways movement. It didn't faze England at all, so he'll be thinking about that. But you've got to deal with Stark the other end. He'll get his wickets. I mean, top class bowler, of course, but they don't frighten them.
121 for 5. New over from Stark into bowl to Brook, and Brook gets a bounce. So we haven't seen many of those today, the short balls.
A lot's been made of the bell bounce at Harry Brook, hasn't it? Big fields.
Anyway, he let that one go, and then he plays a huge shot after the ball had gone past. And Australia, look, they've got the players out there. They've got the fly slip on the boundary. They've got deep forward square leg. They've got the fine leg. And the deep square leg fielder, he's a good 25 yards in. It just shows you what a big boundary this is here at the Perth Stadium.
I quite like that deep mid off to Harry Brook, because if you do then come running down the wicket and slog it straight down his neck, you do feel a bit of a goose, don't you?
Yeah, and he has got that man in there as well. So you got 4 men back here for Brook. Stark bowls to him. Brook takes it off his hip down towards fine leg. This might be 4. It is. Boland can't get round. He gave that up pretty early. Stark losing his line, and Brook nudging it away, using the pace of the delivery and picking up 4 more. England to 125 for 5. They're rattling along, scoring it close on 5 and over, but
as ever.
But they've lost 5 wickets.
Yeah, they have. Well, that was always going to be the call, wasn't it? It was always going to be, can we just lose 2 or 3 in that first session, or 3 or 4? It was Green. It was. I think it was justified call to have a knock. All the Aussies were saying have a knock.
Have a bat first?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I thought bat first. Yeah. It still might prove to be
absolutely
the right decision. Brook is on 41. Stark bowls. He drives it down the ground. Now Travis heads it long off. He's not going to get round to that.
Shot.
That was drilled by Brook. Magnificent stroke down the ground. 129 for 5, and Brook to 45 from 51 balls.
Good shot that, wasn't it? Composed, calm, still. Let the ball come to you. Yeah, I mean, I think England will just be kicking themselves a bit 5 down. It hasn't been a vintage Mitchell Stark, has it? With swing and one nipping across to the right hand as outside edge. It's just been sort of decent bowling by Australia, really.
And it's not as if you look at England's shot. I mean, it's not been like recklessness, has it?
No, it's just sort of missed a couple of full ones. Duckett was just, it wasn't a great ball.
No.
It just sort of missed it.
Brook waits. Stark is with him now. That's down the leg side. Brook tries to glance, misses it. Taken by Carey.
He was hitting that for 6. He was trying to hit that for 6. I reckon that wasn't a little leg side flick. Leg stump half volley, as you said, and tailing, put down the leg side. He was looking to up and over that.
He wasn't able to catch up with it.
No.
Stark in his 10th over in the sunshine at the Perth Stadium.
Of course, a nice start to a series for you, and it as a bowler. Yeah. Little fourfer in the bag.
Power to add as well. You've got still 5 wickets to get.
Absolutely.
Could be an 8-fer.
Yeah, nice start, isn't it? Ooh.
Stark tries again. Bowls to Brook, who gives himself some room and then leaves it. Stark drags his legs back. He went leg side and advanced. Allowed it to go.
It's like coming down with an axe, like running up to a tree trying to chop it down. As you said, I think Stark might have just seen him twitch and banged it wider and shorter, and he just sort of left it.
I mean, he has got the option on the offside, Brook, hasn't he? Because the field is...
He's given himself.
Yeah, he's gone too far, I suppose, hasn't he? Really? It depends where Stark bowls it, but...
I'll tell you something, though, an off-stump Yorker there, you're in trouble, because you won't be able to get that. He's given himself too much room, I reckon, there. Well, not that I know anything about that.
Last ball of the over. Start to Brook, himself some room again. Has a swipe at it. I think he got an under edge on that, and it goes through to Carey along the ground. Carey parries it. It's the end of the over. Well, it's a highlight a ball here. It's 129 for 5. Smith has 4. Brook has 45. More from you toughers, and then to continue the drama, it will be Jonathan Agnew.
Well, I mean, he's such a good player, Harry Brook. You're kind of thinking to yourself, well, do you just let him free, take him off the leash and say just do what you want? But I quite like that fielder at deep long off to him, Aggers, because it just puts it in your mind, well, I'm going to have to, if I'm going to play this expansive sort of run down the pitch to Mitchell Stark, I can't just slot it straight to him because it would feel a bit stupid. But you can't take your eyes off it.
No, you can't. He put a beautiful and immaculate straight drive in that over. Then goes Boland, and on the back foot, this is forced away by Smith. Almost a pull shot straight down the ground for 4. Fine stroke. I mean, if that's where he was intending to hit it, I think he probably was. He just stood up and punched it.
Yeah. He likes it through that leg side area, doesn't he? He can take you off a bit of length and hit you over mid-wicket. I think that might have just bounced a bit on him and a little bit quicker than he thought, and ended up just sort of punching it.
Still timed it.
Cool, not hard.
No, I don't know. I don't know what you say about the way.
No, I don't know. I don't think we should either, John.
No.
He's a once-in-a-generation kind of player,
He is. He is. He goes Boland and bowls, and that's pushed away into the offside. It's funny looking through the glass at all the radio boxes here, the former players. I was looking at Simon Kittich behind it. He's sort of,
not really his
open mouth. So what's going on?
Wasn't really his style of play, was it?
No, it's funny. All these batsmen lined up. But anyway, that's the way he's doing it. And at the moment, he's 45 not out from 54 balls, and the pitch really hasn't done very much. Some rather loose shots in there. Stokes' shot was disappointing. It did come back a little bit, but there's a massive gap between bat and pad. Boland again bowls, and that's forced off the back foot by Smith. So we'll keep your eye on the fielder. It's going to get there now. It's Lyons. They're going to take a single. So it's 134 for 5.
I said 250, John. Would be nice.
Well, yeah. It's something, isn't it? It still doesn't feel enough.
No, it doesn't.
Very slow outfield. Very slow outfield.
Yeah. But one thing I always remember, what we got Cars, Atkinson.
Yeah.
I don't really remember too many sort of lower order players getting runs in Aussie.
No. Although they can both bat a bit. Well, Atkinson can come back. 134 for 5. Brook on 45. Then goes Boland. Is there any ball to bouncer to him? And well, I don't think he really was intending to play at that. He just played a late pull shot on a pivot. He's aware of the man out at deep square leg, and he played the shot after the ball was past him. So 134 for 5. These two put on 19 off only 18 balls at the moment. So they're rattling along. A counter-attack really after Stokes was dismissed so soon in the afternoon session. It's Boland. Sun beating down. Clouds starting to build up though. As he bowls now. Oh, he's down the pitch and he carves him through cover. Now, will it go for 4? The reason I say that is it's such a slow outfield. In fact, the ball is slowing up. Well, it's not going to go. And he's stopped there a yard inside the boundary, and he's hit that hard. And they've run 4 anyway. Well, that illustrates what I was just saying. It's a very, very slow outfield indeed. Lush grass. And they've obviously kept it very well watered because it is so green. But that would have been 4 anywhere. I mean, it's hit that hard. 138 for 5. Alex Hartley's back.
Yeah, it almost feels ridiculous that hasn't gone for 4.
So that puts a bit of perspective on the score. I mean, maybe you add, I don't know, another 20-odd on for that, maybe?
Okay. Clutching at straws.
Well, a little bit. A little bit.
Stay one, Aggers.
138 for 5. In goes Boland, and that's a defensive shot this time from Brook, who's on 49. And Boland's able to field that in the follow-through. So, the end of the over. 138 for 5. Stokes out soon after lunch, if you're just tuning in our way, coming up towards 5:30 back at home. That's the time I was up this morning, 5:30.
Up at what
I was so excited.
Oh, okay.
So excited. I was up at 5:30.
Well, I woke up at 6:15. Obviously, checked the time and went, "Oh, I've got another hour."
You didn't?
Back. Yeah, I wasn't getting up at 6:15. What about you? You only got in yesterday, Zoltz.
Yes, I was up at 6:30, I reckon.
Oh, that's all right. You cracked it.
5:30. I was there. I was pacing around.
Did have a different feel about it today, didn't it? I don't think I've had a feeling like today since I stopped playing cricket. It's like a kid at Christmas.
Yeah, it's good. 138 for 5. Smith on strike on 9, and Stark is continuing from the Langer stand end, and he bowls, and Smith leans forward, plays the ball back to the tall, fast bowler, and there's no run. Yes, you don't do breakfast, do you? Because I just imagined, no, actually I think it did eventuate, a hotel full of jet-lagged England supporters queuing up for breakfast.
So did you get down there
I
extra
beat the
early?
rush.
Yeah, see?
I beat the rush. I got the scrambled egg while it was still fairly fresh.
Yep,
and not the sort of congealed stuff that you get there around about 8 o'clock.
Is it like powdered eggs or is it proper eggs?
Well, I think it's proper. Okay. But there's nothing worse, is there?
I've
Take
had
a top
that,
up.
No, that many hotel breakfasts, I just can't do them anymore.
138 for 5. Here's Stark again. Past the umpire, bowls, and Smith drives him hard. Now it's gone past his outstretched hand. That'll go for 4. But the straighter boundaries seem to be quicker, unless they're just... I mean, they're so wide. I mean, it is an oval, this, really. But there was no doubt in that going for 4. It's the square boundaries that take some finding. That's a good shot from Smith.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Hold the pose. Brilliant weight leading into the ball.
142 for 5. Stark pauses for a moment, looks at the ball. Smith raises the bat now. In comes Stark. Is there any bowls short? He's tucked that way off his hip. That's 4 more. He's hit that hard. Well, it's an exhausting day, this. I mean, forget the fact up at 5:30, but the ball's flying all over the place.
It's been an emotional roller coaster today, hasn't it? Rather than absorbing pressure, England have always been on the counter attack, and it sort of leaves you with your heart in your mouth.
Yeah. Well, Smith's 17 from 13 balls. Brook 49 from 57, but the fact is England are 5 down with only 146 on the board.
But if Brook gets a century, it changes the whole...
Yep, it does.
Whole first couple of hours.
Smith on 17. Stark is taken 4 for 42. On his way again now. He's there, left arm over the wicket, bowls to Smith, and that's flicked away fine off his hip. And Boland should stop this below us, he does, and prevents them from coming back for a second. So now Brook on strike on 49. I wonder if Smith will keep the men up. Try and make him work hard for his 50th run, or whether he'll set them back again. 147 for 5. What's he got? No, mid-off's going back. Does look bizarre, doesn't he? Got Mitchell Stark, the fastest bowlers around, have taken 4 wickets. He's bowling with a long off. With England 5 wickets down.
Yeah, but you know full well he's still going to take the shot on.
Yep. Well, he's on 49 now. Here's Stark, moves in, bowls to Brook. It's short, he pulls it, and he'll pick up a single for his half century. And the crowd rising down there at the far end, predominantly England supporters way down there in the distance. And Harry Brook shows them his bat. 50 not out from 58 balls. A real mixture of an innings. Crikey, he's played some beautiful shots. And he's played really what you can only describe as swipes.
He's been entertaining, that's for sure.
Yeah.
He really has. There's been a few moments in his innings where we're going, what are you doing? And then a few moments of brilliance as well.
Yeah. Right-handed Smith waits. Stark lets the ball go, and he's got this away fine. Now, can Boland get this? I think he should just. Oh, it's gone for 4. And he's left a huge divot down here. I'm not sure he picked the ball up too cleanly to start with. Now he's down on one knee. He landed very awkwardly. And that's a huge divot. Presumably it's come out from his knee. No, he's not happy either. Look at him. That's tickled up his knee.
It was a heavy
and
landing.
he's going off. He's going straight off. That was he's a big man. Very heavy landing. And Michael Nees is back on the field again. So, off goes Scott Boland.
And Khawaja.
And Khawaja's coming off again.
Details on Brooks' 58 balls at 6 and 5 fours. His 24th 50-plus score in Test cricket, 10 centuries amongst them. This is just his 31st Test match. Has had a prodigious start to his career. It's his 5th 50 in 6 Tests against Australia. He had 4 half-centuries without reaching 3 figures in the 2023 Ashes, plus a 46 at Edgbaston. So he's 5 Tests in a row against Australia now with a 50, but still waiting for that first 100. And England's 150 in 29 overs. That's the fastest they've ever reached 150 in Australia.
Is that right? Well, it really has been a strange old day, hasn't it? Jim in Chichester, sitting in an armchair, is wrapped in a duvet with a coffee, looking at the hard frost on the cars. But listening to TMS, couldn't be happier. Well done, Jim. Hope you're enjoying the cricket. It's a hard one to call at the moment. Brooks on 50, and there's a change of bowling. Doggett's back on, and they've got 3 fielders out on the leg side now for that pull shot. But Brook played that nicely, a controlled pull along the ground. So he goes for 51. It's 153 for 5. And yeah, absolute flurry of activity. Wickets falling. There's that awful feeling when Crawley was out in the first over. So here we go again. Sort of wretched feeling. And Duckett, 21, route to duck. Pope played nicely. What did he get? He got 46. That's it. Yeah, he played nicely. A bit unlucky, I thought, LBW's, but he kind of missed a straight ball, didn't he, as Duckett did. And goes Doggett, bowls, and that's forced off the back foot, beats cover. Ball running out towards this boundary. It'll slow up, though. Look at it. It's as if the fielder chasing it has got, the ball on a piece of string and just pulls it back in. Yes. It just suddenly slows up.
It's very bizarre, isn't it?
It is. That would have been 4 runs, I think, on most grounds.
Yeah. It's such a lush outfield, though, and you can just, even where Scott Boland dug his knee into the ground, he's taken up that much of a divot.
That reminds me of a golf course in Multan.
I mean, it's like one of those bunkers I couldn't
get out of. A couple of years ago. All that sand. All that's missing is the mango grove that you kept hitting the ball into.
Yeah, I had to use the hand wedge on a few occasions that day, didn't I?
You certainly did. Here's Doggett. And he bowls now. It's short and pulled by Brook down to fine leg. Stark can get that. Brook goes to 52.
40 runs off the last 22 balls.
Wow. 157 for 5. So it's a real counter-attack taking place here. Cast next, presumably, Atkinson. And then Archer and Wood, or Wood and Archer, I suspect, actually.
Either way, those two are just going to come out for a bit of a bash.
Yes. Smith on 25. And Doggett bowls to him, and he's on the back foot, slicing out away. Again, it beats the field. Now, Lyon's got to keep chasing this, because, again, it pulls up a couple of yards inside the boundary at third man, and Brook comes rushing back for the 3rd run. Well, helter-skelter stuff. 160 for 5. Smith to 28.
Well, England are having to run hard between the wickets because the outfield is so slow, but they are doing that. They're not just taking the easy two, they are pushing those twos into threes.
It's been busy, aren't they, really? Look at this field. They've got fine leg, deep backward square leg, a square leg just in front of square because he has to be, a mid-wicket and a mid-on. This is for Harry Brook, who's on 52. And Doggett, in his first test match, bowls a bouncer to him. It's down the leg side. Hang on, there's an appeal there from Smith particularly, who wouldn't have seen this. He was at slip. It went down the leg side. He's determined there's a noise. The bowler's not sure. It's been given not out for a catch behind, but they're reviewing this, and this is, well, Smith's absolutely determined. If this is out, that's remarkable, because I don't think the wicketkeeper appealed for that. He's walking off.
He's walking off.
He's walking off. Doggett has his first wicket in Test cricket. It's a slightly bizarre one, a leg side bouncer that Harry Brook has really just tried to get out of the way of. I don't think the wicketkeeper appealed for this. It was Steve Smith at slip who had no view of it.
Well, there was a noise.
He must have heard something. And let's have a look. He was just trying to get his glove out of the way.
I could the physics here as the ball is next to the gloves. I can see his play spikes as the ball is next to the gloves. Satisfied. Nathan, you need to change your decision from not out to out. Stand by. Your spin signal now.
Yeah, there's not a lot of point of all that because Brooks actually left the field. But anyway, confirmation that, yep, a little flick of the glove. Not a bad bouncer. It was in the slot, and I mentioned the field that was there, so the ball was on. And Brook couldn't quite get out of the way in time. It was a well-directed short ball. He started to hook, then was starting to take the bat out of the way. And look, it's just a little query from the bowler, nothing from the keeper, and it's Steve Smith from slip.
Well, the bowler's saying I can't hear anything. It was Steve Smith that was adamant, absolutely adamant. And obviously, as wicket keepers do, he went up when Steve Smith went up, but Harry Brook's just trying to leave it. He's trying to drop his hands. He couldn't quite get out of the way. He's cramped for room down the leg side.
The bowler had no idea that was out. Just looking what was going on there. Steve Smith said, yep, I heard something.
Yeah.
And up they go. But I'd like to see Carey's reaction again because it didn't seem that there was an awful lot there. But anyway, that's the end of Harry Brook. Good timing for Australia. And England have now lost 6 wickets with 160 on the board. And Gus Atkinson already is at the crease, and we're not halfway through the first day. In fact, in terms of overs, we're nowhere near. How many overs have we had today, Bud?
This is the 30th.
30th over.
60 for 6.
And they've lost 6 wickets.
Brook 52 from 61 balls, 6 and 5 fours. Partnership 45 off exactly 5 overs.
Well, and now for Atkinson, they've got the same field here. And they're bringing a short leg in as well, so fine leg, deep backward square leg, deep square leg just in front, deep mid wicket and a short leg. Atkinson 160 for 6, and Doggett bowls to him, and he does pull the first ball and gets a single to the squarer of those 3 fielders out there to our right. Well, there's a moment that Doggett will remember forever. His first Test wicket. So well done, Brendan Doggett. And a vital wicket for Australia just when Harry Brook was looking dangerous. He's been dismissed. He's fallen short of that 100 again against Australia. He'll have plenty of time to catch it up, I'm sure. But there we go. There's the applause down here and people rising for Brendan Doggett. He's bowled well today. He's an experienced bowler. I mean, he's 31 years old. It's not as though he's a young lad being called in for his first Test match, but even so, he's had to wait a while for his first game, and he's now got his first wicket. And so Atkinson looks around the field. He's going to face Mitchell Starc. Just 30 overs bowled, 161 for 6. Starc strides out, runs towards us, bowls to Atkinson. It's edged, caught. Down goes the 7th, and Starc has 5. Lovely low catch. I think that was Smith at slip. Atkinson lasted 2 balls. And this is now just beginning to look rather ugly for England. 161 for 7. They chose to bat first. I think that was the right decision. The pitch really hasn't done that much. But there's 7 down. The 161, that was just a bit of a nervy-looking prod outside the off stump. It was Smith who took a very good catch. Low down by his left ankles. 7 down, England in trouble. Alex, some thoughts from you, and Jim Maxwell will come in.
Well, England are in a lot of trouble. Losing 2 quick wickets, 3 quick wickets since lunch. But Stark has put on an absolute clinic here today in Perth. He has been fantastic with the ball. He raises the ball to the crowd for his 5-foot. And he has been phenomenal, getting the ball to nip off the surface and just showing that he doesn't quite necessarily need Cummings and Hazelwood to succeed. He's a success in his own right. Hello, Jim.
Alice, how are you?
Well, I've actually been better.
It's exhilarating cricket, but yeah, there's something fatalistic about the style of it, I'm afraid, as far as England are concerned. It's wonderful to see batsmen taking the bowlers on, but it's fraught with danger, and when it doesn't come off, it looks horrible. 7 for 161 now, and Smith's still there. He's going okay. Stark runs in, and it's pushed away on the offside. Off a thickish edge down towards third man, and it goes away to the boundary for 4. So, Cass off the mark. He's 4. Smith's 28. 7 for 165. I think we've had 60 runs since lunch, but 3 wickets.
Yeah, it's been eventful. The whole day has been, it's kept you on the edge of your seat, that's for sure.
So Mitchell Stark's 17th 5-foot in Test cricket. It's his 101st Test, and his 5th against England.
Okay. Cass waits as Stark arrives and has him prodding, and a ball hitting a length around the line of the stumps. But it's been a compelling performance by Mitchell Stark. And really at the other end, it's been a bit of this and a bit of that. Boland's taken some tap, 61 off 10 overs. And there have been times when you thought England might create a sizable partnership. But that Brook dismissal put an end to it, really. And he was going along pretty well. He got in between having a crack and not, and gloved it. Quite unusual. The umpire didn't see it. And then Harry Brook walked. Stark goes up, pitches up, and he's pushing and missing outside the off stump. The crowd are on edge here.
We're on edge, Jim.
Yeah. Well, they're either roaring every time the ball looks to have been nicked, or the English supporters are going nana when someone hits a big shot. And there's been at least 7 or 8 fours whacked since lunch by some excellent shots, drives and pulls. You wonder where it's going to end. Probably short of 200 the way it's looking. 7 for 165. Cass, powerfully built player, watches as Stark runs in towards him, and he's pushing at this, dabbing it down into the gully, and it's collected there by Green. Have you enjoyed the day as a spectacle?
I have enjoyed the day. I've really enjoyed the day. Do you know what? I've been on the edge of my seat. I've been glued to the cricket. It's been a good watch. It's been entertaining. I think Brook has almost, don't do that. Yes, do that. It's been good. It's what was. But watching this team is like watching. It's an emotional roller coaster, Jim. Well, you've seen enough of these boys.
They made a positive statement by winning the toss and batting.
Yeah, surprise.
Wow. Stark bowls and he drives at this, gets it away, square of the wicket on the offside. As Lyon comes around, they scamper back for a second run. And that completes the over. England are rolling along at breakneck speed, but they're losing wickets. 7 for 167. Cass is 6th, and Smith a rapid 28 at the end of the over.
Still a little more on Mitchell Starc, who's made this outstanding start to the series. He's also, in the course of this series, in fact with his wicket of Joe Root, reached 100 wickets against England in Tests. He's now on 102. 14th Australian to have 100 or more Test wickets against England. During the course of this innings, he's overtaken Jeff Thompson and Terry Alderman, who both had 100. Charles the Terror Turner, the 19th century Australian bowling legend, 101, and he's level with Bill O'Reilly, great leg spinner from the 1930s, on 102 wickets against England.
Thank you, yes, as we look down and see Doggett with the ball in hand. He bowled a pretty ragged over just recently, but he got a wicket. He's banging it into the turf. Here he comes. He's bowling, and it's swung away by Smith behind the corner, around the corner, down to backward square for a single. Seems to be a short-pitched attack on the strategy board at the moment from Australia. And even though most of the balls look pretty innocuous, he has got a wicket, so I don't know whether he's going to keep doing it, but he has so far.
Well, I don't mind the plan to Jamie Smith in particular, because he will take it on. So you got your fielders, your three fielders out on the leg side.
7 for 168. Carter's down there, and Doggett's bowling to him. A bouncer! There you go. There haven't been many of those today. It was well over an hour before it was Doggett who bowled the first one. And he's having a bit of fun out there, it seems. He reckons Carter's a dartboard and he's going to bang him.
I've never heard that before. Very good.
Slip and a gully, a cover, a short leg, a fine leg, a deep backward square, a deep square, a mid-wicket, and now a mid-on. Yeah, 5 on the onside. Yeah, oh, well, if you want to have a crack, have a go at this, son. It seems to be what Doggett is suggesting as he comes rumbling in, and Carsus, bang, hit on the helmet. He walked straight into that short ball. You could hear the clunk as it rattled his English helmet. He just stood there, didn't he?
Yeah, he's almost saw the ball was slightly fuller than before, and just let him hit him, really, didn't he? He just stood there and wore it, and it made a good old clunk. The physio comes straight out. The Australians straight over to Cars to check he was all right, and now they're all having a chat out in the middle. But he looks okay.
But he didn't ever look like getting out of the way of that.
No.
By the time he'd picked up the length, he just turned his head. Didn't even duck, and it cracked him on the side of the helmet.
It's almost like he's had the one for the over and wasn't expecting the bouncer again. And it was slightly fuller. It wasn't much fuller, but he just stood upright. He didn't even duck, did he?
Now there's a retinue of people out there on the field looking at the helmet, looking at Cass to see, can you spell your name? I'd be very careful about that one too. But anyway, he's down there receiving attention, shall we say.
Well, I don't know what they ask now, but when I was playing, they used to ask you to do the months of the year backwards. Now, I couldn't do them if I wasn't hitting the head, let alone if I'd just worn a bouncer.
Where did that come from?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Gee. Well, whatever they've done, he's continuing now, and Doggett bowls to him. It's short, he uppercuts and misses. There's a bloke down there in Uppercutville behind the slip cordon on the boundary, but it was just an instinctive reaction. He said, I'm going to have a fling at something, and that was wider outside the off stump, and he chased it and missed it. Wasn't far from nicking it.
No, it wasn't far from nicking it at all. But I like the fielder in between the gully and the slip, and as you just called it, Uppercutville.
Slip in the gully, short leg there. Doggett goes in and he swings at this and he gets a good chunk of it. Is he caught? He is. Brilliantly caught it deep backward square. Labuschagne, I think, out there in the deep. Second test wicket for Doggett. And Cass actually, that was 6 on most English grounds, but not here, not on the big Australian grounds. he really did get a good bite of that as he swung lustily and he hoisted it high behind square, and he was quite brilliantly caught out there by Labuschagne over his head. Fantastic catch. It's 8 for 168.
Well, it was only a matter of time, I'm afraid, before that was going to happen. Doggett knew his plan. He knew he had to go hard into the pitch, bowl the bouncers, knowing that this England tail will take him on, as will Jamie Smith. He hit him in the head just a few balls ago, and then, of course, trying to take that on into the leg side. And as you say, it was a brilliant catch from Labuschagne.
Steve Turvitt's messaging us about what he's hearing. Fail to prepare, prepare to fail. When England effectively used the first test as the warm-up game, why should we be surprised to find ourselves in this position? Well, I don't know. I don't know what to say about it. I've seen England bat like this before, and I've seen them get out a bit like they're getting out today. They did it at Lord's a couple of years ago, throwing their bat at the short ball. Smith's still there. He's 29. But how many more can they get? Doggett now charges up and bowls a bouncer, which Jofra Archer allows to pass by. So Doggett's enjoying himself. He's picked up 2 test wickets, 2 with the short ball, as England's innings falls away a little disappointingly, alarmingly since lunch. They were 4 for 105. They're now 8 for 168, and Doggett on debut has 2 for 27.
Yeah, and it was Australia's session, but you almost felt like if Stokes and Brook could have come out after lunch and really tried to build a partnership, you never know, they could have dragged themselves back into this game. It wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, there's a hint of kamikaze about some of it. You don't say that when Brook launches it over cover and keeps going strongly without offering a chance with some premeditated strokes. But then when a wicket falls and all of a sudden another 2 or 3 fall, it all looks a bit a wasted opportunity. The pitch looks pretty good. The bowling's been keen and willing, but some of the batting's been a little bit loose. Stark starts a new over, and Smith swings into the short ball. He hits it over Whitey mid on, and it's going out to the boundary for 4. Attack and counter-attack. They're determined to go down swinging, and they may make a few more. And that was a lusty blow over mid on for 4.
Well, there's been a few times we've seen Jamie Smith, in these situations before, and he almost thrives under batting with the tail.
Yep, well, they might scrounge a few more. They've now got 4 men deep on the onside, and the mid-wicket, Smith's gone out there. There's no slip. There's a sort of 4th slip gully. Yeah, there are a number of fellas a long way from the bat. Stark has another crack. He runs in, and Smith gives it room and swings and misses. Swings and misses. Yeah. Well, this is the method. How long it will go, you will find out, because it's going downhill quickly, really. 8 for 172. It's good fun stuff at the back end of a one-day or a T20 test cricket like this.
Or if you've got 600 on the board, if you've got a few on the board.
I think they missed a trick today with this approach. At times, they've been undone by some good bowling too.
I think Stark's bowled fantastically well today.
Yeah. He's got 5. He's running in now towards Smith, and Smith drives, and he doesn't get a run. He could have taken a run. He miscued up the onside, but he wasn't going to expose Archer to Stark.
68 for 4 in 9.5 overs since lunch.
Good strike rate.
Yeah. I've got another little thing on Mitchell Stark's 5-wicket haul, which came up in the 31st over of the series. I'll come to it after this ball.
Oh, I'm on the edge of my seat.
Stark goes into bowl and Smith swings into this. He's hit it deep. He should be caught. He is. Caught by Green in the deep. He's picked him out. This is turning into a very bad game of baseball for England. They're trying to hit home runs and they're holding out. 9 for 172. Smith is out for 33.
Well, it's one of those where we know what Jamie Smith is going to do. We know how he's going to play. We've seen him. But is there a way that he can play that down into the ground rather than on this massive outfield, this massive surface that we've got? Yes, it might be 6 at Edgbaston. Yes, it might be 6 at Headingley. But this is such a big ground. Is there a way of getting that ball down? Because England are falling in a heap here and almost gifting wickets to Australia.
Mark Wood's making his way out, and it won't be long before he'll be getting the chance to strike back, if possible, against the Australian batsman. But this has been a very, very ordinary batting effort by England since Stokes was bowled just after lunch by Stark. And they're going down in a blaze of strokes. But I'd be hesitating to say a blaze of glory.
Smith 33 off 22 with 6 fours and caught in the deep. Highlighting your point, Mitchell Stark's 5th wicket in the 31st over. The second earliest a bowler has taken a 5-fer in the first test of an Ashes. Charles the Terror Turner, January 1887 at the SCG, took a 5-fer after in the 27th over of the series. The earliest an Ashes 5 has been taken in a series since then.
I wonder how many of them were caught out near the boundary. Not many, I'd reckon. It's a wonderful photo. You'll see it when you go to Sydney up in the mid area. It's a giant photo of the 1894 Sydney Test. Now, Woods there with his open stance. Stark runs in towards him and he swings at this. He's hit it straight up in the air. Carey's underneath it. He takes it. All out. Oh, England all out. Not with a bang, baby. With a big whimper. That is terrible. All out for 172. They're just throwing their wickets away like there's a bus outside and we've got to get to the pub. Now, we're not going to wait any longer. So it really has been an horrendous half hour of cricket from England here. Bowled out after winning the toss for just 172. And Stark has finished with 7 for. Yeah,
7 for 58.
7 for 58.
Best figures of his Test career, first 7 for.
Well, he's deserved that, and he'll get a big round of applause from a lot of the crowd here after that performance today. England, a very disappointing batting performance. Stark holds the ball up. He's a man on top of his game, and when he had his key mates Cummins and Hazelwood on the injury list, he's turned up today with a wicket in his first over and then 7 for 58, really to wipe England out for a meagre total, you would think, of 172. I'll leave it with you, Alex. Simon Mann is going to come in and join you. It's certainly been entertaining, but one wonders where it's all going to go from here.
Yeah, it's been disappointing. Entertaining, disappointing. I think for me, going into lunch, only 4 down, 105 for 4. And then having been bowled out in the 33rd over of the day, 172 all out. Yes, they lost wickets before lunch. Yes, it was Australia's session. But England have almost handed them this session. They've gone, OK, we're going to play our attacking brand of cricket. We're going to play in the way we do. Carr's taking on the short ball. Smith taking on the short ball. Wood taking on the short ball. Every fielder on the boundary. And have almost just fallen in a heap, and Australia on top. However, you can take nothing away from Mitchell Stark, who's bowled fantastically well. He's got 7 for 58 in his little spell of bowling. He went off at one stage and we all thought, oh, maybe that's a little bit of a worry if you're Australian, but then he was back on, taking wickets about 20 minutes later, Simon.
I can just imagine the reaction back home, people waking up, that feeling of optimism last night, and then you wake up to hear that England been bowled out in 32.5 overs for 172. So again, the scoring rate fast, but so too the conveyor belt back to the dressing room. Initial start with 7. Harry Brook making 52, Ollie Pope 46, and Jamie Smith 33. Well, some thought that England's 5-man pace attack should bowl on the first day. It's going to do so just after lunch, or not long after lunch. So it's just past 6 o'clock. You're listening to Test Match Special on 5 Sports Extra. A reminder, you can watch the highlights of the play so far on the BBC Sport website and app. I presume they've had time to load it all up. What we've seen in the last 20 minutes, 25 minutes, the wickets that have gone down. We also have a Test Match Special podcast every day of the tour on BBC Sounds. So Australia will come out to bat. Where are we in terms of the day's play? So we're basically halfway through the afternoon session, and England have been bowled out. Michael Vaughan.
Yeah, I mean, Mitchell Starc, outstanding. He got 6 for 9 in Jamaica in the last Test match that he played, and he's just got 7. 2 or 3 good balls. The majority of those wickets down the back end were just. It's hard to watch an England team that you felt that over the last year or so they started to play with a little bit of sense at times. But to win the toss on a pitch it's done a little bit, but not a huge amount. It certainly hasn't done as much as we saw last year against India. And now they need an Archer or a Wood or a Carse or an Atkinson or a Ben Stokes to bowl like Bumrah. Because Bumrah last year suddenly got the ball in his hand, he whipped it around and he bowled Australia out for 104 in that first innings. I get a sense that it's not that style of pitch. And those last 5 wickets, once they turned to the short ball theory, and Harry Brook was playing great, didn't quite get the hands out of the way, it was a well-directed bouncer. So you sometimes get outdone with a decent bit of bowling. I thought that was a decent ball, he wasn't trying to take it on. But the last 4 wickets, I mean, I always say Bazball with brains is very dangerous. Bazball arrived, but they forgot to bring the brains. It's disappointing because the trap's set, the field's set, and it's all. You look at that last dismissal, or the second to last, Jamie Smith. At Edgbaston, that's a 6. At Headingley, that's a 6. Australia, when here in Perth, the boundary sizes, they're the maximum for ICC regulations, 82 metres. So square of the wicket here in Perth, 82 metres. And probably Bryden Carse's shot, that's probably a 6 at Headingley or Edgbaston, Trent Bridge. Well, here in Australia, it's bigger turf, bigger acreage.
Well, the other thing as well is when you look where the fielders took the catch, they're not on the boundary, are they? I mean, it's still a big hit and they're well in, so it's a difficult shot to execute. We did see 1-6, Harry Brook, and that was over extra cover, second ball after lunch. I also thought as well, I mean, that was a magnificent catch by Labuschagne to get rid of Bryden Carse, because he hit that sweetly. I mean, he had just been hit on the helmet. He was just sort of
they'd rattle him,
got the beans going a little bit, and he took it on. But
when has the game changed so much that you've got a player like Jamie Smith who is world class and he's in, and all the tailenders come out playing strokes? I mean, has the game changed so much to suggest that a talent just dig in, just try and survive for Jamie Smith. 250 on this kind of wicket, you just don't know. But it looks to me like England are probably 130 light. They've got a bit fortunate now. Usman Khawaja can't open the batting. So Usman's not been out there, and he's got out there to field. It's not been long enough for him to go out and open the batting. So let's just wait and see how England bowl. But you can't keep depending on your bowling unit to get you out of trouble when you've played at times okay, but let's be honest, what was it, 34 overs?
It was 32.5 overs.
32.5 overs of batting, and I reckon 24-25 overs it was chaos. It had no control about it.
And Australia know now, I mean, if they play the percentages, get yourself a reasonable lead, and then the pressure's on, isn't it?
Yeah, just try and bat the day, see where it takes Australia. This Australian batting lineup, it's gettable. You could easily see England get 2 or 3 quick wickets, but don't hide away from the fact of how badly England have batted. If the bowlers come out and get wickets and they bowl great, I haven't seen enough gremlins in this service to suggest that the reason why England played all those shots is because the pitch was treacherous and it was impossible to bat on. when you're seeing straight drives down the ground, it usually gives you an indication that it's a pretty good pitch. And we've seen a number of straight drives down the ground, and England now are going to have to bowl very well. They're going to have to catch everything, and they're going to have to hope that Steve Smith doesn't get that kind of mojo, that flow, because if Steve Smith gets in and gets a big one, it's going to be very difficult for England.
We think Marnus Labuschagne is going to open the batting. He ran off the field at the end of the innings. Usman Khawaja was off the field regularly.
It's ironic, isn't it? All the talk with Marnus open, with Weatherall play. Usman Khawaja. I'm not too sure what Usman's done. I mean, I see a lot of strapping in his hands, but I think he always has that. I'm not too sure what injury he has. But
well, he did when he took the catch to get rid of Crawley early on. He didn't take it cleanly, did it? So sometimes you don't take it cleanly, it can damage a digit.
Yeah.
It kind of spilled out of his hands. He caught it in his stomach and his thighs.
Yeah, but I think it's disappointing when you're seeing it, and people say, England made the wrong decision at the toss. No, they haven't. Exactly the right decision to bat first, but bat well, not just for 32.5 overs. And it's the manner of which they've batted as well. I mean, Harry Brook's a freak. He plays shots and innings which is completely away from the textbook, and it's brilliant to watch. So I think in Harry Brook you've got a player that you've just got to allow to play like that, but there's so many of the other players that I'm watching going, just don't look in any control, and you just can't bat like that against quality. And Australia have got a bit of quality in their ranks.
The extra bounce that you get here, is that an issue? Just that adjusting to that. Well, you don't get many pitches like this, do you? I mean, it's not excessive, but the ball does carry, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why I and I guess criticising the build-up and preparation. I'm not one for playing lots of games, because I think a lot of kind of warm-up games aren't really intense. But it's more the pitch that they prepared on that worried me. I saw India here last year. They had the whacker for 8 days before that series, and they had a 2-day match amongst themselves. So they got used to the bouncing ball in the middle as well. England have come here and practiced in the nets for 3 days. All right, it bounces in the nets, but it's not middle practice.
Yeah.
And that's all I looked at this England setup and thought, could you have played that game against the Lions at the whacker? Well, I don't know logistically.
Well, the problem, look, there was a Shield game.
Yeah, but if you book it in early enough, Simon, months and months in advance, surely you could have said, no, we want the whacker. Like India got the whacker last year, and WA could have played away from home in the state kind of round of matches. Well, again, I'm not sure if that's 100% possible, but I would have personally loved to have seen them being at the whacker, middle practice. If they play the Lions, great. So at least you're practicing on bounce in the middle, not in the nets, out in the middle.
Labuschagne is opening with Weatherall, so a big moment for Weatherall in his first Test match.
So how long does Usman have to wait?
Well,
Sols, come on.
We don't
make something up.
It depends how long he was
off the field for.
He went off twice.
Yeah. Just quickly on Mitchell Starc, 7 for 58. That is the best ever figures for Australia in the first innings of an Ashes series. Previously, Keith Miller had 7 for 60 in the first innings of the first Test against in the 46-47 Ashes. So Starc's 7 for 58 is the best. So first innings of the first Test of an Ashes for Australia.
Well, he's done his job. Now the Australia openers are out there, or makeshift opener in Labuschagne's case. He's been in very good form, runs in both one-day cricket and Shield cricket. He's forced his way back in by weight of runs. John emails, good day from a cold Lincolnshire. I got up at 2 o'clock for this. And Bassball is touch and go when they are prepared, but their lead up to the series does not dignify the word preparation. The sad thing is that it's also predictable. Ashes series in Oz are lost before a ball is bowled.
Come on, John. Gonna get some early wickets.
Yeah.
Come on,
let us
have a
know
cup
what you
of
really
tea.
think. He says, I'm going to bed. Yeah, John.
Well,
Holmes.
listen to us in bed, John. Come on.
Is that John Holmes, the
agent?
The agent.
Well, maybe it is.
I know he likes his cricket.
England need a secret agent now with the ball in hand to do something magic. 4 slips in a gully.
Well,
Joff for Archer.
This is going to be Jake Weatherall. He's bowling Archer from the end from which Starc took his bag of wickets. The Justin Langer stand end of the ground. And we're about to get underway with Australia replying to England's meagre 172.
I don't think we'll be here on the 5th day, Simon.
Doesn't feel like it, is it?
No, might not be 4th.
4th day as well. What about the lengths that England have to bowl here then? So you can get carried away, can't you, when you're an England bowler and you see these conditions. After this ball from Archer, what sort of lengths do England need to bowl?
They have to bring the batter forward. They've got to make sure that they are challenging that forward press.
Right, here we go then. Weatherall's first ball in Test cricket. Jofra Archer goes into bowl to him. Oh, and it goes past the outside edge of the bat. It's a strange shot from Weatherall. Did he just drag the bat inside the line?
Yeah,
it was an awkward looking one. Anyway, he got it at the line of it.
I've seen a bit of him, and he's such a good leg side player. He likes to kind of flick it through the leg side. On that occasion, you've seen him get completely squared up, and that is how he gets out. So he dangles his bat just outside off stump. He gets a bit squared up on the back foot. So you would say, and you look at his bat face there, it was coming across to mid-wicket. A Jofra Archer style bowler to most players is dangerous, but to someone like Weatherall, the cordon better get ready.
Well, 3 slips, a gully and another gully really. It's struck on the pad, shout for LBW, falls over. England won this. The umpire does not raise his finger. England leaping around, absolutely convinced that Weatherall was out. He fell over as he played the shot. So it may have been difficult for the umpire to actually quite tell where the ball hit the pad, if you see what I mean, because he was on the decline. England have reviewed it.
It's all happening. England are absolutely convinced.
Well, TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. Took the feet placement and it's a fair delivery. Can I have a look at the front of that, please?
Well, Weatherall had his back to us, so we're now looking at it face on for the first time. And what do we see?
Yeah, just slowly. Clearly missed the bat. Satisfied. Ball tracking when the weight is ready, please. Pitching in line, impact in line, and not out to out, stand by your spin, signal out.
It's been overturned. Weatherall is out. Second ball on his Test debut. Horrible 2 balls for him, really. A play and a miss, and then falling over. And Archer has made the breakthrough in the first over.
Well, it's remarkable. Just things happen. Ultimately, Khawaja would have been facing the first ball. Obviously, him not being out there, Jake Weatherall had to face.
Please. Pitching in line, impact in line, and not out to out, stand by your spin, signal out.
It's been overturned. Weatherall is out. Second ball on his Test debut. Horrible 2 balls for him, really. A play and a miss, and then falling over. And Archer has made the breakthrough in the first over.
Well, it's remarkable. Just things happen. Ultimately, Khawaja would have been facing the first ball. Obviously, him not being out there, Jake Weatherall had to face. And you have to say, the 2 balls that he got from Jofra Archer, one nipped away and he played and missed, and then the ball swung back in. It was a beautiful delivery. Steve Smith out there at number. This is perfect for England.
Well, one of the, I suppose, tactical issues going into the series is, could England get Smith in early? Well, he's in third ball. And listen to the reaction from the England supporters of Steve Smith.
Oh, it's a beautiful bit of bowling from Jofra Archer. Just enough swing back in, and Jake Weatherall, he hits the deck.
I thought for umpire Holdstock, it was quite a difficult one to adjudicate because he fell over and the pad went outside the leg stump very quickly. But it was very good. It was pitching on and hitting Midland leg. So Weatherall is out. The second ball in Test cricket. And his first ball wasn't very convincing either. He did drag the bat inside the line, but after he poked at it. So a very nervous and brief stay for Weatherall. Smith is out there. We've got 11 wickets already, and we've only had 33.1 overs. Right, here is Archer. Into bowl to Smith. Oh, it's way down the leg side. And Smith inside the line of that. Looks back at the umpires to say, is that not a wide ump? Jamie Smith had to dive across to take that. There's a leg slip in.
I came down to watch Australia practice yesterday morning, and I think they were starting at 10, and I got here at 20 to 10, and Steve Smith was just on his own in the nets. There was no coach, there was no bowlers, and he was just netting. Not facing any balls, just netting, and he was lying on the floor, then he was waving his bat in the end. And then Mike Hussey came to throw him a few balls, and it wasn't until 10:05 he was there, 25 minutes on his own.
Archer bowls to Smith, and Smith is back in defence there.
Wow.
Oh, that was a good delivery from Archer, and Smith fidgeted, comes down the pitch and does some gardening.
Well, can Archer be what Bumrah was for India last year? He started so well.
Smith was playing at that and went past the outside edge and flashed through to Jamie Smith. Oh, this is dramatic cricket. Usman Khawaja will be able to bat in 10 minutes.
I think he might be.
Archer goes into bowl to Smith, and Smith is in behind that and playing with the bat this time, defending it hard into the surface. And applause around the ground, I think, for an Australia player playing it with the bat for the first time in this first over. It's the first time that it's hit the wood, and Archer fielded in his follow through. Australia are 0 for 1 in reply to 172 all out. Smith and Labuschagne, the old firm really, at the top of the Australian order, are together. And Archer bowls to Smith, who drives and misses the ball outside the off stump. Well, a bit of adrenaline in that shot from Steve Smith. It's full from Archer. Smith drove at it, missed it, through to Carey, and Archer has started the Ashes series with a wicket maiden. It's going to be Gus Atkinson to bowl the second over, and Jonathan Agnew to come in. After a few more thoughts from you, Michael.
Yeah, brilliant from Jofra Archer. England need the bowlers to get the batters out of a tricky position. The ball will fly through. It's just one of those kind of pitches. And for the first 15 overs, there's always something here in Australia. More prominent seam on the Kookaburra ball these days. It's so important that England strike early. They're going to have to catch well. Bit going on, John.
Oh, my word. Isn't it? It's just been one of those crazy days. We haven't had 40 overs of play yet.
I don't think we've had 35.
No, I think we have had absolutely extraordinary. It's just... I mean, England will surely be bitterly disappointed with their batting, but they can get back into the game now. Gus Atkinson is opening the bowling from this end. He's bowling to Marnus Labuschagne, and that's first ball outside the off stump, and Labuschagne allows that to go through to the wicketkeeper. Wow, and what a reception for Steve Smith as well. It was all very odd yesterday. Why he kicked off on Monty Panesar, I really don't know, but the reception there for the England supporters...
Well, generally, when you go into an Ashes series, you try and dampen down the noise.
Yeah.
And for Steve to have created so much noise,
yep,
it was very unlike Australia. Oh, there's big beach ball coming up over the back, look.
Oh, there is. Atkinson scuttles in, bowls. Oh, it goes straight over the stumps as Labuschagne plays no stroke. And I remember sitting at home last year watching the India Test match here. Labuschagne played one of the worst Test innings I think I've ever seen. Yeah. Shouldering arms, being hit on the thigh pad, all sorts of strange stuff. So
yeah, there's you see the wobble scene there, just nipping back. I'm intrigued by Marnus because he's spoken a lot leading into this series about finding his kind of rhythm of scoring again. Not just surviving. So I'm interested to see how he goes in the first innings, back in the Test team.
Atkinson again runs in, bowls to Labuschagne, who's beaten, prodding outside the off stump. Lovely ball from Atkinson, just the right length on this surface. And Labuschagne, very lucky not to edge that. 1 for no wicket. Sorry, 0 for 1. You get right way around the scoreboard. It just shows you get confused with the Australian system, don't you? If that was a scoreboard in England, you'd say 1 for no wicket, because it's 0 for 1.
It's just enough there, I guess.
Yeah.
Just enough nibble.
3 slips, gully, short leg, quite deep there, but he's got a helmet on. As Atkinson moves in, bowls outside the off stump, Labuschagne can let that go past this time.
Yeah, I've just seen a few numbers up on the screen. Labuschagne in the last 28 Test innings averages 24. So you're kind of looking at Travis Head against pace doesn't average a huge amount.
No.
Usman Khawaja against pace. I think Usman's one score over 90 in his last 44 Test innings.
I think he's about 5 minutes away from being able to bat.
He'll be hoping he
timed out.
He's in that shed for a bit longer, I reckon.
Atkinson again runs in bowls. Oh, he's beaten him again. Beautiful length. Beautiful length. That is absolutely the length to bowl on this surface. Just full, not quite half volley full, but full enough, and just beating that outside edge. It's a beautiful delivery.
Yeah, seam movement. We didn't see a huge amount of seam movement from Scott Boland early in the day. I was certainly seeing it from Gus Saxon. I thought Brendan Doggett bowled nicely.
Did actually.
He got the ball moving around.
He did.
Start was exceptional.
Can Atkinson find the edge? Runs in again. Bowls to Labuschagne, who's hurried as he defends. Lovely over comes to an end. Absolutely right on it. Australia 0 for 1, and there's some enthusiasm back amongst the England supporters again, who are pretty downbeat 20 minutes ago.
Make it 6 false shots out of the 12 balls so far in the innings. Very, very rare occurrence in this match for both teams to be 0 for 1 in their first innings. Only the 9th time that has happened in Test history, and it is the first time it has ever happened in the Ashes. Both teams 0 for 1 in the first innings.
Just looking at the field, 3 slips, a gully, a leg slip to Steve Smith, a short leg deep. Fine leg back.
Smith on strike. Archer running in hard from that far end, comes in towards us and bowls to Smith. It's down the leg side, ill-directed, and Smith going to take his bat out of the way. The ball flies past his ribs and into Carey's gloves.
Yeah, they've got to really strike with this new ball, Aggers, because it will flatten out. 20 overs time, it'll be pretty nice for batting.
It's gripping cricket. I mean, what goodness knows what England were up to.
What did you make of Mark Wood's shot?
I don't think I've ever seen the first ball bowled to a number 11 and the 9 down for 170 with virtually everybody on the boundary. It was an extraordinary thing. Now, next one, Archer bowls outside the off stump. Lovely length. Smith lets it go by. I mean, it was
Brydon Carsh, you like Jamie Smith.
What was going on? It's just like they also got sucked into this madness. When they're massive boundaries here, aren't they? A tail ender, even a low order batsman's not going to hook for 6. He's not.
Well, time will tell whether the first innings score is competitive. It could be, because Jofra Archer, Mark Wood, Atkinson are high class. Ben Stokes. So the bowlers could get them out of a tricky position.
Archer from the far end runs towards us, bowls to Smith. Oh, a real flash outside the off stump there. How did that not find the edge? He's trying to launch that over cover. It's like Smith has caught the England disease.
Well, it's amazing, isn't it, that Steve Smith is such an experienced pro, but you can see that there's a little bit of panic out there.
Yeah.
I think both teams are incredibly nervous. Look at someone like Mitchell Stark. He's been able to just calm himself down and just control his emotions.
In comes Archer, gliding in, bowls to Smith. It's down the leg side. Makes his bat out of the way. There's a raised arm there from Ollie Pope, who's fielding with a helmet on. Yeah, his old experience showed.
I do
that,
think in Ashes series, the first day, and I think both sets of players will wake up tomorrow and go, okay, just play now. The first day, there's such a big build-up. The hype's huge.
I think it's the same for everybody, isn't it? I mean, I was up at 5:30 this morning.
Yeah,
it's just the first day is just...
You've got to try and survive the first day.
Yeah, but you've built up for it for so long. Smith waits. Archer from the far end moves in, bowls to him, and allows that to go by just past the off stump. There's some raised arms there in the slips.
Well, they haven't got a run yet.
No. Still 0 for 1. We're in the third over.
I was saying on the telly this morning, it has felt like a heavyweight boxing build-up. So many big headlines, big comments, and then today's like the first round, and it's like both have gone in there swinging.
Yeah, well they have.
And then you settle, don't you, in rounds 3, 4 and 5. You start to play a bit, box a bit. It's an intriguing first day.
It's the last ball of the over. Archer comes in, bowls to Smith. Oh, he's wrapped up on the thigh pad. The ball runs away down for Stokes to pick up in the gully. Another fine over. Plenty of hostility. Smith having to play at every ball there. Australia are 0 for 1. having lost the debutant. A strange one, that. Looking at the... I was watching next door as well. Looking at the actual replay, the ball seemed to be heading towards the leg side, but the technology had it straightening up. Anyway, you can't lie with the computer.
What do you think? The crowd here, I mean, I think England have got the majority of the support. Not majority, but I think it's like 60-40 England.
I think it's 10,000, isn't it? 10,000 Brits, apparently.
Oh, seems to be more than that.
There's about 10,000 flags up all the way around the perimeter.
10,000 in my reception this morning.
Yeah. Right, Labuschagne wants the sight screen moved. If that'll help him or not, but Australia still looking for their first run. Atkinson's going to bowl. The Fremantle doctors arrived. I can see the change of wind up there as Atkinson bowls, and that's an inside edge. The pad and just dropping short of Pope is quite deep at short leg.
Yeah, I mean, Marnus has been playing great for Queensland. But I've watched quite a lot of his innings, and the pace of the ball that he's been facing has been around 128, 130 kilometres an hour. This is just a different step up.
Yeah.
So you can feel great when the ball's just coming down a bit slower and it's not quite as skillful, but England have got to get him early, because if they can get Marnus early, those kind of self-doubts start to creep back in from, why was he dropped out the side? McDonald wants him to be a bit more proactive.
Atkinson bowls to Labuschagne, allows that to pass by. Not too far outside the off stump. It's again a lovely line from Gus Atkinson, but importantly it's the length that you just had to get right in this part of the world. Really, England have failed to do over the years here in Perth. Tend to bowl too short.
Yeah, and so far they've been tremendous with their lengths. You're looking at the kind of release points of Gus Atkinson, and he's getting the ball. He's kind of got his fingers across the seam and just dragging his fingers down, and the ball's just wobbling down.
Labuschagne waits. Atkinson moves in, bowls to him, and again there's a beautiful channel ball that Labuschagne allows to go by. It's probing away. Australia still haven't scored a run. They're in the fourth over. And they're 1 wicket down.
It's like the two approaches, isn't it? You've got the bad ballers,
yes,
and then you've got the old attritional way of just trying to see off the new
grafters.
Ball. Yeah.
Atkinson turns round. Labuschagne steadies himself. He's ready now. Down go the slips. Hands on knees. Atkinson, there he bowls to Labuschagne. Oh, it's a beauty. Beautiful delivery that beats the bat again. Well, they can do no more than bowl absolutely like this. They're going to nick one eventually.
Yeah, they've just got to stay real in terms of don't go searching. It will happen. I think sometimes you can get a bit frustrated when the edge isn't being found. You start going chasing it. Just hang in here.
Yeah.
Just keep doing what they're doing now. Something will happen.
0 for 1. Atkinson scurries in, bowls to Labuschagne, who's forward to a ball on the off stump. Applause, their ironic applause in England supporters.
I reckon
for
that's the Aussie crowd
ball
clapping.
Hitting the bat. I think that's an Aussie applause.
I think it's an Aussie applause for hitting the ball. Now I might
more chanting breaking out.
Where is the Barmy Army?
I think they're sort of scattered, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's a vast stadium.
Where's the trumpeter? Must be down to the left somewhere.
Last ball of another probing over. Atkinson runs in, bowls. Oh, he's twitched at that and missed it. Oh, dear me. Just millimetres away from an edge. A real flapping shot there from Labuschagne. It's gripping as England's trying to make amends and get back into this game after what will remain a disappointing batting performance, but the way they've come out and bowled, they're giving it absolutely everything to get back into this game, and they've beaten the bat. Some terrific probing opening bowling going on, and I'm sure Glenn McGrath's admiring as well.
Yeah, g'day Aggers, g'day listeners. You can't judge how the first team batting has gone until you see the other team bat. So there is a little bit of life in this pitch. Probably good bounce, good carry, a little bit of sideways movement, and here we are in the, 4 overs, and Australia yet to score a run. So
Archer on his way, moves in, bowls to Smith. It's a bouncer. Flies over his shoulder. Smith miles back, collects it. And Smith twitches and fidgets. And the English crowd murmur their approval. Any hostility shown towards Smith, they like.
There's the atmosphere has risen. The English in the crowd at the change of innings. I think they were pretty quiet in here too. Good to see you've got a bit more energy, Aggers, and you back up. We are in the fight now.
I love seeing fast bowling like this, though.
I think everyone does, don't they?
It's great.
All fast bowlers love it, no matter which team you're on.
Yeah. Archer again tosses himself a catch. Sleeves buttoned down, comes in, moves in, bowls to Smith. It's full and almost there. Australia's first run, but Stokes is there, a backward point to stop it. Into the 5th over. Australia are still 0 for 1. Smith again goes for a little stroll there, fidgeting and twitching. Atkinson down here. It's bowled beautifully, the 2 overs that he's had so far. And I've got him as my leading English wicket taker for the series, by the way. He bowls that lovely length, doesn't he?
Yeah, just that Australian length where you get that nip, that bounce. As long as he gets the length right, it'll be a handful.
Archer comes in, bowls to Smith, who fends away a ball of good length. Archer swoops in, picks the ball up. Still no run for Australia.
So I was just thinking there before, if Usman had been on the field, would he have faced the first ball? Or
with Weatherall?
And you wonder how much that's changed everything.
Good question.
But
it knocked him off his feet, that one. It was a strange dismissal.
Yeah, it just sort of straightened. I haven't seen Archer's more hit the decks, bit of seam, but that one just moved a little bit in the air.
Here comes Archer, bowls to Smith on the back foot. There's the first run.
Yay!
4.4 overs. Australia are off the mark. 1 for 1. And now doesn't that noise just illustrate the atmosphere that's here today?
Illustrates the crowd.
Yeah.
And just it's not all Australians here. I think there's a massive contingency of English. And coming out over the summer, I've heard over 30,000 English fans are going to venture out here. You know, the Lions tour, which was earlier on this year, they had big following as well. And that was a successful tour for you guys, wasn't it?
It was. Labuschagne's having his first look at Archer, who glides in, moves in now, bowls short, there's an inside edge into the body. Archer picks the ball up. And there's a lot of hostility out there, but I'm not talking about bounces necessarily. It's just a hostile length, hostile line. You can feel the bristle.
Yeah.
And now Stokes is coming into the leg side. So he's coming to leg slip.
It's looking at how the game's gone. It's a shame Hazelwood and Cummins weren't there this morning. It would have been. It's you would have seen all the bowlers dominate. Really, I thought Scotty Boland wasn't at his best this morning.
I thought Doggett bowled nicely. His
and
first outing.
Doggett was good.
Here's Archer, comes in and bowls, and that's played firmly down the ground. Labuschagne's off the mark. Ball pursued by Wood, and it has gone for 4. The first boundary for Australia. There were 5 from that over. And that is the Australian score. They're 5 for 1. They lost the opener. Weatherall, LBW to Archer. The second ball of the innings. That after, however, England were rolled out for 172. They lost their last 6 wickets for, I haven't got my little notepad with me. 6
for 12. They were last 5 for 12. They were 160 for 5, 172 all out in 19 balls.
Yeah, it all went a bit mad there at the end.
Yeah, they were taking Bazball to a new level, the tail, weren't they? And
sort of bounced out. Have you ever had a field like that as number 11 for Mark Wood, like there's everyone on the boundary?
And he still takes it up. It reminds me of Headingley, where they went that way, and Woody
he kept smashing
got some quick runs and sort of changed that game to a degree. So
different boundaries.
Yeah.
Smith on strike. Atkinson's going to bowl to him. Same field, 3 slips, gully, short leg, a little bit deeper than usual as Atkinson bowls, and Smith has a look at it, takes the bat out of the way.
Yeah. So there's two things they say in Perth on quick bouncy wickets. The first one is you have to know which ball to leave. If you're a good lever, you'll do well. And the other one is to get in. It's tough. You've got to do the hard yards, but if you toughen it out, runs start coming easier to score. At the Wacker, across the river there, once you get in, the outfield's lightning, so you can keep the scoreboard ticking over. Here, the outfield's a lot slower, and that's the main difference between the two grounds.
It's quite spongy. Atkinson runs in, bowls, and is on the back foot. Smith guides the ball safely to the backward point. Yeah, it's a spongy, thick, grassy outfield here.
Jack.
So you wonder how many England would have got if the outfield was just a little bit quicker. There was a lot of threes today.
Yes, there were. But
they did go hard. They kept the scoreboard ticking over. And when you're under the pump batting and the bowlers are on top, it's the scoreboard that stops ticking over. You know, we're in the 6th over here in Australia, only have 5 runs on the board.
Smith dips at the knee. Atkinson bowls to him. He stands up, plays off the back foot out to cover. And there's no run. This is a real battle. It really is. England would appear to be not out of it, but certainly very much on the back foot at 172 all out. But an early wicket, and just the pressure that they're building here, saying they're not going to get rolled over by any means. Fighting hard. 3 slips of gully waiting. Atkinson, bright sunshine, runs away and he bowls. Oh, that bounces and hits Smith up on the arm. Oh. Where did that come from? It's hit on the elbow, I think. Where on earth did that come from? That was a brutal ball. It was a good length.
Yeah,
it's climbed.
Yeah, just off a length. Ooh. Call it a bit of a spitting cobra, that one. It just bounces so much more than you. Off the.
Oh, it's a nasty one. It's the right elbow, so behind the bat. No protection against a hard ball being delivered at about 85 miles an hour. It's hit him right on the elbow. And the physios are running out. All sorts of people are running out now with towels and the like. That would have made Smith's eyes water.
Yeah, it didn't bounce as much as I thought. It was just seemed a little bit. And that will.
That's really, really nasty. He's in pain there. Not quite sure what the physio can do about that.
No.
It's just going to be a horrible bruise, isn't it?
That magic spray. I always like they bring the magic spray out and they give it a spray, and that should be good. But
they're flexing his arm. I mean, he's in a lot of pain there. That's a really, really nasty one.
Ouch!
Right
on the point of the elbow.
Just a stat on how long it took Australia to score their first run of the innings, 28 balls. I make that the 5th longest in the history of Anglo-Australian cricket that a team has taken to score its first run, and the longest since 1956.
Is that right?
Well, there you go.
It's only 56. Glenn, you say a few words, give some thoughts as Simon's coming in here.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the replay. I wonder if Steve Smith got an edge on it, or whether he just missed it and it hit the hit his elbow. Because if he got a feather on it, that would have definitely carried through to the keeper. Whether that saved him or whether he just played inside it. And but he's still looking like he's in a bit of pain there. He's grimacing quite a bit. They're just the old squeeze my finger, just see how it is. You got to be tough to be a cricketer these days, Simon. You can't just get a little whack and walk
off.
No, you got to be tough. He'll stay out there, get a bit of feeling back in it. He should be fine.
Well, Australia are 5 for 1. We're in the 6th over. Game's come to a halt with that blow to Steve Smith. He's about to put his gloves back on and continue. If you are just switching on a Friday morning, England 172 all out in 32.5 overs. A remarkably quick Ashes innings, one of the quickest. And then Archer striking in his first over, Weatherall out to his second ball, LBW, after a review. And since then, Smith and Labuschagne have battled away. Did England have bowled a bit short? They haven't quite got their length full enough.
You've got to get the length right. And both these, both Smith and Labuschagne, they're quite good levers of the ball. and they're used to the Perth conditions. That extra, you leave on length more than anything else. So just tire the bowlers out by bowling dot balls that way.
Atkinson bowls short. Smith goes after it and misses it on the pull. It goes through to Jamie Smith. Then got a leg slip in and a fine leg. Smith prepared to take that on. It did not catch up with it.
Yeah, no, it's interesting, that shot, wasn't it? It was. Yeah, that actually bounced as well.
It did.
That really took off. There's a lot of bounce in this pitch, but there's a lot of soil from the whacker in this pitch. So it's going to be probably one of the quickest or bounciest pitches, at least in the world.
Well, Smith's a long way back at the slip cordon. Atkinson bowls. He's struck on the pad, shout for LBW. Their hesitation on the run as well. Eventually they do go through. Shai comes in at the non-strikers, then it's backed up at mid-on. Now, England going to review this? No, there's not a great deal of conviction in that appeal. There was from Atkinson, but no real support. I think they felt that's a bit high. So 6 for 1. Plenty of ways to catch up. We've got the action on the BBC Sport website and app highlights. As we're just looking at the replay. Yeah, high, wasn't it? Glenn hit him on the thigh or the back leg.
Just watching Steve Smith's reaction there. Gets hit and he's going, oh no, it's high. Like,
he's doing the umpire's job for him,
I'm
is he?
not sure if you're supposed to do that.
No.
I think it's a Dats reaction, but it's replays show it clearly going over the top, and Ben Stokes saying the same thing. It's going over.
Yeah, we'll have the highlights of today's play on the BBC iPlayer from 5 o'clock today as well, rounding it all up. We've had plenty of drama already, and we're not even at 2. We've had 11 wickets in the day's play. Also, we've got the TMS Ashes debrief every day with Alex Hartley, the TMS podcast on BBC Sounds every day of the tour as well. And you can also listen to the whole day back in full on Sports Extra 3 later. So you could not join us live and then wake up and listen to the whole day through the English day, if you like.
Well, if it's been a good day, then that's what you do, isn't it?
Well, here is Mark Wood into the attack now. Bowls to Smith. He nudges that way into the onside. Off for a quick single shot. The stumps misses. From close in on the leg side. A fumble out at point as well. Well, that looked like a really dicey single. Almost as if they didn't realise the fielder was there. It was Ollie Pope square of the wicket on the leg side. He picked it up. Now let's just see if he'd hit here. Or it'd been out.
Definitely out.
Oh, out, yeah. Wow, what a bizarre single that was. The two batters having a chat mid-pitch. So the thing is not to know what's happened, so you can then just listen to it. Yeah, well, avoid all social media. You'd have to do that. All your friends not talking to you, messaging you, saying, "Oh, did you see what happened today?" Just listen to the day's play without knowing what's happened.
If you're that way inclined, I like to know the results and say, "Oh yeah, okay, I will listen to it," or watch my football team if they've had a win.
Wood bowls to Labuschagne. Labuschagne defends back to the bowler, and Wood picks up. Wood, who. Well, the word we were getting from the players who were facing him in the net, I think Smith said it, Stokes said it. I think Smith was absolutely rapid and Stokes said rapid. Facing the nets outside.
Pretty much Mark Wood at the best of times. He runs in, gives 100% every single ball. Good to see him back out there. He hasn't played a test match since February?
Well, he played, his last game was against Afghanistan in the Champions Trophy and he walked off with a knee injury. Wood goes in and bowls to Labuschagne. Labuschagne defends the ball on Midland leg up towards Archer, who's at mid-on and there's no run. We've got 15 minutes to go until tea, if my calculations are correct. This, what was it, 5 minutes to go until tea? With this 20 past 10 start, it's quite hard to work it out.
Well, 20 past 10 and then you get 40 minutes for lunch, so that brings it back to the hour, doesn't it? So it's
15 minutes until tea, yeah. 7 for 1 Australia in reply to 172. 3 slips, a gully in, and Wood steaming in. Bowls to Labuschagne, and did Labuschagne play at that, or did he just drop the gloves? Well, perhaps only he will know, but it went flying through to Jamie Smith.
Yeah, no, good pace there, 149.6 kilometres an hour. I'm not sure what's that in miles.
What's 150 in miles per hour? Zolt's got his calculator out. But he's now got to work out what the calculation is to get to the miles per hour. It's best just to put it into a search engine and say what is 150 kph in miles per hour is a quicker way around using a
divided by
calculator.
0.6 or something, is it?
93.
93.
Yeah, that's the figure I was going to come up with.
Wood bowls. Labuschagne squared up by that, goes along the ground into the gully where it's picked up by Duckett, and there is no run. This is a good accurate first over from Mark Wood. He's made Labuschagne play.
Just watching Wood there, he's rubbed his knee a couple of times, so fingers crossed he's okay. You know, to have both Wood and Archer in the team, I think Stokes would be, well, I was going to say he'd be stoked about that, but he could, be so happy. Atkinson, then you got Cars who can bowl good wheels. He's probably one of the quickest bowling attacks comfortably in world cricket.
Wood rushing in to bowl to Labuschagne. Labuschagne drops the gloves and rocks the head back as it flies past his chest on its way through to keeper Smith. It's the end of Wood's over. He's come back with a maiden over, his first over. So there was one off it. Was it not leg by? No, it was turned away. It came off the bat, didn't it? Yeah.
Chance for a run out. Well, would have been run out if Pope had hit.
There was a good first over from Wood. Made them play. And they went past the outside edge a couple of times. So Smith's on 2. Labuschagne is on 4. We've had 7 overs. And Australia, well, it's fair to say, approaching it slightly differently to England. They're going at 1 and over. England, what were they today? Back 4.5 and over.
They were well over that. They were 5.2.
5.2.
Yeah. And after 7 overs, England were 33 for 2, Australia 7 for 1.
Yeah. There's that leg slip in. Ben Stokes is there for Steve Smith. Atkinson tries again and bowls to and Smith plays with a bat that, well, ball takes the edge or outer part of the bat and runs down towards backward point. They go through for a single. He was squared up by that delivery from Atkinson. Is that the first run off Atkinson?
Yep.
It is, yeah. After 3 maidens, 8 for 1 Australia. Smith goes to 3. Just that initial sort of aggression has gone, that initial adrenaline from this England bowling effort. Now it's time to settle in and work hard, and that's what the batters have been doing as well. The crowd's quieting down after that wicket in the first over. Atkinson bowls, Labuschagne defends, plays it up towards mid-off. Bryden Cars picks it up and hurls the ball at Jamie Smith. Cars and Smith were both caught in the deep, well inside the rope, even though they made excellent contact. I think Jim was making the point earlier that on many English grounds, both those shots would have gone for 6.
Yeah, so the shot ball got a few wickets, including Harry Brook, the big wicket of Harry Brook. But, that was always going to be the test for the English batsmen taking on the bowlers.
Atkinson bowls to Labuschagne. Labuschagne defends, pushing the ball into the offside. Atkinson rushes forward. Can't get there before Cars. So that leaves it for Cars in the end. And there is no run. 8 for 1 Australia. And now Archer's spell has ended. That was the joint quickest spell in his Test career at 90.3 miles per hour on the par with the spell he made in the 3rd Test at Lord's earlier this year. Knocked Weatherall off his feet second ball and had him LBW after a review. I had some sympathy with the umpire. It was actually quite plumb, wasn't it, really, as Atkinson bowls. A thickish inside edge on that defensive shot from Labuschagne goes to short leg where it's fumbled by Ollie Pope, but no damage done because there's a fielder behind him to back up. It's a difficult one for umpire Holtstock because the Weatherall fell over. It's difficult to see quite where the ball made impact with the pad, where it hit the pad. Just wonder, did he get his leg outside the leg stump? Well, England were leaping up and down. They were absolutely convinced, and the technology showed it was pitching on and hitting Midland leg.
Yeah, so I pitched on leg and straight. And, I didn't think Archer was a big swinger of the ball, but it just straightened, swung in the air, and that one was out.
Atkinson bowls, and there's an interest from behind there as he plays in defence, Labuschagne, but all goes away into the offside. There might be some bat in that. Pad as well. Atkinson accurate, probing away. All the talk actually, Steve Smith was saying England have got all these fast bowlers, and the Australian pitch is a bit different now. There's a bit of nibble out there. I just wonder whether Atkinson's style of bowling is suited to
without a doubt
modern Australian pitches.
Well, especially this one. Yeah.
Got that pitter patter run, bowls the line, goes in now to Labuschagne, who knocks it away into the offside off the back foot into a gap. Duckett comes round to pick up, and Labuschagne gets the non-striker's end. In fact, that's the end of the over, so he's actually pinched the bowling at the end of the over. 9 for 1, Australia, with 8 minutes to go until tea on this opening day of the series. We've had 11 wickets, and England will be hoping it's up around, 15 by the close of the play.
Yeah, it was the day of the test against India here last year. 17 wickets fell on day one. So whether it's sort of contrasting pitches, I think there's a bit more pace and bounce in this pitch. But you look at the contrasting ways, the way the Australian batsmen go about it compared to how England go about it. We'll see which one's more successful in these type of conditions. Obviously with England ticking the scoreboard over at 5 runs and over, it doesn't get you bogged down and going nowhere.
Labuschagne waits for Wood, gets the bat down in time, down towards fine leg, picked up by Atkinson. Labuschagne gets a single and gets up to the non-striker's end.
151.1 kilometres an hour.
Wood's first over on the CricViz database averaged 151, so 93.9 mile an hour average delivering that first over.
Not bad.
When you haven't played in the middle in a competitive game since
you should be feeling fresh.
Well, that's what he says. That's exactly what he says. He says, I don't need to, if I bowl all these warm-up matches, I'm tired when it comes to the big match. Goes in now and bowls to Smith. He's up on his toes to defend the ball, a skiddy ball that's just short of a length, plays it up towards mid-off, and there is no run.
And there you just Mark Wood in his follow-through. Bowled it, and because he bowls with so much effort and energy, ended up on the ground. You see that so many times, but he was up He was up very quick as well, but just the effort and energy puts in every single ball is incredible.
When you see that back foot land as well, as you just, it contorts, doesn't it? You think that you're going to get injuries bowling like that. Well, and he has. Tries again, bowls to Smith. Smith turns it away down towards fine leg for a single. Atkinson jogs round to pick up and flicks in the return to Smith. One more, Australia 11 for 1.
Oh, they're motoring along now, Simon. But fast bowling's not a natural action at the best of times. But when you see guys run in and put that amount of effort on every ball, the stress is going through your front foot, through your back foot. It can add up after a while. They have to stay strong and fit off the field as well to get them through.
Wood back to the top of his mark. Moves in now to bowl to Labuschagne. And he bowls a short ball outside the off stump. Labuschagne rocks back, allows it to go past his chest. And through to Smith. I mean, the other interesting thing about Wood, of course, is that you think of bowlers as they get older, slowing down, but he's maintained his pace into his mid-30s. Was he 35, Mark Wood? Oh, he's still bowling at 93 miles an hour or whatever.
Yeah, no, 36 in a couple of months.
36. Ooh.
But
good effort. Yeah. But the older you get, the more it hurts too.
He's sprinting in to bowl to Labuschagne. Bowls now. Labuschagne defends. Runs it towards Ben Stokes. He's fielding at backward point. Swoops on it. Picks it up. And there is no run. Well, it feels at the moment, actually, this is the first time today when the game feels it's just settled down. Although I'm not sure it necessarily feels like that for the two batters out there who are facing 90 plus miles per hour bowling. I mean, they're working hard. But the crowd is quiet. The game is quiet.
In a holding pattern at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah. We'll play the big moments of the day so far during the tea interval. Wood bowls, squared up by that one. The Labuschagne looking to play into the onside. Goes into the offside towards backward point. The end of Wood's second over. He's conceded 3 singles. 11 for 1. No, it's not the end of the over. The no ball has been signalled. The third umpire's had a look at that delivery from Mark Wood, and he is indeed overstepped. So fielders have to go back to their original positions. And one more to the total, 12 for 1.
Yeah, so what are we, 4 minutes away from tea?
Yeah, well, one more over.
Not really motoring through the overs, are they?
Well, you feel it's almost certain England are going to lose World Test Championship points to a slow over rate. Wood bowls and squared up by that one as well. Labuschagne goes off the outside edge along the ground to duck it in the gully. The over has now finished. Let's make sure. Yeah, ball is not going to be called that time. 12 for 1 after 9 overs. Australia 160 runs behind with Smith on 4, Labuschagne on 6, and one more over to go until the tea interval, and it is going to be bowled by Bryden Carse.
We'll get to see him. Yeah.
Over in an Ashes series.
Yeah, so England got through Australia got through 32.2 overs bowling. And what are we? 9 overs, so it's 41 overs for the day.
By tea.
And we're supposed to get through how many? 90.
So we're not even halfway through the overs.
We've only got, good part of 50 overs to bowl in the... I know there's 2 overs lost in the change. So you could say there's still 46, 47 overs to get through. So we're going to be down a few at the end of the day.
Right, here's Carse. Bowls to Smith, and Smith gets one that bounces a bit. Certainly played it like that. Played it suspiciously, and then just indicates with his right hand that it bounced more than he thought. Ball went away into the offside. He was able to control it. Well, it's going to be a feature of this series. If England play their 5 quicks for most of it, I mean, they're going to be short every day, aren't they? And it's something they're kind of not really bothered with in a way, and it's cost them World Test Championship points. Carse leap and he bowls. He's driven through the offside by Smith. It's going out towards deep extra cover. Atkinson's after it. We've recognised already in the game the outfield is slow, and they come back for 3 runs. Atkinson hurled that in over the head of Smith. It was backed up behind the wicketkeeper by Ollie Pope. So 3 to Steve Smith, who moves to 7. And Australia, this holding pattern, just calming the game down at the moment and blunting England's new ball attack. They've moved to 15 for 1. Bryden Carse, who bowled so impressively in Pakistan a year ago. I'm talking to Jason Gillespie, of course, was Pakistan coach, and he said, I really like Carse. Well, he bowled well against Pakistan. Goes in now to Labuschagne, it flies through. Labuschagne, I think, played at that, but there's just that hint on this surface. 2 players who played a lot in Australian conditions of dropping the gloves and allowing it to go by. Not pushing at it, not going hard. It's allowing the natural carry to take the ball over the stumps. Although I think so it kind of half pushed at it, but just held the bat inside the line as well, not fully committing to it.
Yeah, he didn't go hard at the ball there, did he? And I think that's what, if you're used to conditions like this, it does help.
Cast to Labuschagne, has to play at that one. He's off for a single. It's not there. He's saying to Smith, come on, there's a run there, but there wasn't. Surely not a run. Ben Stokes was not far away. He'd have ran Smith out there. Smith came down the pitch. Labuschagne turns his back to him. 2 idiosyncratic players. I'm sure there wasn't a run there. If they'd gone through and gone either end, I think there.
Yeah.
Labuschagne was in danger as well.
He wouldn't have got 3/4 way down the wicket.
Cast to Labuschagne, very full, pushed away into the offside firmly, picked up by Atkinson out mid-off. No run.
Yeah, so Carse slowly building into it. He started around that 134, 135 k an hour. He's up to 141. So just getting that body warmed up. But I think it's perfect conditions for cricket out there. It's not too hot. There's a nice breeze. Sun's out. Where would you rather be, Simon?
What, here or UK, you mean? I think you know the answer to that, Glenn. Carse, last ball before tea is wide of off stump. Labuschagne lets it go. Well, that was a hard-fought session, but well played, Smith and Labuschagne. Completely contrasting approach to the one we saw from England today. Australia 15 for 1 after 10 overs. England bowled out in 32.5 overs for 172. The 2 batters walk off. Smith well ahead of Labuschagne. Not waiting for him. And England heading to another part of the ground. They're not really that close together, the 2 dressing rooms here. Well, England have worked hard. They've challenged the 2 Australia experienced players, but they have not been able to break them after getting weatheralled in the first over. But still a lot of cricket to be played in this day. Another 2.5 hours cricket in England, which is able to rotate their 5 fast bowlers. We have not seen Ben Stokes so far, but we've seen 4 of them. Stokes, it's funny, isn't he? Sometimes waits and then decides it's my time. But of course he can just hold himself back a bit, ease himself in, and he doesn't have to bowl a lot. Just bowl at just the right time with the necessary intensity. So 15 for 1 in reply to 172.
Yeah, no, it was all happening that session, wasn't it? You know, it's England lost 6 wickets, put on another roughly 70 runs. Australia fought then, lost the early wicket of, as you said, of Weatherald there, Simon. Only has 15 runs on the board. So this game's moving along at a rate of knots already. So, yeah, looking forward to this final session. It's going to be an exciting one, and it'll go a long way to really setting this match up. So, good, tough Test cricket out there. There's something in the wicket there for the fast bowlers, but they have to make sure they bowl the right areas and take the catches when they come. So, exciting time.
Definitely. There were 17 wickets on the first day of the India match last year. I think England would certainly take that, wouldn't they, today?
Oh, yeah. 6 wickets in the next session? You'd take that, wouldn't you?
Absolutely, yeah. Just on Weatherald, an awkward 2 balls. You can't judge a small sample size. But he actually started the Sheffield Shield season well. And it's funny, isn't it, how then last 4 innings he's barely scored a run, so he's coming into the game without runs, immediate runs behind him, and then he's right out there in the cauldron against Archer and Atkinson. Well, Archer, because he didn't get to Atkinson, and knocked over for naught.
Yeah. No, cricket is very much a confidence game, and you want to start off, you want to be getting better and scoring more runs, but this is different. This is next level. Fair enough, state cricket is, it's good, it's competitive, it's tough, but here you're playing one of the fastest bowling attacks in the world on pretty much the quickest wicket in the world, and they don't play state cricket here. They don't play Shield cricket. They still play across at the Wacker, and sure, that pitch is still pretty quick, but yeah, when you're playing for your country, Ashes series first match, it's massive, and be disappointed, but he'll get other opportunities, and hopefully he'll bounce back. So that's Test cricket.
England are going into a huddle. They're out there in the sunshine. And we've got Messrs Labuschagne and Smith emerging from our left. They're actually a long way apart, the dressing rooms here at this ground, well apart. Not like some of the old grounds where you used to all muddle in together. None of that here. Sonia Stocks, hello. My husband Aaron is currently climbing Kilimanjaro together with his cricket nut friend Andy Poulsen. They were hugely excited to manage to get a few brief moments of your last broadcast about 4,000 metres up the mountain. And wanted to let you know that BBC Cricket reaches far and wide and high by the sounds of it, Sonia. Yeah. Give them a mention, it would make the climb even more special. Well, good luck.
Well, they're only airwaves. They should be able to go up top, shouldn't they? Airwaves? I'm not sure.
I suppose so.
I don't really know the technicals for all of that. I'm looking behind me. No.
Anyway, it's a good effort to climb Kilimanjaro.
Just plug it in.
I think, is it one of those where you've got to do it quite quickly? You go up and go down before you get ill, I think. Altitude sickness, isn't it?
Well, yes. Yeah,
is that right?
I don't want a bit of that.
No. Right, the players are in the middle, and who's going to do what? Let's have a look. It's going to be Mark Wood, I think, who's going to bowl by the look of it.
I had a bit of altitude sickness when I batted number 9 against
Did
Pakistan.
You? Well, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. You seem very lightheaded.
I went all woozy.
Yeah, I
felt a bit sick and fell over a couple of times.
Yeah, but it didn't last long, did it? I mean, you were back.
I was back down to earth quite quick.
Yeah, good. That's all right. Look how far Jamie Smith is standing back. In fact, it's going to be Jofra Archer actually who's going to bowl first.
Woody got up to 151, 152.
Did he?
Yeah.
Wow.
So they're steaming in. They've got some good petrol.
They have. Right, 3 slips, a gully, and all the playing and missing is all well and good, but they need wickets.
Yes,
they just got to be patient.
And that's usually, John, you being a seam bowling expert, is that a little bit too short, perhaps, if you're playing and missing?
Yeah, it's a little bit. But anyway, here we go. The start of the final session of the day. Archer from the far end moves in, bowls to Smith. Oh, he's hit again. Oh, but where's that come from? He's already had a horrible blow on the right elbow. Oh. It's bandaged up, and that has done the same sort of a thing. Now, he does get into strange positions. He does square himself up. Whether that's what's happened here, just looking at the replay, but these can't be cracks opening up already, can they? Just looking at this. Oh, it's hit him again.
Yeah.
I think it's just a bit higher than the previous one.
Ouch. There again, though, playing a miss, as you say, perhaps just a slight bit too short. You get that 6 inches, 10 inches a bit fuller. That might be getting a nick. You get the feeling England have got to get back into this game in this session. 2 or 3 quick ones.
Archer again comes gliding in, bowls to Smith, who fends that away into the leg side. Well, where's that hit him now? He's dropped his bat and he's waving towards the dressing room here.
Ouch. I'll tell you,
That's hit him on the hand this time.
You've got to be brave to be a batter, you know.
I've got to say, England have got more out of this pitch than Australia did.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Absolutely they did.
Bit more in different bouts. I mean, surely it can't be happening.
Well, I wouldn't
after 2 sessions.
Well, he's had treatment for his elbow, and now this is hitting him on the right hand.
Ouch! Yeah,
nasty blow.
Nasty blow.
But we didn't see bounce like this when the Australians were bowling. Anyway, more treatment. The physio's out again. 15 for 1 in reply to England's 172. A lot of gaps in the crowd there. I think people are off stretching their legs. Getting something to eat. Were you tempted by your first Australian pie of the?
Well, it was interesting. I read the little label beside it, and did it say it said Aberdeen Angus?
Yeah, it wasn't a proper Aussie pie. The little square ones that you stick the tomato sauce into and give it a squirt.
No, it was the strangest Aberdeen Angus filling I've ever seen.
Not sure. Yes. Yeah. But
I love an Aussie pie though.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, lovely.
Haven't had one yet.
Yeah.
Right, Smith. What's he done? He's down on his knees. No, he's putting his glove on. Well, that was Labuschagne who was down on his knees. They are very theatrical, these two. They must really get under your skin when you're out there bowling at them. They're shouting, they're fidgeting, they're jerking about. I mean, it must be. You've just somehow got to cut it all out, haven't you, as a bowler?
Yeah.
Just totally ignore these two.
And I tell you what I don't like either, which they did just before lunch. I think Smith was hit on the pad and then immediately went like that. Like it's too high to the umpire. No. That would annoy me as a bowler.
No. Well, he's back again. He's had 2 bruised elbows and now a bruised hand. And Archer is on his way again. Runs in, bowls to Steve Smith, who gets right behind this and plays the ball bravely back to Archer again. And it is brave when you've been hit like he has been to get right behind the next one coming down at you at 90 miles an hour or thereabouts.
Well, that's what you've got to do, isn't it? You've got to be brave, you've got to be stubborn, you've got to be resilient.
Yeah.
Because you're going to have lumps knocked off you.
Far back. Smith is well over a pitch.
Yep.
Pitch and a third.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Right back here. Roots halfway to the boundary at first slip. Archer bowls short. And Smith can comfortably get behind that and play down to mid-on.
Yeah, just a bit too short. Gives you that time, as you say. Smith's always that trigger of his, where he's got about 7 triggers, hasn't he?
Yes.
They're all wobbles and shuffles and back and acrosses and what have you. And then when it's you can just line it up when it's that. What is it? A foot too short or something?
Yeah. It is, isn't it?
That's what Stark did do. I mean, how many bumpers did we see? Aussie bowl.
Any.
Not many.
No.
Couple from Doggett.
Yeah. Until the end, but it all went a bit mad and they bowled bouncers at the...
LBWs and bowls, wasn't it, really?
Yeah. Archer bowls and Smith again gets right back, a little bit short from Archer. Smith can play that off the back foot. Archer picks the ball up, tosses it away. The Fremantle doctor has arrived.
Oh, is it?
He's fluttering the flags up there.
Yeah.
On top of the roof.
Doctor.
Where are we? 3:25 in the afternoon in this part of the world.
Usually turns up about this time, doesn't it?
Yeah, 2:30ish.
Yeah, it does.
But I don't think it has the same impact. I mean, it wouldn't do here, would it? With the high sides, as it used to do at the Wacker, which is open.
Had a real impact.
Yeah.
The ball used to do nothing, then it started swinging around corners.
Yeah, it's the sea breeze, basically. In comes Archer again. Bowls a proper bouncer this time. And Smith ducks underneath it. The ball flies through to Smith to end the first over after tea. 15 for 1.
You're talking about lengths. I can remember old Angus Fraser, my mate Fraser. I can remember him steaming in at Perth, and he almost was saying, well, hold on a minute, I've almost got to bowl a half volley to sort of feel like I'm going to hit the top of off stump.
Yeah.
You know, his natural length, great big tall chap, just back of a length. It was just sailing over the stumps at the old Wacker, and it is similar here. Not
also,
quite as much.
It's that full length. The batsman is inclined to be on the back foot anyway because of the bounce that you get, so you can just pitch that back a little bit more, can't you?
Yeah.
I thought Atkinson bowled beautifully in his first spell.
Yeah, I think I put him down for my top wicket taker.
Yes, me too. Carse for now, though, is going to bowl from our end of the ground. And he's bowling to Labuschagne, 6 from 33 balls. Carse goes bounding in and he bowls. It's full. He's driven through extra cover. We haven't seen much of that in Australia's innings. Now, will the ball go? It won't. Look at it.
I know.
It's the slowest outfield.
Yeah, Andy's really happy. There's been some threes.
There are lots of threes. It's an enormous field.
And a slow field.
Very slow. And that was a proper cover drive.
Yeah, full-blooded cover drive. You could hear the crack off the bat. Nowhere near it. That's a par 3 for me.
And the ball stopped, didn't it?
Yeah.
It wasn't even... it was retrieved, but not before it had actually rolled to a halt. 18 for 1.
Not a huge mover of the ball, is he, Bryden?
No.
He's just that sort
He'll
of...
hit the pitch.
Yeah, bang, bang, bang.
So Smith, with 2 slips and a gully, waits for Carse. There he is and bowls, and that goes through to wicketkeeper with no shot offered by Smith. He immediately turns his back on the bowler, scrapes away at the grassy pitch.
We've got to get him out. England have got to find a way.
Yeah.
Because he will just run your legs out the bowlers when he'll tire them out. You know, he won't get away from you. You know, he's not like Gary Brook whacking it around, but he'll just loves batting long periods.
He does. He's twitching away, waving his bat around as Carse runs in. Bowls to him. Oh, there's a noise. I heard a nick. England think they've got him. Smith saying no.
Look at him showing
Not that it's got anything to do with him.
No.
The umpire said no. There was definitely a noise. He must have heard that at home. But what was it? And England are wondering. They're having a conversation.
Well, if he hasn't nicked it, that's poor. Because he was gesturing. No. Well, there you go.
Well, England aren't reviewing this, but there was definitely a noise. It was a full ball.
Yeah, I hope he ain't bluffed him.
We'll have a look. There's a full ball from Carse. Smith played at it. It's flicked the top of the pad.
Anyway, leave it up to the umpire,
well,
Mr. Smith.
Absolutely.
Leave it up to the umpire.
It's not hit the outside edge of the bat. It's just brushed the back pad.
There you go. Look, not a fan of that.
No.
Can you get fined for that?
You can get fined for anything these days.
Yeah, you can do. I think there is a rule that you're not allowed to influence the umpire.
In goes Carse again. Bowls. Oh, he fends that away very awkwardly. There's some bounce there from Carse. Yeah, if Pope had been at short leg, that would have just bobbed up and given a catch.
He was just there, wasn't
he? Yeah. 18 for 1.
Sorry, I just growled there.
Doesn't matter. No, you're tough as you're involved. You're engaged. That's what we like. That's what we like. Yeah. 2 slips, a gully. Quite a defensive ring around the field now. Labuschagne on 9. Carse again, shirt hanging out. Runs in past the umpires there and he bowls. Oh, beat the bat again. There's an appeal for a catch. Labuschagne turned his back this time. Now they've all gone up. They all went up there. Slips went up. Smith went up. Carse has got his hands on his hips. Stokes is saying, I can hear him saying, I heard a noise. They're going to review it. Okay. I'll be honest, I didn't hear a noise. Did you?
No.
But that's not an answer by any means. We do have a little feed of the pitch microphone, so often you can hear a noise. I didn't hear.
We have a player review for court. On-field decision is not out. I've checked the field placement. It's a fair delivery from the first base.
It's an absolute feather if it is.
Right, it is, yeah. But the slips all went up.
Keen.
I think it was Stokes that was saying, I heard a noise. So we're looking, and I don't think he's very close to that, is he?
Back thigh.
Ball passes close to the bat. Need to check that with RTS.
That's Snicko coming. Ooh. Well, there's a murmur. The problem is we haven't seen a Snicko.
I think that's got to be given.
Some Snickos do a lot.
Gap as the ball passes the bat.
What?
No significant spikes.
Well, there's a murmury sort of line. It's the trouble is with these Snickos, each one gives a different reading. And we haven't had a Snicko yet, I don't think.
No bat involved.
No bat involved?
He's giving it not out. Well, that's going to make a little extra interest to this first day. It wasn't a spike. You've got to be fair. That was not a spike. There was a little, like a murmur. A little murmur. It wasn't a spike like Brooks. But Ben Stokes is asking the umpire here what's going on. He said he heard a noise. You got to be you've got to be fair. That was like a little twitch on the line.
Well,
it wasn't a
it's
spike.
A feather. It doesn't matter about spike. If you get a thick edge, you get a big spike. If you get a little edge, you get a little murmur.
Where's that murmur? Is that?
It's exactly as it passes the bat.
Yeah. Oh. In goes Carse again. Runs up and bowls. He's been given not out, and that's been left alone. And there's words there with Carse and Labuschagne. In fact, a lot of words, and Labuschagne's diving in now. Oh, what a first day this has been. The umpires moving in.
I liked what I didn't sort of appreciate was the third umpire going, I can see the gap between the bat and the ball. There was no gap.
Well, they'll keep replaying that for a while. It was like a murmur on the line.
Well, that's a small nick.
Yeah, well, yes. I mean, you usually see a spike, don't you?
Yes, that's a big nick, John.
Yeah. I know what you're saying. But it can also be a little nick, could be a spike as well. But a murmur, yeah, well, you can look at it yourselves. Andy Zoltzman, what do you think?
Yeah, it could be shoe on ground.
Yeah, it was that sort of, for me, it was that sort of a mark.
But is that a new Snicko? Is it the shoe on ground?
19
Snicko?
for 1. In comes Archer from the far end. Bowls. Oh, a wild scything shot from Smith. And now Archer's got his.
Oh no!
Archer says he's heard something. I think he may be play acting there. Well, there's some drama and some tension here. There really is, and Labuschagne gave Carse a real mouthful there, and the umpire men had moved in.
Who's bothered?
No, but
England
why does Smith not edge that?
They haven't been lucky here, England. They've beaten the bat. They've just got to keep a lid on themselves, not get wound up.
Yeah.
Just be patient and let it happen a bit. Well, make it happen, but don't get too giddy.
It's absolutely gripping. Archer rushes in, bowls, and Smith fends that away from his ribs. Archer picks it up.
I want your short leg.
Short leg, yeah.
Because he gets right over to off.
Yep.
Doesn't he? And he sort of.
It's quite hard to keep it down from there.
Absolutely.
Yeah. In fact, I think you might be getting one, mightn't you? There's Ollie Pope. Where's he going? Yep, helmet's coming out.
Tough.
There you are, you see.
I knew I should have been.
Hope it's not too late, but yeah.
Yeah, precisely.
Pope's coming in there. They're going to have a man back, so they're going to go, presumably, quite short at Smith here.
Oh, that would have been handy if he'd have given that.
Yeah. Well, that'll be hot. It'll be hotly debated. I mean, look around the boxes. There were one or two going, oh, okay.
Simon Katich went, ooh.
Oh, he did.
What might have got
right, Pope's at short leg. Archer's on his way. And he bowls to Smith. Oh, he turns it just past him. Just past him in the air.
Wow.
Archer's got his hands on his hips, and Smith dashes for a single. He rushes to the far end.
He hasn't got a lot of he hasn't particularly got anywhere to go with that sort of technique of playing that ball. No. It's fantastic when it's off stump and on good length, Smith. But if he starts getting, he can't. He's either got to let it hit him or try and sort of hit it over that man. The poke is a problem.
Yep. Well,
good first day. we got really 5 more tests.
I know. Amazing. It's 20 for 1 as Archer comes in now and bowls outside the off stump, and that came cutting back. Labuschagne doesn't play a shot at it, and Archer's got his hands on his hips. He's looking at the heavens.
I think you're right, Agus. We've got more out this pitch.
Definitely.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt.
Bowl better length.
Yeah.
I mean, Stark bowl well, but the others.
Yeah.
They've been out. England have out bowled the others.
Yeah. Counts for nothing though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Unless you get your rewards. Just got to stay patient here, England.
Well, that's the thing. Labuschagne looks around the field. There's 2 slips of gully, short leg, backward short leg, fine leg just through our open window below us here. Archer runs towards us and bowls a bouncer. That hurries Labuschagne. That went flying past his head.
Got to stop reacting.
Thrashed into Smith's gloves. You feel that something's happening every ball, don't you? It really is.
Sorry if everyone's listening to me going, But it is. And this stadium as well. It's sort of like, it's gladiators, isn't it?
But the open window as well. I mean, we're amongst it. We're really like sitting as members of the crowd.
60,000 just watching sort of people trying to knock lumps out of each other with a cricket ball.
Yeah. What an opening day. Archer again as the beach ball's bounced around behind him. Runs in bowls to Labuschagne, a bit short again. And Labuschagne can sway out of the way of that one. The ball flies through to Smith. They've just got to be careful with the short leg and stuff that they don't start bowling too short, because they've bowled a beautiful length before.
Well, the ball that pops, the ball that goes to short leg, 9 times out of the 10, when the one is just short of a length, and then you get that extra bounce. You know, you don't go searching for that bounce, because you can get the old drop the hands and let it go past your chest.
Exactly.
So one that you line up and you think you're all right, and
a little bounce inside edge into the pad or thigh pad or something like that.
Yep. Used to get a few there, Aggers, did you?
Every now and then.
Every now and then. You've always been a fan of it.
Oh, I love a short leg. Love a short leg.
I'm the other way, I like a long leg.
20 for 1. And in goes Carse. He's there now and he bowls, and that's short and cut hard off the back foot. Now, is that going to go for 4? The ball holding up is just going to creep into the boundary. Well, Smith must have got plenty of bat on that, because that's gone to the longest boundary on the ground. And we've seen so many pull up there, it's a yard or two short, so the fielders have to chase it all the way. But that one going cleanly through for 4 runs. So it's 24 for 1 in reply to England's 172, if you're just joining us. Welcome to a fabulous first day. I mean,
gripping.
Yeah, in goes Carse again, bowls on the off stump, and that's played by Smith into the offside.
I reckon I'm going to be saying this quite a lot. I think Ben Stokes will bowl well on this pitch, because he has that sort of ability, doesn't he, to bowl that up sort of length ball. That
kissing length, I'd call it.
Which climbs.
Yep. I was worried about Andy. Andy had the full direct 17-hour door-to-door flight yesterday. I was worried about his jet lag. He might fall asleep today. But are you managing to stay awake, Andy?
Well, the cricket's keeping me awake, I guess. And the company, of course.
Of course, but you can't fall asleep with this.
No. Jet lag and stats don't go together.
No, they don't. 24 for 1. Carse again. Long strides, bowls short. It's pulled out. Oh, it's got away with it. There was a man back there for that shot. And that was an uncontrolled pull shot from Smith. The ball hit in the air, but it's gone between Pope and Archer out there for that shot. He really just flapped the bat at that, but he got away with it. In the air, he must have had his heart in his mouth for a moment there.
Oh, yeah, no, genuine top edge, wasn't it?
Yeah.
High on the bat as well, sort of splice on the stickers.
And that's why Pope's there.
Oof, you could see he had the heart in his mouth.
It was a top edge, isn't it? You can see it on the replay there. Another boundary, though. 28 for 1. England have to keep the pressure on.
Yeah. A couple of quick wickets, that's what they're looking for.
Carse again runs in bowls to Smith. A good leave, that. So a Western Australia leave on length. I think the ball would climb over the stumps. Carse walks back to his mark again. 41.2 overs remain to be bowled today, which we're not going to get remotely close to.
No.
Carse wheels round again. Shadow to his left. There he is now. Let's go with the ball. Oh, just a swish and a miss.
Ooh.
Goodness knows how many times Smith has done that in this innings. He really has had some fortune.
Oh, been unlucky, England.
Yeah.
Oh, could have had 3 or 4, even 5.
Yeah.
They bowled really well, just with no luck.
There's been a lot of, and it's not just playing and missing, it's flailing and missing.
Yeah.
Going for big shots.
In a funny sort of way, I'm feeling sort of all right about it. You know, as you said, England have got more out of this pitch.
Yeah, definitely.
And they look a little bit rattled, these two Aussies.
In goes Carse, and he bowls very full, and that's driven off the back foot by Smith. Fielded by Carse, and that ends his over. Andy's got some thoughts. Tough has got some thoughts. Simon Mann's coming in to replace me.
Andy.
On England's collapsed 32.5 overs for their 172 all out. The 4th shortest innings England have had when batting first in a test match, something that they've done more than 500 times. The only 3 shorter all-out innings when England have batted first. 23.4 overs against Ireland at Lords in 2019 when Tim Murtagh took a rapid fifer. All out for 58 in 20.4 overs in Auckland in 2018. That was even after a last wicket stand of over 30 to avoid an even greater humiliation. And other than that, you've got to go back to 1887 at the SCG, and they were out in 35.3 4-ball overs. So this is right up there.
Well, they haven't bowled with much luck. Struggled with the bat earlier. Dismissed cheaply. Striving for wickets. Archer bowls outside the off stump. Labuschagne leaves. All right through to wicketkeeper Smith. I think I'm right in saying, I was told at the back of the box that Labuschagne has played 39% full shots, which is the highest across his whole Test career. That's how much good fortune that he has had, but he is still there. So 14 out of his first 36 balls were full shots. The highest for the Australian batter across his Test career when he's faced 30 or more balls in an innings. Anyway, Archer bowls. Oh, he's bowled him! I think he's played on. Labuschagne is out. Archer's got through. Second wicket for England. They deserve that. They bowled well. Archer's bowled well in this spell. Might have come off his arm onto the stumps. So a painful one for Labuschagne in more ways than one. Australia 2 down.
Well bowled England, you're right, Simon. Absolutely deserved that. Back elbow again. He's trying to leave it. He's missed the bat, hit the right elbow as he's tried to leave it. It's gone back. That will hurt as well, let alone hearing the death rattle of the bails and the ball crashing into the stumps, but it's whacked into his back elbow as well. Labuschagne departs for 9, and England deserved that. There was a bit of chat when everyone seemed to think that he might have got a little feather of a nick behind, and he gave it a little bit back, but England will be delighted to see the back of Labuschagne. Australia 2 for 28.
It was a difficult one, that. I mean, it's gone now, and Labuschagne's been dismissed afterwards. I was just saying it was out. I wouldn't like to be condemned by that. Imagine, that was, you're on trial for your life, and that was you had to make a decision on that. I wouldn't fancy that.
Taking it another
level. I know. What I'm trying to do.
That's accelerated.
What I'm trying to do is, it's out or not out. I mean, was it conclusively out? I don't know. Wow. It's difficult. There was a little murmur, but it's not the sort of spike you normally see.
Well, what you should do then is every time you play a miss, just go murmur, and that will pick it up, won't it? Or something, I don't know.
Anyway, he's out.
He's out now.
Not long afterwards. Now, Usman Khawaja, who was supposed to open the batting, is out there now at number 4. He was off the field a couple of times, so he couldn't open the batting. He couldn't come in at number 3 because the wicket went down from the second ball of the innings.
Good bowler against lefties.
Archer.
Yeah. Another lefty to the crease.
So he's in there at number 4, Usman Khawaja.
Round the wicket as well. Angle, then move away. 3 slips, 2 gullies. All poised.
28 for 2. Australia have resisted, but England have broken through finally. Archer goes in, bowls to Khawaja. And he plays that one outside the off stump, goes through. Not much foot movement in that shot from Khawaja. Just hanging the bat out there.
What did Jeffrey used to say? Feet in some sort of pot or something, wasn't it?
I'm not sure. Feet in a different parish, I don't know what.
No, together, like in a bucket.
Yeah. Not the most convincing of starts from Usman Khawaja. I mean, he's sitting there watching this. I mean, England have been right at Australia. They've given them very little. They threatened, picked up a couple. Khawaja out there, up against Archer. A short ball helped on its way down towards fine leg. Cast runs round and sends in return, and Khawaja is off the mark.
Back it up. Well done, lads. Wild throw.
So you thought out, did you, on the
snick?
Yeah.
Well, yes. I didn't see any. I mean, it just amazed me that the third umpire has then said, I can see a clear gap between bat and ball. I couldn't see any gap, could you?
No, not an obvious one, no. I mean, it looked as though it could have just sort of brushed the edge ever so finely. Well, it could have done. I said could, underline could. Archer to Smith now. He's on 17, and Smith is beaten.
Oh, wow.
This is a real test. Archer's bowling so well here. I mean, he's taken 2. He could have had 4 or 5.
Unbelievable.
Good pace as well. He's in mid 140.
How many's he bowled, Andy? How many's he bowled now after tea?
This is his third after tea. Bowled a 3-over opening spell. His speeds have been constantly over 90 miles an hour. You mentioned his good record against left-handers in his Test career.
Yep.
Averages 22 to left-handers and 34 to right-handers.
There you go. There you go. Perhaps 1 or 2 more in him. I mean, you've got to try and keep him going, haven't you? Or is that going to bust him?
The thing is, you do have options.
Yes, you do.
But he is bowling well. Past the umpire now to bowl to Smith, and Smith ducks underneath that one. A flapping duck from Smith.
Sharp.
The bat was up periscope.
Quick.
Sometimes it hits it on the way through, but actually it was just a bit wide over his back and through to the keeper. Well, Archer's bowled 6 overs. He's taken 2 for 7. Australia 29 for 2 in reply to England's 172 all out, bowled out in 32.5 overs. Brook making 52, Smith 33, Pope 46, Duckett 21. There were 3 ducks, Crawley, Root and Mark Wood, and Mitchell Stark taking 7 for 58. A reminder the play can go on until 9:50 your time.
Oh, I'm glad you said your time.
Yeah. I've got no idea what time it is.
No,
what time is it, Thomas?
Don't look at me.
Local time. Well, take off 8 hours from 7:47, or Adam 8 hours as Cast bowls and Khawaja defends into the offside. It's picked up by Atkinson at extra cover. I mean, the good thing is that if Archer comes off, they can bring Wood on.
Yeah.
If Wood comes off, they can bring Stokes on, and that's the benefit of having 5 pace bowls at you the whole time on this surface.
Bit West Indian back in the day. Do you remember? You know that quartet.
Well, they only had 4. Didn't they?
But I mean,
5 at you.
You just no let up.
Yeah.
There's no let up. I mean, but then there is the school of thought. Well, if 4 can't do it, well, 5 aren't going to do it, sort of thing. But I don't mind it.
Cast goes in, round the wicket, ball's very full to Khawaja, flicks it away down towards fine leg, gets a single, brings Smith back on strike. Khawaja goes to 2, and Australia to 30 for 2.
And the other good thing about that is also, you know, usually 1 out of the 4 is going to have a bit of an off day, or someone's going to take a bit of fancy too. Well, there you've got your safety valve.
Yeah, I mean, this is for longer games, I suppose. There are times if you have to bowl quite a few overs where you just want that extra seamer to build the pressure. You haven't got one. You have to go to a part-timer or a spinner. Cast bowls, that flies past the edge of Smith's bat, gives a shrug Smith to say, well, you know, it's not easy out here. England are bowling well, and they have bowled well. They bowled at good pace. And they have been at Australia. We haven't seen Stokes yet. We did see him bowl in the nets, and Brendan McCullum in his interview at lunchtime with Tuffers saying, yeah, he's really come back well from his injury at Old Trafford. He's fit, ready to go. Stokes holding himself back at the moment. Cass bowls to Smith. Smith forces, slicing force off the back foot. Goes to backward point where he finds Ben Stokes. And there is no run. 30 for 2. It's the 16th over of the innings, so the total contrast in the 2 innings. England, Harem, Scareham. Some good balls from start. A few perhaps reckless shots towards the end more. I mean, I think Jamie Smith dismissal. It was 8 down when he took it on. Caught a deep square leg. Bryden Cast caught in the deep as well. Cast goes in and bowls to Smith. Smith is caught at second slip. England have done it again. Bryden Cast with his first Ashes wicket, and Steve Smith's long vigil is over. He's battled away. He's been hit twice on the elbow, squared up by that one, edged it to slip, and England are right back in the game. It's 30 for 3, and they've got Labuschagne and Smith in quick succession. Harry Brook with the catch, safe as you like.
Well, he's had a tough old time out there today, has Steve Smith. He's been hit by Jofra Archer on a number of occasions. They've rattled him ever so slightly, but it's the wicket taker, it's Bryden Cast. He does it time and time again, just squares Steve Smith up a little bit, ends up playing the ball squared him up, and simple catch for Harry Brook, and England have got themselves right back into this game.
It's funny, isn't it? You sometimes get a situation where you have a partnership and the team are resisting, holding on, and you get one, you get through suddenly, and teams start to collapse.
Well,
and you have that sort of feel that that's possible here. Australia under pressure, they're feeling the pressure now. It's a different sort of pressure from the one that England were under earlier, where they were positive, taking it on. Australia haven't done that. They've tried to resist, battle away.
Well, there's a fine line between the two, isn't there? We speak about it all the time with this England team. Sometimes they can be quite reckless, and at times today they were, but they take the game on. Or you can just sit in and be tentative, and you're like a sitting duck, you're waiting to be dismissed. So there is a balance to be had between the two. And it did just feel like Labuschagne and Smith were both just sat in waiting for something to happen. And it was only a matter of time before that breakthrough did happen, and England have now got two in pretty quick succession.
Well, you can see the wickets on the BBC Sport website. Highlights now of the wickets and the main moments. Round up all the highlights from 5 o'clock on the BBC iPlayer today. And we've had plenty of action already. What's that? 13 wickets in the day's play. There's still bags of cricket left. I reckon, 2 hours play left? Is that right, Zoltz? Where are we? 2 more hours. We had 17 wickets on the first day of the India series. You might have something similar. Who knows? Here's Cast bowling, and turned away by Travis Head for his first run in the series, down towards fine leg. Now, Head is obviously a top-class player, but he's not in great form, Travis Head. Khawaja out there as well, so 2 left-handers, so he'd definitely be inclined to continue with Jofra Archer, who's a very good bowler to left-handers. And that's the England supporters you can hear. Plenty of them here today. Thousands of England supporters here. That's a great atmosphere, and what a contest we've had on the first day of the series. 31 for 3, plays 172, and Archer is going to continue from the Justin Langer stand end of the ground. Archer with 2 for 7 from his 6 overs.
He's bowled so well. So well as Jofra.
For Travis Head, we have got an interesting field. There are 2 men back behind square on the leg side, but one of them is in a position you don't see very often. He's not really deep back with square leg. He's halfway between back with square leg and fine leg. There's a fine leg as well and a short leg. Here's Archer going into bowl to Head. Head tries to turn it into the onside. He's struck on the pad. It's picked up by the short leg fielder, who's Ollie Pope, and there's no run. I mean, they do feel that Travis Head is susceptible to the short ball. That takes it on. He doesn't really control it, so England have got the 2 players back for that. They also know that if he gets away, he can change a game so quickly.
I like that they've got the short leg in, though, because if he is just trying to fend one, rather than if he's in 2 minds of whether to play the ball because of those 2 deep fielders, get stuck in 2 minds, Ollie Pope's there.
Here's Archer round the wicket to bowl to Head, and Head plays defensively, quietly, up towards mid-on. Picked up by Mark Wood, who runs in purposely and hurls the ball at Jamie Smith. Energy about England in the field. Stokes on the prowl as well, stepping forward from backward point. This is such a crucial phase of the game now. And it's 3 out for 31. England looking to make it count if they can. Limit any potential first innings lead.
Well, he'll be thinking short ball here, Will Head, so wouldn't be surprised if England or Jofra Archer in particular did just fire one in full.
Oh. He's changed the angle of approach now. He's going over the wicket after bowling round the wicket. Archer comes in, bowls to Head, heads up on his toes, guiding that away down into the deep gully position, where it's fielded by Duckett away to his left-hand side. And there is no run.
Just a little more on Steve Smith's innings. Mentioned Labuschagne's high full shot percentage in his innings, 41 balls, of which 14 were full shots. Steve Smith, 49 balls, 24 full shots, so that's plays and misses and edges. The Cricket Data has 12 plays and misses and 12 edges. And Smith, out of all the innings in his Test career when he'd faced at least 20 balls, had only ever had one in which his full shot percentage was over 30%, was just under 50% today.
Archer tries again, bowls to Head. There's the short ball outside the off stump. He goes to the uppercut and misses it. There's no one at home at deep third, so that shot is on for Travis Head. flies through to Jamie Smith. The Head walks away just to compose himself. Well, we've seen all the high marks of Head in his career, and that wonderful 100 in the World Cup final, for example, and Ashes hundreds as well. This is a challenge. Average 59 his last Ashes series. He plays at that one. There's an appeal from Ollie Pope at short leg and from Brook at second slip as it goes past the outside edge through to Jamie Smith. I don't think England are bowled with a great deal of luck here. On another day,
you just got nuts.
You feel it could have been 5-6 down. The number of times the ball's gone past the edge. Actually, just seeing it, that Head tried to play it, but he missed it by quite a long way, relatively.
Well, England have bowled well, haven't they? There's a lot of talk on England's batting, only getting 172. But maybe there's a bit more in this pitch than we thought.
Archer bowls to Head up on his toes to a shorter length delivery, push it away into the offside towards extra cover. There is no run there. It's another excellent over from Jofra Archer. He's bowled 7 overs, taken 2 for 7. So that's 4 overs in this spell, Zoltz, is it? Has he got one more in him? I mean, when you've got 5 seamers, you can rotate. You don't have to put a huge burden on a bowler, but the way he's bowling at the moment, I mean, you probably want to keep bowling, wouldn't you?
As a bowler in particular as well, when you feel like you're all over everybody like a rash, you might say, "Come on, just give me one more." But also, Stokes isn't silly in the fact that it's a long old tour, this as well. Yeah. So if he can just have a break, then maybe he'll feel like he should, or Stokes will feel like he should, sorry.
2 men back for Khawaja as well. Cast goes in and bowls full. Khawaja defends from the crease without much foot movement. Plays the way into the offside towards cover, and there's no run. Cameron Green to come, and Carey, and then quite a long Australia tail, really. Stark to 8. Stark was saying, actually, in the lead up to this game, he gave a media interview in the lead up to the game, and he's saying, I don't really want to be at number 8. People think everyone wants to go up the order. Well, I don't. I prefer to be down the order. I think he preferred to be at number 9, but he's pushed up to number 8. Cast bowls. That flies through. His appeal for a catch behind his out. Cast has got another one. Khawaja's on his way. He's gloved that through to Jamie Smith. And England have breached the dam here. 3 quick wickets. 31 for 4. And England on a high. And this game is turning around. That's been excellent fast bowling. It's everything England were hoping for when they came into this series, certainly into this test match. And Bryden Cast has really joined in with a couple of wickets. Felt like a snorting delivery which took the glove. And Khawaja not equal to it, gloving it through. Although having said that, did he take one hand off the bat as it flicked the glove? Was the bat hand in contact with the bat? Anyway, he walked off. He is walking off. He was given out. And here's Cameron Green.
It's an absolute rip snorter that from Bryden Carson. Unbelievable delivery. The scrambled seam delivery lifts off a length, the back of a length, through to the keeper. There's not much Khawaja could have done.
Right, Jim's coming in to enjoy himself with Australia 31 for 4.
Well, last time I was on with Jim, he was upbeat, very pleased with how Australia were getting on. So all those English fans back home, I'll be the first to ask him how he's feeling. But a brilliant delivery from Bryden Carson, as I was saying. Unbelievable. He's the man that makes things happen. A few people in this commentary box have got him down as the leading wicket taker in this Ashes series, and after those last couple of deliveries, you can see why. All calm, Jim?
Yes, I've been watching in the last half hour, and these wickets are no surprise. England are bowling superbly here, and Cast is now going to bowl to Green. He comes in, and Green's back and plays the ball down into the gully. And there's bounce in this pitch. There's energy in the bowling, and it's very well directed. It's threatening the gloves, the body at times, as well as the stumps and the pads and the rest of it. But Australia have found that England are well and truly up their nose here.
Yeah.
And that early wicket caused by some mismanagement around Khawaja's position as opening batsman, and he was off the field for a fraction too long and he couldn't come out. All of that's added to the drama as Cast charges in and Green is back and across and pushing it down the pitch. 4 for 31, or 31 for 4 if you like, which is a pretty good comeback after the disappointing finish to England's first innings when their lower order were heaving at short balls and getting caught after being in quite a good position after lunch at 4 for 105 before Stokes was bowled by Stark, who finished with 7 for 58, and the tail fell away dramatically in a brief space of time. Cast runs in. Green plays defensively down towards mid-on, tapping it away. In this innings, Australia, second ball duck for the debutante. Weatherall, LBW to Archer, naught. Labuschagne bowled by Archer, maybe off his elbow or his arm as he was in between leaving and playing. He was out for 9. Smith caught by Brook. It slipped from Cast for 17, and Khawaja just out to a screaming bouncing ball that flicked the glove of Khawaja off Cast for 2. So that's where we are, watching Cast rollicking again, short bouncing, and he allows it to pass. Exciting over, and you can hear the English fans in particular. Everyone really should be applauding. Almost 50,000 people in here today to watch this dramatic day of Test cricket.
Dramatic is what it has been. It's been entertaining, hasn't it? It's been a proper watch. This series has been built up for a while now. All eyes have been on the Ashes. England talking about their preparation. We're building the team towards the Ashes. I had a different feel about it this morning, but all those England fans waking up, and England have been bundled out for 172, and you go, okay, well they're fighting back here with Australia 31 for 4.
Well, we know from watching Travis Head over the years that he's not going to fiddle about. He just bats, and that means particularly when the ball's pitched short, he looks a bit uncomfortable. So let's see how he negotiates this excellent bowling from Atkinson, who's around the wicket. Over the slips, and it's going down towards the boundary. He got away with that off the top edge of the bat, the shoulder, as he plated it, and it just curled away over the head of the slip cordon and went down towards the boundary. And he was lucky there that didn't go to hand from the bowling of Atkinson replacing Archer.
It wasn't far away from Ollie Pope with full length dive, Superman dive, up and over his shoulder, couldn't quite get there. I don't know if Head was expecting the shorter delivery, outdone by the fuller one, but if you look at the field that he's got set, he's always going to bowl full, and he might bang in the occasional bouncer.
2 slips, a gully backward point. Here comes Atkinson around the wicket. He's almost caught a gully. Again, trying to get over the line of a bouncing ball. He pushed it just in front of the man in the gully. The crowd are going nana again. The English supporters have got something to savour here after England's dismal finish to the innings at 172. But now, listen to them. The Barmy Army in full roar.
It's loud out there. Have you been outside, Jim? It's so loud out there.
I don't have to go outside.
Well, you can hear it through the window.
Outside's in here as he pushes the next ball around the corner. 2 men behind square, and they collect a single. They're in our face.
I went and walked for a walk around the concourse, and it was like being at a rock gig or something. It was so loud.
Oasis have been here for a few concerts in the West too. So there's a bit of that about the play at the moment. At 4 for 34, Head is 4, and he wobbles away more happily perhaps to be at the non-striker's end. That's where you want to be when this is going on. And Green, 2 slips, a 5th super gully, a short leg. Atkinson steams in his forward to drive it thrillingly down the ground. Whoa! Listen to that. That's the counter cheer from the Aussie fans. My goodness. That's like being in the Caribbean in the golden days of the West Indies when someone's licked a four like Cameron Green did with a straight drive.
Yeah,
Whoa.
That was very, very loud. Punch down the ground, and the Aussie fans have gone wild. Cameron Green off the mark.
Here comes Atkinson at Green. Green leaves the ball alone outside the off stump. 4 for 38. Yes, that's as loud as a football crowd.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can hear you anymore, Jim. It's very, no, you're good.
I'm
it's just
have
the
to
crowd being loud.
Turn the headphones down a bit. It'll
blow your brain out if it gets any louder.
Yeah, that's better. No, that was deafening as he hit that. I mean, we've been listening to the cheers, chants, support of the English fans enjoying a few wickets, but that was a good clout from Green down the ground. Atkinson comes to Green. Green leaves alone outside the off stump. So Australia in a little bit of a bother at 4 for 38 with Head and Green 4 apiece.
I look at Australia's start, 31 when the fourth wicket fell. The last time they had a worse start to an Ashes innings in Australia was January 1995. They were 23 for 4 that was in the fourth innings of the match in Adelaide. The last time they had a worse start in their first innings in a home Ashes test was back in January 1979, 29 for 4 also at Adelaide. So we've seen a lot of wickets today, Jim.
Look, it's the same as last year, and the pitch had a bit more in it then, and there's a chance they can knock Australia over. A few more tonight, perhaps. Here's Cast, short on the back foot. That's Travis Head, the counter-attack. He loves it, relishes it. He's got one, back for 2, now 3 through deep cover with a back foot force past the field, and there's a few of those fields in there on the offside. So that's the way Head will play. He's got a bit of Harry Brook about him. Maybe not quite as exotic and premeditated, but he's 7 and it's 4 for 41.
They're two players that when you're watching you can't take your eyes off them because anything could happen. You almost feel that uppercut any other place in the world is probably going to race away for 4, but because of this lush outfield it hasn't done.
Now Cast is in, he's bowling and it's pushed away into the gully. Duckett's there to stop it as Green just gets back and across. So this is a very important partnership for both sides, for England to break it and for Australia to find some runs, because really they've only got Carey left who has any distinction with the bat. The rest are very perhapsy, even though Mitchell Starc has scored some 50s, but at the moment they need these two to flourish for a while, and the bowling is testing, very testing. Cast bowls again, de bouncer, ducks underneath it. We've got a fine leg, a deep backward square, a short leg, whitish mid on, extra cover mid off, a man cover, point cover, 2 slips and a gully, and the crowd are at their roaringest at the moment. They really are. It's as if the bull and the lion and the kangaroo have all been let off the leash out of the zoo, and they're rushing around the place, driving everybody nuts. Cast goes up again and he's beaten. Just played the line outside the off stump, and England enjoying themselves with the old kookaburra here, really getting amongst the chooks as it were with some well-directed fast bowling.
I would say it's all that practice they've had with the kookaburra at county cricket, but I'm not sure how many of these lads have played much county cricket over the last couple of years. But they're getting it to talk, aren't they? There's a bigger seam, the wobble balls are doing the business for England out there in the middle, getting the ball to nip off the surface.
Good pace. Cast charges in, Green back, and he's almost caught behind. He played and missed outside the off stump. Another thrilling delivery, and the hands were going up for a moment, but there was no nick. So Green is 4, 1 boundary. Head 7, 4 for 41.
A little bit of a nothing shot, that one from Cameron Green, though. I know England are all over Australia here and they're bowling really well, but it was sort of just a prod and then decided maybe shouldn't I play it? Gets himself into position and makes a bit of a meal of it.
Yep. Well, they don't leave the ball like John Edridge. Not these days. Here comes Cass, back and across and behind. He pushes away down towards mid-on. There's just the sense always with top order batsmen today, they want to have the feel of bat on ball. And that's why they quite often play at balls they'd be better off ignoring. It's the end of the over, Andy. What's happening?
We're just looking at England's speed so far. All four bowlers have been bowling well over 85 miles an hour. Wood and Archer both over 90 miles an hour so far. The average speed in the first 20 overs on the CricViz ball tracking database, 88.8 miles an hour. And in all the innings in this database, there's over 2,000 of them. That's the third fastest average speed in the first 20 overs of an innings in all that time. Just a couple of innings by Australia, most recently against India in Sydney in 2019, have been quicker on average in the first 20 overs.
Now here's an interesting change in the field for Travis Head. There's a deepish backward point, like a deep gully, and around the wicket he's hit on the pad, wants a single as Atkinson scurries after the ball and collects it. So we've got two slips, a gully. There's sort of a deep gully, short third man. Come on, how would you describe that field position behind
this
point?
One here? Yeah, it's a lingering third, because it's not a third man, it's not a short third, is it? It's
a kind of deep gully.
Yeah,
for
a deep gully.
I think it's there for the one he might go at outside the off stump and lose control. We'll see what occurs. Atkinson bowls to him, and he's after this inside edge to pad. He was lucky he didn't hit that onto his stumps, and he got a streaky single down to fine leg, and the score moves to 4 for 42.
You can see why England have got Ollie Pope there for Travis Head, though, because he's had a couple of deliveries where the ball's just gone over the slips and the gully and sort of out the reach of Ollie Pope. But you almost think, is it a waste of having that fielder for if he genuinely nicks one again? That is almost for that nothing shot.
Crawley's been in that spot. He's now down at fine leg. Atkinson comes in and bowls outside the off stump. He's allowing it to go through to the keeper. So you just have to listen to the burble in the crowd here to appreciate the extraordinary atmosphere that's been rising and falling throughout the day, mainly rising, as every ball at the moment has something on it. Will he nick it? Will he miss it? Will he hit it for 4? Atkinson goes in and he leaves the ball alone outside the line of the off stump. So 4 for 42. We've had 14 wickets fall today for 214 runs. Is that the same as last year on this ground? It's pretty close. I think may have been 13 or 14 as Australia collapsed late in the day after bowling England out for a modest score. A bloke called Bumrah kept bowling hand grenades. Atkinson away from the northern end, comes to Green. Green ducks a bouncer, goes well over his head and through to the keeper.
India were 150 all out in 49.4 overs on the first day here last November. At the end of day one, Australia was 67 for 7.
For 7, yeah. So there were 17 wickets in the day. That's what England would like now. Another 3 wickets. Yeah, that was very dramatic opening day. Bumrah was brilliant late in the day. But more of Atkinson. He's going in and down the leg side. Green just played inside the line slightly as it went through to the keeper. So 4 for 42. We've got quite a bit of time left potentially because of the overs. How many overs have we had today?
We've had 53 overs and 5 balls.
We're a long way behind.
Yeah, we've not had enough.
And as I said, the only way you fix this problem is just say no one's leaving this ground until you bowl the overs.
Yeah.
But that won't happen.
That will never happen.
No.
I reckon you'd end up with a couple of protests or something, the players refusing to play, just sitting down out in the outfield or something.
Well, you'd end up with television saying we've bundied off. Sorry, there won't be any coverage.
Yeah.
But now
as they play Homes Under the Hammer or something.
Yes, I like that show. It's a good show. Now it's Wood who takes over from Cass at this southern end, and he bowls short down the leg side. It's flicked away down to fine leg, very, very fine for 4. Maybe a bit of pad on that leg bias. Yes, it went very, very fine inside the man down there, and it almost went across the rope at a kind of long stop and just brushed the pad, and Travis Head gathered some leg buys. 4 for 46. Wood back into the fray after bowling 2 overs for 4 runs, 2 lively overs. He's going with 2 slips, a gully backward point, no fly slip. He comes to Head back, and yep, he takes 1, fiddling away to the onside, not a second, as it was just knocked through mid-wicket. So Head trickles along to 9. It's 4 for 47. 4 for 47. This really is a fascinating period of play. So potentially we have another hour of play? More than an hour. It's hard to keep up with the clocks here. There are so many time zones.
I think just over an hour and a half. Potentially.
Hour and a half. Yeah, that's right. So almost 20 past 6 in the evening here. Now it's Wood. It goes in. Green goes back and across, plays the ball firmly down to the offside and mid-off. He's out there to field it. So when we have a test at a venue in England where you can get 50,000, we're going to play at Wembley. Will it ever happen?
Will it ever happen? I think we'll have to build a new stadium for that to happen, a big one.
Where is that going to be built? Yorkshire?
Durham, up near Durham maybe.
Durham,
they're
right.
due a new stadium.
We're going to actually have a cricket ground that holds a lot of people. That'll be something. Wood bowls down the leg side, and there's a belated squawk for a catch as they were clearing their throats. Umpire Menon is not interested. I don't know whether they'll go on with this. Maybe some thigh pad. I don't think there was any bat. They're having a discussion about whether or not to go upstairs.
Well, I heard something, but it's what has it come off?
No, they've had the United Nations conference, as it were, and decided to veto that DRS. It did hit a bit of the thigh guard or the pocket going down the leg side.
That leaves a bruise, that one.
Yeah,
it's just missed that thigh guard.
Yeah.
Mark Wood wasn't interested at all. He was at the top of his mark, ready to go.
And he's dashing in again, and back and behind it goes Cameron Green, knocking it out there on the offside. I mean, do people in England want a large cricket ground?
I've never done a poll for the people of cricket fans at home.
I mean, 30,000 by Australian standards.
It's small, yeah.
30,000's a lousy crowd in Australia.
But how good is this when it's packed and it's full and there's so many people here?
Well, this is the day.
This is it. This is the one.
This is
the
really
opening
the day.
However, on the other hand, we do sell out our stadiums days 1 to 5 every time we play, which makes a brilliant atmosphere as well.
We've only got 12,000 in some of them. As Wood goes in and bowls, tightens him up inside edge to pad, goes past short leg for a single, and Green moves along to 5, his second scoring stroke, and that is the end of the over. 4 for 48. Aggers is coming in to join you with this game thrillingly poised for the last hour.
It really is, Jim. It really is. It's on a knife edge, this one. I know it's only day 1, but we've lost 14 wickets today. And you almost think, where are we going to end up at the end of play tomorrow? If England could grab another couple of wickets, then they'll be really happy. with that. Obviously, though, there was some frustrations around England towards the back end of their innings, having lost quick wickets, only being 4 down at lunch and then being bundled out, should I say. But they've fought back pretty well here, Aggers.
They certainly have. There's an hour and a half still to go as well, so goodness knows what the score might be at the end of that. Atkinson on his way, he's bowling to the right-handed Green. He's dropped it! He's dropped it off his own bowling. Oh, and it was a straightforward one as far as those chances go. Oh, Atkinson will be furious about that. He's just prodded the ball back at him. He got 2 hands comfortably on it. Really thought he was going to catch that. Oh dear, I'm afraid that's a real miss. It's never easy off your own bowling, a bit off balance and everything else, but that is a clear chance at 48 for 4. Atkinson again runs in and bowls, and Green on the back foot this time plays the ball securely to bat. Good point. Michael Vaughan's here.
Morning, everyone.
Yeah,
that should have been taken. Never easy when the bowlers are following through, and looks like he might have done him for lack of pace, actually. The Australians still trail by 124. This has got a bit of deja vu from last year's Test match here, Aggers. And the Indian side were bowled out for 150 and thought that was it, and then suddenly Bumrah got into the game and they were 7 down at close.
Atkinson bowls, and that's pushed well towards mid-off, going for a quick single, picked up cleanly, and the throw misses the stumps. Don't know whether Green would have been home or not, but it was Mark Wood there, who had only really one stump to aim at.
I think he just made it. He's a big chap, Cameron Green. He's got long levers. I think, he just would have been home.
Yeah.
I was just saying on the telly, sometimes sporting events you have these massive build-ups and a huge amount of hype, and then the event happens and you go, preferred the hype and the build-up. Well, this hasn't disappointed.
No, it has not. Atkinson round the wicket, bowls and the head defends. Stokes will come trotting in to pick that up from point. An unusual field, but it's Travis Head, who's an unusual batsman, so third man is 10 yards up from the boundary. Fine leg is very fine, and the man out there for the hook is a little bit finer, but then Atkinson's coming round the wickets. That probably explains why he's in that position.
Just go back to last year, the Test match. The pitch did get better.
Yeah,
it got better on days 2 and 3. India got a big score. Jaiswal got 100. Virat got 100 here.
Atkinson bowls and head defends, and Atkinson can field that in the follow through. But there's no question that England have out-bowled Australia here. I know Mitchell Starc got 7 for, but he had not much support from the other end, whereas all of England's quick bowlers have been absolutely outstanding today.
Yeah, I mean, they've bowled well in the past, but I don't remember 23 overs of this quality. No. You've got to remember, Ben Stokes hasn't bowled yet.
No.
So the 4 pacers have been consistent, they've been skillful, they've been quick.
And they had to do it from 172 all out. 49 for 4, Atkinson bowls and Head has a look at it and then lets the ball go through to the wicketkeeper Jamie Smith to end that over. 49 for 4, and that's after 23 overs. I mean, it's been a real battle. It didn't get off the mark till the 5th over. And then
it's actually the bowlers, Aggers, and you on your side. I admire this set of England bowlers hugely because they're out there so quickly. They don't get much time in the viewing area.
No, they don't.
They don't get the days where you'd have a few cups of tea, a few massages, have a kip. Well, you can't, because number one, you've got to go have a bet. Oh, there's been what's happening?
Well, it's odd because everyone came out for the drinks break, including the groundsman in his buggy, and he's been dispatched by umpire Menon. And in fact, the drinks are coming on from the Australian camp and the England camp. They've been sent away, so a little chastened. The groundsman's gone back into his sort of shed area down there with his buggy. He had everything on it, his broom and everything, but umpire wasn't happy with that, so we're going to have another over at least. 49 for 4. Mark Wood from our end runs in, bowls to Cameron Green, up on his toes, plays into the offside. The ball goes on the bounce, and a hurled throw at the stumps sends Travis Head diving for his ground. That was Ben Stokes coming in from backward point.
And Jacob
Bethel actually from, yes.
Yeah, well, it was Stokes at backward point who launched it, and Bethel's at mid-on, and he went to the stumps rightfully, and the ball bounces just in front of somebody. He took it beautifully, because I thought, oh, that's going to be buzzard. That's going to be flying to the boundary. Jacob, who's he on for?
God, I don't know. There'll be people on and off all day.
I think he's going to play in the Lions match tomorrow, Jacob Bethel, the next 2 days at Lilac Hill to get some cricket.
Good.
Which is good.
Yeah, definitely. 49 for 4. Wood goes sprinting in again. Is there any bowls? And that's pitched up, flicked away into the leg side. Archer will field that way down in the distance in the shadows. Tosses the ball into Smith. 50 up for Australia, but it's been a fight. 4 wickets down. And they were in the 24th over of their innings.
What did England last? 34?
32.5.
32.5.
Which is...
And Australia are back for 20. They've gone at a snail's pace, haven't they?
About 2 and over.
They've not bought into the Bazball way yet.
No.
These two will. They'll have a go.
Wood's going to bowl around the wicket at head, left-handed. Again, that deliberately placed third man inside the boundary as Wood runs in past the umpire now and bowls to Travis Head, who's got that away into the offside, out into the shadows again. Bethel's giving chase. It won't go for 4 because, as we've seen all day, the outfield, the ball gets to within about 20 yards of the boundary, it just almost stops. As if
it's really sandy. If you've been out onto the outfield, it's really...
I potted out to have a look at the pitch this morning.
Well, we've seen Nathan Lyon dive early, and remember Simon Jones back in 2002 where his knee stuck in the sandy outfield. Well, Nathan dived and his knee stuck, and Scott Boland actually. You
can still see the mark there.
Yeah, and
well, Boland
I don't think Boland bowled after that dive.
No, he went off. There's been quite a lot of coming and going today of fielders on and off the field, isn't there? 53 for 4. In goes Wood. Is there any bowls to Green? Oh, an ugly ball! Oh. That's hit him, a nasty blow. Oh, quick, quite short. He's got his helmet off. I'm not sure what it hit first, to be honest. That's I mean, he's fine, he's smiling. I suspect there might be a concussion test, and that probably, actually, it'll coincide with the drinks break as well. The physio's running on. Oh, that's grilled him. Absolute griller. At high pace.
Well, he's done incredibly well too, because he loses his balance. He whacks him in the cheek off the grill, and then he loses his balance, and he's done incredibly well to kind of manoeuvre himself around the stumps.
That was a brutal blow. That is a straight, clean hit on the side of the goal. You're right, it was almost a leg over moment there. He just steered himself round the stumps. What a blow.
Sol, this has got to be England's quickest attack of all time, has it?
Yeah, I just gave a stat just a couple of minutes ago, just looking at the first 20 overs of the innings, comparing with the third fastest average speed by a team in the CricViz database. That goes back almost 20 years, and the fastest by England.
Yep. I thought so in my mind. It's a quick attack, and they've bowled consistently. Sometimes with pace the ball can fly to all parts because they don't quite get it right, but wow, they've bowled great channels.
They really have, and lovely lengths. And Green's okay. I mean, he's been lucky there. We often see a batsman get hit in the grill, it can cut the cheek or whatever, and there's blood, but he's fine. He's standing up, he's having a drink, which is great news. But what a blow that was. I don't think he's seen it yet, to be honest. Just short of a length, fiery pace. Groundsman's a bit late on the scene, having been sent away. His out has finally arrived for sweeping up, so that's going to take a bit more time out of this. There's still 32 overs to go.
This is so usually we as grumpy old men now, as we start to the overrates.
I know.
How dare they not bowl it? I have to say I don't care how many like they are. I know, Zosh, you're against the overrates, but I don't care if the 20.
Well, this game's not going to go 5 days.
No, this has been incredible entertainment.
Yeah, a high octane, and you can listen back if you're listening at home. And you want to listen to the whole day, if you turn on to Sports Extra 3,
is that right?
You can relive it all at 11 o'clock, the whole day's play, which is fantastic. And you'll get, if you have been asleep, and I'm sure many of you have, you'll get a real sense of how today has gone and seesawed. It's been an extraordinary day's cricket. Looking at Cameron Green there again. I mean, this is a big man. This is a giant of a man he's just like taking a right hook there.
Size 15 boots.
Is that right?
I was with him this morning just chatting to him, and I just saw these
What do they look like?
Huge wheels. They're like canoes. And I just had to say, Cameron, your wheels, how big are they? And he went, size 15. I was like, wow. He's a lovely kid.
Is he? I don't know.
Yeah, fantastic lad.
Well, the drinks break is slowly breaking up, but the groundsman has still got some sweeping to do by the look of it. I think he was caught unawares down there, caught a bit short.
Well, I was on the pitch at tea, and the pitch looks, it looks okay. There's a few little cracks. But in the morning there was a little bit more live grass, and already it's not been burnt completely off, but you can see that it's starting to just clear off. And I was down there with Adam Gilchrist, and I said, you know what, England have to win this session well, because if Australia win this session and get to 110, 120 for 2 or 3 tonight, this game could be done quite quickly. And England have responded after tea. I mean, they got that early wicket, obviously, with the second ball, Jake Weatherall, Jofra Archer, one down at tea, but after tea they have been incredible. They really have.
Well, the groundsman's making his way off the ground, and we're still waiting now, I think, for a bit of running repairs to Cameron Green. Physio's being the last to go, but he's okay, but he's got to stand up there and face the music again. And how do you feel? You've taken one basically in the face, and you've got to stand there and face the next rocket. He's taking guard again. He'll taking a few deep breaths.
I tell you what, they've been bruised, Australia.
Yeah.
Smith's been whacked on the arm, Labuschagne on the elbow.
Yep.
Usman Khawaja on the thumb when he was out. Cameron Green been hit on the head.
They're in a contest.
Oh.
Right, Wood was ready to go, and Green not so. Australian television says Australia is still 58% to win the game.
That's the channel I work for.
I know.
Come on.
There you go. Go and fight for the old country.
I'm not having. Go and
have a word.
That'll be cricketers.
Go and have a word.
Can't be right.
53 for 4 then. There's still a couple of balls left in this over. And Wood goes sprinting in and bowls, and Green bravely gets into line and plays that off in the back foot out towards point.
Just on the Australian batters, England bowled great, but I've never seen in actual fact, he was here last year when Bumrah did some damage. That I saw the same Australian batting line, and they were jumping all over the place. And similar here, bit of pace and the squaring up on the back foot. Smartness, and Usman Khawaja is an issue for Australia.
Yeah,
against pace, and this is what England are going to throw at this Australian side. There's a real problem there for Khawaja.
Is the last ball of Woods over? Sprints in, rushes in, and bowls another bouncer, just flying over Green's shoulder. Ball thwacks into Smith's gloves. He's miles back there, and that's the end of the over at 53 for 4 and applied to England's 172. So Australia still 119 runs behind on this wonderful opening day.
That is some beer snake on the television screen, Aggers. I don't know where in the ground that is, but it's a big one. Oh, it's down there to the right, like you can see it down there.
Yeah, 2 enormous electric screens, one up to our right, showing Carey, Stark, Lyon, the next to come. Carey's a good player. Stark, you feel might be one place high.
Well, and that is a vulnerability to this Australian side. That tail with Stark, Doggett, Boland, Lyon.
He averages 20. Lyon averages 12.
I can't see. The old days of Australia when Haddon would bat at 7 and someone would hang around and get another 150 for the last few wickets.
Well, warm.
I just can't see that.
In comes Atkinson, and he bowls. He's driven by a head, not timed. The chase there for the fielder. Let's see if he can cut this off. It's running out towards the long off boundary, pursued by Archer, who does indeed overhaul that off drive, and they come back for 2.
Mate, you've seen how this attack's had the top order jumping around. When you're a tail end and you're seeing someone like Cameron Green, who's incredibly talented, get one on the side of the grill. You've been there down the back end.
Not nice.
It is not nice at all.
Travers heads on 14. Atkinson comes round the wicket and bowls to him. He drives again, a slice sort of a drive. Another chase for Archer. There'll be 2 more here. Fast bowler doing a fair amount of sprinting here, chasing the ball, which he won't enjoy very much, I don't suppose. But he's bowled beautifully today as well. 2 for 7 from 7 overs. Atkinson unlucky, hasn't taken a wicket yet, but he did have that chance, that drop. Bryden Cast 2 for 20 from 6 overs. Shadows creeping on. That'll be right over the pitch soon, won't it? Coming on from the right hand side. Atkinson bowls, head sliced it for 4. It's flown away through the slips. Just through the bat at that. This is where head is dangerous. A little bit of width.
Yeah, he's a dangerous customer. He's done it a few times for Australia in similar positions where he comes out and plays the expansive way. England have just got to remind themselves of what worked for the first 20 overs, which was just consistency. Bowling straight.
Atkinson again, light-footed as he runs in round the wicket and bowls. Who's sized him again? This time Duckett can field there in the gully. He's just standing there really and swinging the bat outside the off stump. 61 for 4. We're in the 25th over of Australia's innings. Ollie Pope is being evacuated from short leg. I suspect he's going to come down to third man, is he? Looks like it. So covering that shot.
Well, I've seen Travis Head get out here in Perth a few times, caught at third man. It was
with
2
that
in
sort
a
of
game.
shot.
Yeah, it may have been against India last year.
He deliberately places 10 yards in from the boundary. Atkinson again comes in, bowls to Head, and he slices it right to Pope, and it bounces just in front of him. Then he set off for a run, and Green actually, although it came down to short third man, Green's not running. All happened very quickly. That he just leans back a bit, doesn't he? It's not controlled that.
Well, he's not happy, Travis said, that Cameron Green didn't run. He thinks he should be down the other end.
Well, he's not. You have to face up again. Pope actually has come in another couple of yards there from third man.
He better get ready.
Atkinson round the wicket, moves in, bowls to Head on the back foot this time, plays it out towards point. It's fielded by Stokes. It ends the over at 61 for 4. Travis Head has 20. Green has 7. Thoughts from Andy Zoltzman and Michael, and then we've got Simon Mann coming back in here.
There's another test match going on at the moment, Bangladesh and Ireland. Bangladesh had a 200-run first innings, leading a 42 for none in their second innings. But an unusual event happened today. Play was suspended due to an earthquake, a 5.5 magnitude earthquake. They managed, I think it says on cricket.
Suspended and then
they carried on. They only stopped for 3 minutes. But players and umpires congregated in the middle, and the crowds emptied from the stands.
And the pitch, was it cracked?
I don't know.
Right, here's Wood going in and bowling to Green, and Green forces that away, but straight to the deep gully fielder. And there is no run. 61 for 4, Michael. I mean, Australia have been lucky to get 60 before, haven't they?
Yeah,
really?
absolutely.
England have bowled with a great deal of luck.
Which way do you prefer, Simon? Do you prefer the Bazball bonkers way with the bat, or do you prefer the attritional dig-in way that Australia have gone for?
I prefer 5 fast bowlers roaring in. That's the one I prefer.
I would not want to face this attack on this pitch.
No.
Maybe in Adelaide, not here.
Wood tries again, bowls to Cameron Green. Green plays that square of the wicket on the offside. Probably get 2 here, easing the ball away. Stokes goes after it and picks it up and sends in the return low to the stumps to Jamie Smith. Is it time for Stokes soon, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested with Ben with the way he's going to use himself, but he's that kind of bowler, isn't he, that he suddenly goes quiet and then he gets the ball in his hand, and you know, I would think that we'll see him at least bowl 1 spell tonight. But I reckon the Aussie way was to get to this moment, 25 over. You've seen in the last 2 or 3 overs the ball's not quite doing as much.
Yeah.
And they opted to try and dig in and fight.
They were forced to do that in a way, though, weren't they? Wood bowls to Green, it's full, it's driven into the onside, more runs here. Out towards deep mid-wicket, it's a chase for Atkinson. There'll probably be another 2. It is a slow outfield. Return to Jamie Smith, has to put his glove up to shield his eyes, looking into the sun.
What are you going to do tonight, Simon, after a day like this?
I think head in an ice bucket, I think. 65 for 4.
Need to lie down for half an hour.
Green's on 11, Head's on 20, so the mini recovery is on for Australia. They came together at 31 for 4.
Ben Stokes has just bowled a couple of balls to mid-off. Maybe he's going to replace Gus Atkinson. Or maybe he'll replace Mark Wood. Mark Wood's into his 3rd or 4th in this spell.
Well, here is Wood, past the umpire now to bowl to Green, and Green spots that early, short ball, skiddy bounce, so but Green ducks underneath it. He was under it early. There was that moment when Green was dropped by Atkinson, that return catch, when he'd made 5. Well, stuck, which you feel it should have done. No one means to drop a catch on his follow-through. But as return catches go, it looked relatively straightforward. Anyway, that went down. That was a blemish for England. There haven't been many blemishes in the field. They've been right up Australia from first over. Australia battling hard. Green waits, Wood bowls, Green plays defensively into the onside. Wood falls over as he slings that one down.
Simon, I'm just seeing with the sun, and you mentioned the shadow. The majority, I mean, there's England fans all over this Perth Stadium, but the majority of them are right in the sunshine.
Got a bit quiet now.
They're like going to put the Brits in the sunshine late in the afternoon.
It's one of those where you might be tempted to walk around the ground and sit in a seat that's not occupied, that's in the shadows, and there are a few.
Yeah, you could find 1 or 2, couldn't you?
Yeah, the ground's thinned out a little bit, the crowd's thinned out a bit from the start of the day's play. Wood bowls, it's driven nicely by Green, fine shot for 4, through mid-off, it was full from Wood, and Green played almost a shot of the innings so far. Shot full of confidence, takes him to 15, and Australia to 69 for 4. Fight backs on, possibly.
Well, the more you speak to players that play over here, like state cricket, and have been around Australian cricket for a few years, when you start talking about Cameron Green, I mean, I've seen a little bit of him, as we all have, but they all say he's the best cricketer in Australia by a mile. You know, with everything that he does with the ball, when he's fit, when he bats, and when he fields, he catches everything. He's yet to have that moment in Test cricket. He's yet to go, you know, and really win special moments for Australia. And Ashes series is probably the best place to start.
He's in a good position as well at number 6.
Oh, it's a better. I don't see him as a number 3. I think in time he might get a 5. He might end up at 4.
Yeah.
But at the minute, I think 6 is a better position for him.
Atkinson bowls to Head. Head plays away into the offside towards backward point, where Ben Stokes stoops, picks up, and lobs it to Harry Brooks fielding at second step. And Stokes is loosening up now, so I think it's fairly certain that we'll see him the next 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, he's going to replace Mark Wood. This partnership's 38 from 53, so they're scoring at a decent rate.
It's not desperate for wicket territory for England, but we're moving towards it. Atkinson bowls, Head covers up, plays defensively towards mid-on, and there is no run. About half of the ground is in shadow, and that shadow is creeping towards the pitch, so we'll have that strange light for the batters fairly soon. This bowl of a stadium, 3-tiered bowl, huge support for both sides today.
I mean, someone said there was 10,000 travelling from. Yeah, there's more than that.
Feels like it, doesn't
Maybe
it?
10,000 in the official tour parties.
Yeah, but I think there are a lot of people live in Perth here from England and UK. Here, Atkinson bowls, Head comes forward, guides it away to Stokes, who bends down to pick up again.
But is that the 10,000 have come with, you know, the Barmy Army, Gullivers, and all the different tour groups? If there's a group of 5 that have just come on their own, do they count?
I don't know.
I bumped into a few yesterday, actually, from Sheffield Collegiate, my old club in Sheffield. Rooty's dad, Matt, he's here. Straight away on the phone. Wednesday Sheffield United Sunday, 8 o'clock Sunday night. Where we're watching it.
Well, that's a wooden spoon game, isn't it?
Well, yeah, possibly.
69 for 4. Atkinson bowls, and Head tries to force into the offside, hits it out to Archer, who's fielding the covers. Good day to Glenn, not our Glenn, but another Glenn who's listening in the UK. I've been awake listening to the coverage this morning. Well, he says, after the worst and best year of my life, I turned 50 in June, have been feeding and changing my 7-week-old baby as a solo father. He says the last 4 months have been hell on earth, and the only light at the end of the tunnel was my little bundle of joy being born safe and well, and this series down under. Atkinson bowls to Travis Head, who flashes and misses. That's way through to Jamie Smith. I remember sitting as a child in my own father's workshop as he made jewellery, listening to scratchy long-way radio coverage from Test Match Special. He says, keep up the great work. This test is by no means over yet, and I think he sent this a bit earlier when England were bowled out, so he kept the faith. This test is by no means over yet, and it is, as usual, much needed and informative. I cannot put into words, like you do for every ball, how grounding and normal this is listening overnight. Nicely now, Glenn. Here's Atkinson bowling to Travis Head, who plays in defence up towards mid-on. There is no runs. The end of Atkinson's over, so he's been tidy. 9 overs for 19, and he did drop that chance off his own bowling.
Here comes the skipper.
69 for 4.
This is what Ben Stokes does. Partnership building. England needs something. He's just been patiently waiting. His 4 quicks has done a great job, and he goes, OK, now I'll help you out.
And this is where you see the value of the 5th pace bowler.
Well, this is where whether it's a pace bowler or world-class spinner, 5 bowling options are so important. If you've only got 4, they've got to bowl well. But when you've got 5 genuine bowlers, it helps so much. And on this pitch as it's playing now, the seam option would be a better option than a spin option. Yeah. But whether that's the case on days 2 and 3, we'll have to wait and see. But at the minute, you want that extra pace.
I mean, the way the game's progressed, though, it might be that England are not doing a great deal of bowling on the second day. And anyways,
we only batted for 32 overs today. So.
No, but if they bowl Australia out, I'm saying they wouldn't be bowling much on the second day.
Well, they only batted for 32 overs. They must.
I said they might bowl them out again. You mean? Yeah. Well, Stokes goes in and bowls, and a flashing drive from Green misses. And we've seen a lot of that. We've seen a lot of playing and missing.
But you've also seen a lot of this England side, Simon, suggest that they don't bat long times. No. They just bat quickly.
Do you back them to bat better in the second innings?
Yeah, I would actually, but I still don't rule them batting only 40, 50 overs, because it's the way that they play, but they'll score at 5s.
Can they get a first innings lead? Australia are 103 runs behind. That tail is quite long for Australia, especially when you've got all those pace bowlers coming at you. Stokes bowls to Green, and Green plays quietly up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, just on the number of full shots we've seen, the Cricketviz database, looking at the first 25 overs of the innings, 63 full shots, 34 plays and misses, 29 edges. By far Australia's highest proportion of full shots in the first 25 overs of a test innings since they've been collecting this data, which is almost 20 years.
Yeah, I mean, it's felt like that, hasn't it? That's your hunch, and it's confirmed by the stats. Stokes goes from shadow to sunshine, past the umpire, into bowl to Green. It's full. Green is forward, playing defensively towards mid-off. And there is no run. Stokes is not bowling a proper match. He did play in the warm-up game, proper match since that shoulder problem, or kind of like chest muscle problem he had at Old Trafford, where he still bowled 11 overs on the final day. And that was remarkable in itself, the fact that he put himself through it in an attempt to chisel out those Indian wickets on the last day, unsuccessfully at Old Trafford, as it proved. He's had time to get himself fit for the Ashes, and here he is, moving away from us, and bowls to Green, who drills him down the ground. It's a nice looking shot. It's coming up towards the long off boundary. It won't go for 4, I don't think. Cass gets there, just taps it back inside the rope, and they come through for 3 runs. They have umpteen 3s today. They've had a 4 as well, all run 4. And I think that will continue, the nature of this ground and the outfield as well. Big boundary square of the wicket and a slow outfield. 72 for 4. And Cameron Green goes to 18. This partnership continues to build. I mean, it's a feature of England's innings as well. We saw a bit of a recovery, then wickets, a bit of a recovery, then wickets. And Australia looking to do the same from 31 for 4. Now at 72 for 4. Field changes over the left-handed Travis Head. There's a fly slip in, a fine leg, and a long leg as well, not quite on the rope. Stokes going round the wicket to Travis Head. Moves in now and bowls, and Head forces, but straight to cover. And there is no run. Michael's gone, and Glenn McGrath's back with us.
Yeah, g'day, Simon. G'day, listeners. It's the type of wicket I said earlier that you've got to spend time out there, get yourself in, and all of a sudden it's different. You've got used to the pace, the bounce. This ball's getting a little bit older. It's in the 28th over now. And Australia are only 100 runs behind. Scoring a lot slower than the English did. We'll see how that goes by the end of the day to see where things are at.
Stokes tries again, bowls. It's driven by Head, but straight to extra cover. And there is no run. Atkinson picks up. It's the end of Stokes' first over. Quiet over, really. Not much happening. 3 runs from it. And Australia 72 for 4. There's a bit of talk about the Kookaburra ball. You mentioned it's what we've now had 28 overs. A feeling that they've just put a bit more on the seam in recent years, so there's a bit more there for the
they've tried a little bit more for the bowlers, because I think it was going soft and out of shape quite quickly. It's a completely different ball to the Duke ball that they use in the UK, and I always found it easier to go from bowling with the Kookaburra here to bowling with the Duke in England. And it was always harder to go from bowling with the Duke coming over here bowling with the Kookaburra. So that was, I think, one of the other things, apart from the pitch and the conditions, that English bowlers found hard to adapt to. But a little bit more in it. And this pitch here is still offering a little bit, but it has gone a lot softer than what it was earlier on in the day.
It's going to be Bryden Castor bowl. He's picked up 2 wickets for 20 switched ends. And he's bowling to Green, and Green drives. A nice looking shot, but straight to Archer, fielding at mid-on, and there is no run. So, in your experience, when is the sort of tipping point with the Kookaburra? When do you think, as a batter, you think, right, now it's my time? That was their time, now it's my time. What sort of... Is it the same every time? I mean, obviously the pitch makes a difference, but in terms of the ball, when do you start to feel as a bowler, I'd like to get rid of this and, I don't know, throw it in the stand and get another one? Here's Cass. Going to Green, full, dug out into the offside towards point, and there is no run.
Yeah, the Australian batsman picking out the fieldsman here with a lot of shots, but I reckon around about now, 28, 30 overs. The shine's gone. It's the pitches in Australia are harder, and they do impact that ball, so it's getting a little bit softer. There hasn't been much movement in the air, so not a lot of swing, so you want that bounce, you want that sieve movement. I think everything's just settled down a little bit now because the ball's got a bit softer.
Cast to Green, up on his toes, playing it again square with the wicket on the offside. So Jacob Bethel on the field. So basically, just when England were bowled out.
So it's just one of those things. Depending on a pitch, on a first day pitch, you probably get a lot more out of the ball. You would have thought, It's not even 30 overs old now. There should be a bit in it still, but these 2 batsmen have got in there. They've faced plenty of deliveries. What have they put on? 41 runs. So they're feeling a lot more comfortable. They see the pitch of they see the ball, the bounce, got the pace.
Cast to Green. Green plays into the offside. Bethel's after it, hurls the ball at stumps, heads home. The throw misses.
He was laid out of the blocks then. Travis Head, but just made it home.
So 1 more to the total. Australia inching forward. They are 99 runs behind now. 73 for 4. So much Ashes coverage on the BBC. 5 Sports Extra, BBC Sounds. But you also find Andy Zoltzman's daily Ashes quiz. Have you set a question today, Zoltz?
I did, yes.
Right, okay.
I couldn't entirely remember what it is. Okay. But I'll set a question after the end of play today that people will be able to pick up from 3 p.m. UK time, Friday afternoon, every weekday.
There's Travis Head facing Carse, bowling round the wicket. Head knocks it into the onside, into a gap, gets another single. Australia are just inching forward now and forcing their way back into the game. 31 for 4, suddenly in danger of being bowled out for under 100. But I mean, you don't see that happen very often in Test cricket. You don't see it happen very often to the Australian team. So you knew there was going to be some fight somewhere along the line. And the field changes over to the right-hander, Cameron Green. I think there were 2 slips and a deepish gully, 2 men back on the leg side boundary. Carse, leap and he bowls, that's sliced away. It's only half stopped in the gully by Duckett, so Bethel has to chase it back towards deep third, and they'll come back for a couple more runs. Again, Smith has to hold his glove up as the throw comes in with the sun behind Jacob Bethel, between the gaps in the stands away to the right-hand side. Yeah, so Australia getting on top, just beginning to get on top here. There was that passage of play where you almost felt a wicket could fall any ball.
Yep.
Australia were resisting hard, and suddenly we had that glut of wickets, 3 quick ones, and drop catch. But since then, you don't have that feeling that a wicket could fall off every ball. 76 for 4 is the score.
Yeah, no, it's just changed. These 2 batsmen are looking comfortable. That nasty delivery, Cameron Green got that short one, hit him in the grill. How he managed not to fall on his stumps is beyond me. But they're looking a lot more comfortable. They're ticking the scoreboard over, and that's what the Australians will need them to do.
Right, Stokes looking to join the series, and that's whipped away, and he has done so because it's caught at mid-on by Bryden Carse. Travis Head on the pull, doesn't time it, and Stokes has struck. He's conjured a wicket from somewhere. Head has to drag himself from the crease. He's gone for 21, and Australia are 76 for 5, and another twist in this fluctuating, dramatic first day.
Yeah, no, that's a massive wicket for England there. Not sure what Travis Head was trying to do. The shot wasn't on. He tried to scoop it on the leg side and just picked out Carse at mid-on.
Carse,
like not at mid-on, not even square leg. So it's you'd say that's a wicket against a run of play, and just probably what England needed to get back in. Now they're just shy of 100 runs in front. Can they drive it home here?
Well, he walks off shaking his head. He can't believe he's done that, Travis Head. Well, we've heard the boos for Ben Stokes today. We're now getting the boos and cheers from the Australian supporters for Alex Carey. He was such a lovely lad.
Yeah.
He really is.
Geez, they don't let it go over in England, do they? How long ago was that? There's a few members that aren't allowed back into Lords, and very so but there was I heard the Barmy Army had a song about it and a few other things, so it's that's cricket for you, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think the players are bothered by it or anything like that. I think that they're English cricket fans with longish memories who will still go on about it. I thought the bottom line was if you stay in your crease, you don't have to worry.
Every English commentator, ex-player that I asked, every one of them to a T said out without even hesitation. So,
right, here's Carey's first ball of the series. Stokes bowls to him, and Carey gets off the mark, nudging it away behind square for a single. Pope comes in from deep fine leg to pick up. 77 for 5.
But the fans love it, don't they? They don't want to let it go. They want to build it up, the atmosphere, get stuck into the opposition.
Well, it's the same, I suppose, as Stokes being booed as he comes out to bat or he came on to bowl. So,
but why? Is there a reason why he would be?
Well, because he's the what did the West Australian call him? They called him cocky, arrogant, didn't they? So it's kind of that complainer.
Apparently, he was getting stuck into all the ex.
There was that as well.
Legends of English cricket saying the has-beens, but
Stokes to Green forces, runs from here. He's threaded the needle on the offside, back with a square. Goes to one, he comes back for the second. Yeah, that was the only real sledge from England before this sniff the players was against some of the ex-England cricketers, like Michael, for example. He had a pop at Michael. Michael had a pop back in his newspaper column saying, yeah, we are has-beens, but we also played the game and we kind of know what we're talking about a little bit. Sort of understand it.
Yeah. No, it's interesting.
Cocky captain complainer, I think, was the phrase used about him in the local paper when he arrived.
Sometimes they feel under attack by the opposition, but when it's your own ex-players.
Stokes to Green. Green shows him the full face, pushing the ball up towards mid-on, where it's picked up by Atkinson. Australia 79 for 5 in reply to 172. We said at tea, Glenn, didn't I, that England will be hoping for a repeat of that 17-wicket day. We might not be far off it. We've still got 50 minutes cricket left today, or just under. Play can go on until 10 to 10 UK time.
Geez, they've powered through the overs today, though, haven't they?
How many overs have you got left? About 25 or something?
30 overs? No. It's, what is it? 32, so it's about,
Yeah, 25.2. Stokes bowls and Green leaves the ball outside the off stump. The shadow has now come onto the pitch, so there's sunshine to the left of the pitch as we look at it, and on the left half of the ground, and then shadow on the right half. I don't know whether that makes a difference. The batter, that just for a short while, that kind of in-between light. Sometimes you see a bowler bowl in sunlight and the batter's in shadow. That must be a bit weird, but the whole of the pitch is in shadow now.
But you can feel the atmosphere out there now. English on the edge of their seats. The Aussies want to see a partnership build here.
Stokes bowls to Green, and Green chops down on a defensive shot, goes to square cover. It's the end of the over. A successful one for Ben Stokes. A wicket England were desperate for to get rid of Travis Head. Head out for 21, and this game right in the balance. 79 for 5. More from you, Glenn, and then Jonathan Agnew will return.
No, you're right. 30 overs gone. 79 for 5. England only faced, Andy, what was it?
32.5 overs.
5 overs and for 172. So their scoring rate was a lot higher, and you wonder what the impact that's going to have on this game. If Australia can put on a good partnership and sort of nullify that and chip away at those runs, you think, okay, their approach is better, or the England approach. I think somewhere in the middle is probably better.
It's interesting, isn't it, Glenn, because Australia have got a bit stuck here. They've since the start of their innings, they didn't get off the mark till the 5th over, and they have just got stuck. Their wickets have fallen, and they haven't really got very far. So 79 for 5. We've got Cast bowling on the off stump, pushed away by Carey, going for a quick single. Stokes' underarm flicks the ball. So Green has made his ground down at this end. His first day drawing towards its end. It actually ends at 10 to the hour, 10 to 10 back at home. So a fair amount of play left here, but nowhere near the 25 overs that remain to be bowled. But I don't think you could. I think if they'd actually bowled all 90 today, everyone would be completely exhausted.
Oh, we'd be playing under lights, wouldn't we?
But I think you'd just be exhausted. But to go at this rate, for a full 90, I'm normally one that bangs on about over rates, but today it's just had so much.
Well, that's what you want from Test cricket. As the next player, you want to keep Test cricket alive and people coming along to it. And the last 3 big series have been very exciting.
Cast in the far end comes bounding in, bowls to Green, very tall man, stands up and plays that away to mid-wicket, and Green, he's played pretty bravely. He got a horrible blow straight in the face, really, from Mark Wood. It obviously hit the grill of his helmet, but he really didn't move. It almost felled him. It was straight in.
Did well not to fall on his stumps or tread on his stumps, didn't he?
Really did. It was a really nasty one. So he's still battling away. He's on 23. But Stark is in next, and then Lyon. So there is a long tail here. Cast in the shadows, bowls, and Green again stands up, plays into the onside. Carey a bit late setting off for the single, but they managed to complete it. So Australia are 91 runs behind. They've got 5 wickets left. What I mentioned is Stark to come in next, who averages about 20 in Test cricket. Then
you
really
take
are
that
down
today
to the bowlers.
from the Australians. You take
Probably
20
would,
from Starkey.
Yeah, you would.
But the pitch looks a little bit more benign. The ball's got a little bit softer. That new ball out there with the way Archer, Atkinson, Wood, way they bowled was...
Cast bowls driven. Well, that's extraordinary because Cast bowled the ball and fell over and didn't see the shot which Carey played, which was actually he drilled the ball straight into him. He was lying down, fell over, and Carey struck the ball very hard, but because Cast actually hit him straight in the back. He wasn't looking at all.
I think he knew it was coming. He put the hand on the back of his head. He could just see it. Nothing you can do. You just got to wear that one. So he might have got away. Okay, it's just got him probably on the shoulder blade, but still.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Ouch.
Cast again comes in. Left-handed Carey plays that carefully, playing the ball into the ground in front of Pope, who's lurking there dangerously at short leg.
Well, it saved some runs anyway.
It did, yes.
It didn't go anywhere, but he'd have a nasty bruise there in the morning.
Sort of blocking it off, wasn't he? So 15 wickets have fallen today. Quite a few ducks along the way too. Crawley a duck, Root a duck, Wood a duck, Weatherald a duck.
Not a zero a duck.
Well, we're in Australia
that,
now. You like ducks. Then comes Cast again. Bowls and Carey plays off the back foot. Another chase for Archer. Out into the sunshine to our left. He picks the ball up at extra cover. And they come back for 2, so it's 83 for 5 in the 31st, or at the end of the 31st over of Australia's innings. And Stokes hands his cap to the umpire. And it looks as if the fourth umpire is coming on here with light meters. Now that would be quite bizarre.
Yeah, we can't go off the lights.
Well, you can't. They've got the floodlights on. It's like a ring of fire effect here. One of those that goes around the perimeter of the roof. We don't have pylons. But on a beautiful, I mean, there is not a cloud in the sky. It's a gorgeous afternoon. It's 10 past 5, and the fourth umpire's brought the light meters out, and that's only because of the shadow of the stand.
No, they'd be right, surely.
But you can't go off in this.
No.
So Stokes is bringing his mid-on and mid-off a bit straighter. He's going to bowl, or at least give Green the impression that he's going to bowl fuller here. 83 for 5. So 89 runs behind. Stokes runs away from us and bowls to Green, who's caught behind. Stokes strikes again. He's taken his second wicket and he's only in his third over. And a bit of a loose drive there from Green. We said he's going to pitch it up. He brought the mid-on and mid-off both straighter. It's clear he's going to pitch it up. And Green has gone for a drive. I don't think it did very much. He's just simply nicked it through to the keeper. And that's the 6th wicket down. 83 on the board. And Australia a long way behind. And I really can't believe that Mitchell Starc would have thought, as he walked off having bagged 7 for, by mid-afternoon, thought he'd be batting before the close of play.
Yeah, no, this game is going along at a rate of knots there. And just watching Ben Stokes bowl that, you can see one side of the Kookaburra is a lot shinier than the other. He held that to bowl a little bit of outswing. I think it just went a hint, but it was more the line. It was a foot and a half outside off stump, and like you said, Aggers, very loose shot there, and another wicket down. That's a big blow.
Yeah.
In the last 2 overs, from last 2.5 overs, with Ben Stokes, the man again doing the damage. Australia needed that partnership to continue. They're still a long way behind, and the bowlers are in.
Still 89 behind. Starc and Lyon, Boland and Doggett. That's what remains. 16 wickets have fallen today on a pitch that's, well, not entirely blameless, but really hasn't done very much.
Yeah, there's been some ordinary shot selection, I guess you could say, that's brought the demise to quite a few of those wickets.
Definitely. England and Australia. Deep square leg now set from Starc, who took 7 wickets, his career best. But now he's batting, and he's in the shadows as Ben Stokes runs away from us and bowls to Starc, who leans forward, pushes that away out towards mid-off's right hand. And he'll pick up a single there. That's fielded by Atkinson. So it brings Carey down on strike. 2 left-handers at the crease. 84 for 6. Only in the 32nd over of Australia's innings. The noise is so loud, I'm not sure which spectators they are, but I think they're English. It's about 10,000 here.
It's English. They're up for it now.
They certainly are.
They're on top.
They're a bit quiet mid-afternoon. 84 for 6 now as Stokes runs away, bowls to Carey, and that's all. It flicked something, and the ball just flew wide of Smith. Let's see what that's off. Yep, off the bat or off the glove. It's gone away for 4 runs. It was in the air as it flew past Jamie Smith. Couldn't get a glove to it. So it's a boundary, a welcome boundary for Australia. 88 for 6.
Oof. Yeah, not sure if that was off anything except hip, but anyway, he'll take the runs.
He's given it 4.
But I was just watching the replay of Stokes taking that wicket before. It was very good bowling. He got mid-off, mid-on to come straighter and a little bit deeper. Massive gaps in the cover and in mid-wicket, and he bowled it out there, tempted Cameron Green to try to hit through there. So credit to Ben Stokes for that last wicket.
Stokes bowls short, pulled, get it over the head of square leg, chase the fielder running round in the deep. They'll come back for 2 runs. It's Jacob Bethel, who's still out there fielding as a substitute. Have we established who is a substitute for, by the way, Andy?
Generally, it's a bowler who's just finished a spell. So
well, I'm looking at Carsey's there. Atkinson's there.
Keep him out there, like, seriously.
Atkinson's at mid-off.
Yeah, and you got Archer down there.
Carsey's at mid-on.
Is it Wood?
At fine leg.
The bowlers always get the blame. Also where Mark Wood is. Stokes round the wicket, moves in, bowls. Carey defends. There's Cast moving in at mid-on to do the fielding. 90 for 6. Here we are in West Australia. Saw Mitchell Johnson sitting out the back just now. Lovely to see him. I mean, he's one of those fast bowlers who, we went over the line, he sort of became a bit mad and very fast and hostile and everything else. Get him off. He's a lovely chap, isn't he?
It's like all bowlers. Whereas batsmen are the other way around.
Well, you think, yeah.
You're a fast tearaway, weren't you?
Well, I think you use the word fast loosely. And goes Stokes round the wicket and bowls, tucked away into the leg side by Carey. They'll take a single again. The ball rolls away from the shadows out into the sunshine. And that over comes to an end, and does so with Carey keeping the strikes. I guess that's how they'd like it. He's got 11 and Stark has 1. Australia are 91 for 6. So just run through, I'm sure people are tuning in all the time, events of the day. Crawley out, not to the first ball of the match, but to the 6th. Bit of a wafty drive. I think if I say that, you'll probably imagine the shot that he played. That was caught at first slip for a duck. Duckett 21, Pope 46 played nicely. Root 0. He was caught at third slip off Stark. Brook 52. Stokes 6. Smith 33. There's a collapse at the end. 5 for 12. Atkinson 1. Cass 6. As Mitchell Stark took 7 for 58. And that was England dismissed in just 32.5 overs. Cass bowls a nasty short ball, which Carey tries to deflect down to third man, but misses. The ball followed him. It's collected by Smith. There were some, I'll be honest, there were some gloomy faces around at that stage. 172 all out.
In here?
just
everywhere.
Yeah, and about 10,000 out there.
Yeah.
But then Weatherald, the debutant, LBW to Archer to the second ball of Australia's innings. And then they never really got going. Labuschagne 9, Smith 17. They battled away, but they never really gained any initiative. 28 for 2 when Labuschagne was out in the 15th over. Comes Cass, bowls, nicely played by Carey on the front foot. Khawaja, who was timed out from opening because he'd been on and off the field quite a lot, had to come in at number 4. He made 2. He got a brute of a ball from Cass that really bounced and just flicked the glove.
Was his hand off the glove?
I don't know. What do you think? Could you tell which glove it hit?
I think he was off there as quickly as he could. But
might have been.
But yeah,
it was a brutal ball.
Nah. It was one he really didn't have. It was sort of outside his body, but good delivery.
Cass bowls short, pulled by Carey to the deep backward square leg for a single. Travis Head 21, and most recently Cameron Green 24. And England have bowled beautifully out. Archer's opening spell and Atkinson's opening spell was absolutely on the money. There was some real pressure on the Australians. A lot of playing and missing going on. So 2 wickets for Archer, 2 for Carse. And now Stokes has taken 2 as well. The hubbub, the buzz. It's been like this. It's been constant all day. And now Joe Root is coming down to a very fine third man. Mitchell Starc looks around, suggests there's going to be some short stuff around. In comes Carse, moves in, bowls to him. There it is. Short ball, which he sways out of the way, just dips his head. We know the signs, we tail enders, don't we?
Oh, yeah. Well, it's pretty obvious these days what's coming, but that one there was a little bit too short. If you're going to bowl short, you've got to make it pay on the money.
I think the bowlers of both sides are going to have to get in the nets and get facing a lot of short stuff, because they're going to get it, aren't they? They're going to get bombed, both sides.
No ball. No, coming around. Oh, no, it is a no ball.
I think, they're all going to get bombed, aren't they? I think the bowlers,
and especially on these big grounds.
Yeah,
it makes a big difference.
Carse again bowls, and Starc drives in the air. It's just over Archer's head at mid-off, and now he's got to turn and chase the ball down towards the boundary. Won't go all the way, but that's a classic case there of a lower order batsman anticipating the short ball. He's hanging back, and Carse pitched it up. He might have taken a bit of pace off it, and he's just lofted the ball up to mid-off. I think he did bowl. He did hold it back, didn't he? It was a slower ball. It was actually very cunningly bowled.
It cleared Archer by a good 2 metres, and he's still trying to jump for it. So I'm not sure what he was doing there, but welcome 2 runs to the Australians.
Yeah, 95 for 6. Here's Carse, bowls to Starc. He turns that off his hip. And that'll be a single down to fine leg. That's thrown back by Atkinson. 96 for 6. So Australia still 76 runs behind.
Yeah, now England, we're pushing for these last 4 wickets to get a decent lead going into the second innings. But the thing with batting, someone like Carey batting with the tail, the scoreboard will start ticking over now. They're looking to take those wickets. A few more runs might start ticking over. So could be an interesting last. What do we got? About 40 minutes? Or half an hour to go?
Half an hour or so. Here's Carse on his way, bowls short, slapped off the back foot. Another chase for Archer, but he can give that up. That's gone for 4. Out into the sunshine to our left. The 100 comes up for Australia. But they've lost 6 wickets, and it's taken 33 overs to get there. And they're 72 runs behind. Carey 16, and Starc has 4.
And the Australians have faced 1 more delivery than what England faced.
That's true.
And they're 72 runs behind.
Yeah.
Contrasting styles of play.
It's in terms of most wickets in the first day of an Ashes test. There's only been 2 tests since 1909 in the men's Ashes with more wickets on day 1. There have been 16 so far today.
Here goes Stokes. Round the wicket he bowls to Starc. On the front foot, plays that nicely. Finds Atkinson fielding at mid-off.
The only 2 Ashes games with more tests on day 1 were both 17 wicket days, both featuring a Glenn McGrath fifer. Nice stat for you, Glenn.
Lord's 05.
Lord's 05. England were 92 for 7 at the close, having bowled Australia out for 190. And Trent Bridge in 2001. Australia were 105 for 7 after bowling England out for 185.
Starc waits for Stokes. He's on his way now past the umpire. Bowls, and Starc launched into a good-looking drive. Won't go for 4. But Atkinson has some chasing to do. They'll try and get 3 here to get Carey down to that far end. There they go. Nice shot. Stark's having a good day so far. And it's 103 for 6. Carey 16. Starc moves on to 7. There's an enormous Scunthorpe United flag That's been put up down there by the groundsman's entrance. Takes up for the whole width of it, actually. I don't know who that belongs to, but it certainly makes the other ones pinned to the fencing all the way around the ground look very small. Carey waits for Stokes, who's going to bowl round the wicket to him with 2 slips and a gully. In goes Stokes and bowls to him. He covers up nicely, plays up towards mid-off. He's one of the most correct batsmen in the Australian side. Gets nicely into position, doesn't he? Plays very straight.
Yeah, no, he's a good solid batsman.
Yeah.
And Australia need him to stand up now and for the tail to wag, otherwise they're going to be a long way behind.
Yep.
So, but this Test match, everyone loves the Ashes. There was a lot of build-up. It hasn't disappointed so far, has it?
No, not at all. Stokes again, round the wicket, bowls to Carey, who goes to pull that. Goes flying over his head. What they must do, England, is they've got to bat a long time in their second innings. They've got to give their bowlers a rest. They've come out here, they've given it absolutely everything.
You haven't booked golf for day 4 and 5 yet?
No, I'm not a golfer. But they've got to bat long. They've got to give their bowlers a chance.
Well, they haven't bowled a huge amount, really, have they?
I think it's just the effort. I think the effort and the pressure.
So what do we got? We've got Archer 7 overs, Atkinson 9, Wood 5, Cast 9. You're only just warming up.
That is true.
So you've still got plenty in the tank, or you should have. It's not like they bowled 20 overs, 17, 20 overs.
Stokes bowls, and from over the wicket this time, Carey gets a ball on his pads, tucked away to Pope.
But as this series goes on, it's going to be interesting to see how England use their bowlers. Archer, Wood, 2 guys that haven't played a lot. They've had a few issues with injuries, playing back-to-back tests, so they've got to sort of work out a way to get them through. But they wanted them both to play this first test. This first test is so important. You get off to a win, it's completely different. If you're 1 behind in an away series, it becomes so much tougher.
Stokes again. Carey waits back, held very high behind him as Stokes moves in, bowls, and that clips the pad, beats Smith, and rolls away for Archer. To throw back from fine leg by signals. And that's the end of Stokes' over at 104 for 6. Official attendance 51,531 coming up on the screen there.
It's a good effort.
It is.
What do you think the percentage, Australian versus English?
I think I heard that there were 10,000.
Is that all?
Brits here,
It sounds a lot more than that.
It does sound as if there are more. But there's certainly a lot wandering around town. It's a fabulous first day. There's still, 26 minutes still to go. 104 for 6. So 68 runs behind. They're just nibbling away at this. Cast again from round the wicket, bowls, and Carey's hit on the pad. There's a peel for leg before wicket. Cast wasn't necessarily impressed by that. I think he thought that was going down the leg side, but there was some excitement from behind the stumps. Poor Holstock says, not out. Tuffers is back.
Hello, mate. Wow.
I think everyone will sleep well tonight.
Absolutely. It's been absolutely breathless, hasn't it? Blue skies.
Yeah.
Little bit of a breeze, beautiful cricket conditions, and it's just been enthralling. Every ball has felt like there's been something on it, and you're right, they're just nibbling away here at this sort of England lead. Be handy if they could just nick 1 or 2 before close.
Cast round the wicket, bowls. Carey's the man they want to get out, and he's steered a single there into the sunshine to Stokes, fielding it quite deep there at point. He was giving him the single, really. 105 in fact for 6.
Having said that, I was talking to Simon at the back of the box, and he sort of said, well, you'd sort of take any lead, wouldn't you? First day.
After 172 all out.
Absolutely. Perhaps been a tad greedy.
Yeah.
But, could have been all out here, Australia. I think England have bowled beautifully.
Yeah,
they're just fading a bit, bit tired now. They've really given it their all. Could have been all out, Australia, but they're not.
105 for 6. They are 67 runs behind. And Cast, great long steps, bowls, and it's edged just past the gully. Oh, it wasn't far away. It's one of those examples you were talking about there, where just on another day, that might have gone straight to Duckett. It's flown past his right-hander, down to third man. So another run taken, and another one chipped away off that lead. 106 for 6. 2 slips and a gully. As Carey looks around the field, still that man out there for the hook shot or the flick off the hip. And that's a deep backwards square leg. And goes cast again, round the wicket, bowls to Carey on the back foot. Again, picks up a single, chopping the ball away out to Stokes to field at deep point. 107 for 6. I was saying earlier, I remember actually, it's funny, we talked about Monty Panesar, haven't we, a bit the last couple of days. I remember Monty walking off, having bowled Pakistan out, and it looked like England were going to win the game in the UAE somewhere, and he was sort of waving mid-afternoon. By the end of the day, he'd been bowled out and England had lost. It was one of those, like with Mitchell Starc, 7 for, waving the ball around, and he's out there batting with, well, more than half an hour before the close of play. And goes cast round the wicket, bowls to Starc. Just again picks up a single out to Archer's right hand.
Looking a bit tired, Jofra.
Yeah, actually, the ball's chased him around, or he's been chasing the ball a lot out there. He just seems to have been in that position that the ball has just been gone either side, or just to his right hand.
He started off well, hasn't he? I mean, he looked fearsome.
He did look fearsome, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, almost. I mean,
but it meant a lot to him this series, didn't it? He always had a target of playing in the Ashes.
Yeah.
Always wanted to play in the Ashes.
Yeah.
And here he is. He must have wondered sometimes whether he was going to make it or not. 108 for 6. Last ball of Carse's over from that far end. Up he comes, bowls to Carey, drives. Well, Archer doesn't bother to chase for that. It's gone just past his left hand again, down to the boundary. Now that's a firm, emphatic shot from Alex Carey, who's a good player. 22 from 21 balls, Starc 9, keeping him company. And that lead now down to 60 with 22 or 23 minutes to go until the close of play. Podcast to follow, of course. Toughest thoughts from you, and then Simon Mann is coming in.
Well, we've been waiting for it for a long time, haven't we, this Ashes series, and if they're all going to be like today, it's going to be an absolute cracker, Andy. Anything from you, stats-wise? It's been a breathless day.
Too many stats for day one.
Too many stats. No, it's been fantastic. Good to see Ben Stokes as well come in and get a couple of quick wickets for himself as well. We always wonder when he's going to bowl for England, and I think he picked it just about right. Just keep your foot on the gas. Another 2 tonight, England will be over the moon. What a start.
Well, Starc is on 9. It's 112 for 6. Stokes goes in and bowls full. It's driven into the onside, scuffing drive from Starc towards wide mid-on. Cast goes to his left to pick up, and they're through for a single. Stokes might have wanted a hole over at start there, but he's got a single from the first ball. So Australia 59 runs behind. England are very happy to be back in the game after being bowled out for 172, but you get a bit greedy, don't you? And
yes.
There was that stage earlier today where you thought,
oh dear.
When England were making their way through Australia's top order, you thought, be greedy, bowl them out for 80 or something, but there's always going to be some fight somewhere. Stokes bowls, clipped away by Carey, beats the dive at mid-wicket. More runs here, at least 2 towards deep mid-wicket. I think they might have to settle for 2. Indeed they do. Throws on its way from Mark Wood in the deep, running around from deep back with square leg.
Little blaster Wood, just... Do you reckon he's got it? I think Jofra might be done.
I'm thinking Archer, but if he could, but...
Yeah, I just feel that they just need a little change. What's how many Wood bowled?
Wood's bowled 5, 2 overs before tea, 3 overs after tea. Archer 7, Atkinson 9, Cast 10, Stokes in his 5th.
Here's Stokes at 115 for 6, goes in, bowls to Carey, turns that away for another single through backwards square leg. Pope Fields 116 for 6. Australia were 31 for 4. England got a couple of bonus wickets in a way, didn't they? Travis Head was a strange dismissal, short ball, and sort of spooned it towards mid-on.
Little pokey sort of pull.
Yeah, that was. It really was an extra for England, that. And then Green driving loosely at Stokes and was caught behind. So from 31 for 4, Australia have steadied things.
Well,
Stokes now round the wicket to bowl to Mitchell Starc. Short, Starc pulls it, runs from here through wide mid-on. Carse is after it again. Again, it won't be 4 with a slow outfield. Carse hurls it in at the non-striker's end. 3 for 2 more.
Well, you said, didn't you, at the back of the box that it has, we were sort of scratching our heads a bit about the pattern of play today, and it hadn't really had one, has it? It's all been a little bit sort of, I don't know, people have got in and then all of a sudden it's like, he's out from a bit of an innocuous shot or an innocuous delivery, just has got the wicket.
Stokes in sunshine, then into shadow, then into sunshine again, moves into shadow to bowl. It's full, and it's off the inside edge onto the pad, balloons in the air. Stokes rushes forward to try to take the catch, can't get there in time. And Starc is there on 12, survives. Starc 12 off 11 balls, he's played positively. He's in at number 8 with... mentioning how he said yesterday, or was it the day before, that his press conference, he doesn't really want to go up the order. You know, he'd rather bat at 9 or 10, but he's more than capable. He's got used to runs down the order.
Well, I think, is it true that is it a lot of 6s? I think, is it a lot of 6s? It might be sort of second behind Adam Gilchrist for an Australian or something. So I think I might be totally wrong.
On this day, he's dangerous.
Yeah, he is. England will be thinking there's not a lot to come, though.
Partnership worth 35. Stokes bowls, and that's driven, and he's caught at mid-on. Would you believe it? Stokes has done it again. It was pitched up, and he hit it straight to Bryden Carse without any timing. That was the wicket England were desperate for before the close of play. It's 118 for 7. Starc 7 wickets earlier. He's the 7th man out for Australia. What an incredible day it's been.
Well, the captain delivers again for England. It was up there, he's just sort of got across it and sort of clothed it a little bit, didn't get any sort of meat of the bat on it. The bat sort of swiveled in his hand. We were just mentioning 6s, he was looking to give that the full Monty and just sort of skewed it to mid-on. Starc departs for 12. Nice little partnership was just building there, but then again Ben Stokes, the skipper, makes the breakthrough. And they haven't got a lot left now. Lyon, Doggett, Boland. You know, not a lot of confidence in those 3. Lyon can hang around with the bat, but if England can just get another 1 or 2 here, what a day. It's been a fantastic day already.
Australia's still 54 runs behind as Nathan Lyon walks out to bat. I mean, there was a time he was Australia's number 11 and a very low average, then up to 10, and this game up to number 9 with
Edgbaston springs
Cummins.
to mind. Edgbaston springs to mind, didn't he? Was he injured at Edgbaston or something that came in and got the winning runners?
He had a partnership with Cummins.
Yeah, he was there with Cummins at the end when they won by 2 wickets at Edgbaston.
Yeah.
He also hobbled out to bat at Lords, remember, with his torn calf.
Yes, so he's got plenty of guts.
It is going to be Jofra Archer.
Yeah. Last big effort from Archer.
Well, he's bowled 7 overs, taken 2 for 7. Well, it's not a lot, is it? 7 overs. I mean,
well, no, but I mean it's the situation as well. You know, it's not just like a stats thing.
So the adrenaline it takes it out of him.
Absolutely.
Yeah. He goes in now to bowl to Carey. Carey guides it away and takes 1. They're going to look for 2 here. I don't think there's 2 in it though. There's not. He sends Lyon back.
I think Lyon was fancied the 2. Even though that's his first ball back of his spell, he might not be quite cranking it up to full pace. I think he might get a few, Nathan Lyon. He does. The one shot he does take on is that hook and pull.
He's a gutsy cricketer.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, and it's tough.
And he has improved his batting as his career's gone on. I mean, that's my intuition. No need to look it up, Doles, but
let's just trust your intuition. That 17th wicket makes this the joint most on first day of an Ashes Test since 1909.
Archer bowls to Lyon, and Lyon's in behind that one competently enough.
Has it been a 17 wicket day pitch? England have got a little bit more variable bounce than Australia did, so the odd one has sort of lifted, but it hasn't seemed or swung, has it? Perhaps it's just occasion, as we were saying.
Well, I think the bounce has encouraged the bowlers.
Yes,
but a few wickets have been tossed away today.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a 17-wicket kind of pitch.
You wouldn't call the pitch inspectors in, would you?
No.
Archer bowls, Lyons up on his toes, guiding that down towards backward point where Ben Stokes swoops. And there is no run. Stokes out earlier, bowled by Stark shortly after lunch for 6, but he's nipped in with 3 wickets. And
yeah.
It's just got away.
It's what it does. It's what he does. It's just what he does. When things are tough and you're looking for that breakthrough, he just has that knack of making something happen. We're going to be saying that a lot this summer, Australian summer.
Archer bowls to Lyon. Lyon in behind that one as well, playing defensively towards extra cover and there's no run. Lyon, I think the first player today that we've seen on the ground who's wearing a short sleeve sweater. It's felt like a pretty warm day for a short sleever, but
that could be a bit of habit. I can't remember too many times I went out without a little sweater on. You just feel a little bit snugger round the old toast rack, round the rib cage.
Protect you from the bounce into the ribs.
Yeah, you feel a bit exposed just in a shirt.
Archer into bowl to Lyon. Lyon half
lovely.
Forward. Nice solid defensive shot up towards mid-off. And there's no run. What are how many overs have each bowler bowled then? Zoltz, what have we got? This is Archer's 8th. Atkinson's bowled 9. Wood has bowled 5. Carter's bowled the most. He's bowled 10, and Stokes has bowled 5. I wonder whether that's the end of Stokes. I mean, he does like to bowl long spells, but you just wonder about him sometimes.
Yeah. Well, you've got enough options. You've got options, haven't you, in this England bowling lineup?
Yeah. Archer into bowl to Line, up on his toes, guided away, takes the single as well, down towards Duckett, a deep third. I think that's the final ball of the over, so it means that Lyon will be on strike, but you don't really want to not take a run if your number 9's out there. You might if your 10 and 11's out there, but not when your number 9's out there, although he's not the greatest number 9 ever to play Test cricket.
John Stokes' bowling been very good, had a superb series against India in the 4 tests that he played. His last 8 tests since December of last year, 30 wickets at 22.4. In his previous 22 tests, he'd taken just 11 wickets, didn't bowl in a number of those games, was struggling with injury, so huge bonus for England. Stokes becoming a frontline bowler again over the last year.
And he is going to continue. Well, he's got half a chance of a 5-fer here, hasn't he? I mean,
from nowhere.
He's bowled 5 overs, taking 3 for 23. Australia are 52 behind. They've got 3 wickets left. Stokes is bowling to Lyon. He's with him now, and Lyon props forward.
Looks solid, doesn't he?
Defends to mid-off.
He looks solid, Nathan Lyon. Getting right behind the line and dead batting it away. Not a problem at all. Batting like a number 9 at the moment.
Well, he's not taking any chances. No extravagances out there. He's looking to, I suppose, play for the close now. They're 10 minutes away from the close of play. Still got Carey at the other end, who's 26 and 24 balls.
I like Carey. Good cricketer.
Yeah.
Good keeper. Good aggressive batter. Probably the best technique in the Australian side.
Stokes moves in past the umpire, up to the stumps, bowls to Lyon, down the leg side, that's off the thigh pad, goes down fine, a bonus leg by, down towards fine leg. It means Carey comes on strike. I mean, it really would top England's bowling effort off since they were dismissed if they could get Carey before the close of play, because then you start to think, well,
bang.
Could you get a 40-run lead or something like that? But with Carey there, might be talking about parity. England would have taken that at 3 o'clock today. 121 for 7.
Shows a bit about character of this side, though, doesn't it? It's another sort of, looking for pointers of how things are going to progress in the future. Sign of character when you feel you get a bit rolled over on the first day to go, right, now come on, we're going to get ourselves back into this.
Just fiddling with the field. They're trying to get the fine third fielder in the right place, which they feel they have done so now. There are 5 men back, 2 slips. Stokes bowls to Carey. It's full. He comes forward and drives it to one of the fielders who are saving a single. As a mid-on and mid-off is saving one, but the rest are back and a couple of slips in as well. What you don't want in this situation is some punishing boundaries. Having said that, it's not easy to hit boundaries on this ground, is it?
Lots of threes.
2s and 3s today have featured strongly because of the big boundaries and B, the slow outfield. 121 for 7. 3 for Stokes, 2 for Cast, 2 for Archer, after 7 for Stark. We'll be rounding it all up in the TMS podcast at the end of play today, which we're going to download later. Stokes ball short, and that's play down towards deep third, and they have got him. Would you believe it? He's played it straight into the hands of deep third, and they have got the wicket of Carey before the close of play. And Stokes has done it again. He's picked up 4 wickets, delayed his entry into the attack, and he is skittling Australia's middle lower order. 121 for 8.
Just what the doctor ordered. Round the wicket to the left-handed Carey, dug in, and he's just sort of uppercut it. He's punched the back of his bat as soon as it's hit the bat, because he knows he's just uppercut it with no real force, and it's just run off the face, and a comfortable catch for Cast. England, that is the wicket they wanted after a sort of a great effort. That is the icing on the cake, and as you said, Simon, he could get a 5 for here. 4 for the England captain.
Well, Court Cast bowled Stokes has become a bit of a theme in the evening session, and it's now 18 wickets in the day.
Yeah, which is the most on day one of an Ashes test since the Old Trafford test of 1909, when both teams were bowled out in the day.
Scott Boland is making his way to the middle, and there are 7 minutes left. And
is he night watchman?
Well, it's just half a chance Australia could be bowled out before the close of play.
Wow, amazing. Look at Carey here. As soon as he's just sort of like he's got inside it and just sort of laid a bat on it, to, like an uppercut that tries to go fine or over the keeper's head. And as soon as it's made contact, he's turned around and punched the back of his bat as the ball's still in the air.
It was a bizarre dismissal, really, wasn't it? I mean, he must obviously knew the fielder was there, and he picks him out.
Just almost catching practice, like big slip catching practice.
You almost wouldn't insult the fielder with catching practice like that. It was so straightforward.
Yeah, at least make me work for it. I mean, he found it beautiful, but just keeps getting better and better for England. They'll be disappointed after being sort of not rolled over, but disappointed, and they've come back like a lion.
Stokes bowls to Scott Boland, and he goes past the outside edge. I think Boland possibly just holding the bat inside the line and covering his off stump, but it was a good delivery from Stokes first up. And now it's Boland, Lyon and Doggett to try to get Australia close.
He's just got it to shape, hasn't he? Ben Stokes. Not really a lot of swing on offer out there for any of the bowlers, but Stokes, he just has that wrist position and that arm position that just gets that little bit of not seam movement, genuine swing.
Well, this could be his last ball of the day. Depends how quickly they bowl the next over. He moves in now to bowl to Boland, and Boland is edging to slip. Taken low down. They are going to consult the 2 umpires. Is that 5 for Ben Stokes? England are celebrating. They think they've got the man. Boland's walking to the non-striker's end. They're just checking whether it carried. There we go. We're going to go to the TV umpire.
5 for
Stokes on the verge of 5 for here. Just needs to be confirmed.
They look happy. The England fielders, they seem pretty confident. Stokes was a little bit sort of like, did that carry, but they seem pretty confident. What a little 5 for this will be for the England skipper. We thought he might be top wicket taker. I think I might have said Ben Stokes top wicket taker, at the start.
Well, it's not a no ball. Just waiting for the right pictures on our TV screen.
Harry Brook.
Harry Brook.
He's good in there.
Just only 1 second for me.
Oh, it's out. Oh, it's out.
Yeah, do you have any side on replay?
Well, this is surely out.
That's out.
Just roll back.
Umpire Shafadullah making absolutely certain, but this is clearly out, isn't it? If you're going to give this not out,
it's out, mate.
I can see the fingers are underneath the ball. As the ball gets into the hands, satisfied. My decision for the big screen is
Boland's being sent on his way. It is 5 for Ben Stokes, and Australia are 9 down with 1 over of the day left. They're 51 behind. What a remarkable comeback this has been by England, led by Ben Stokes. 5 for 23. He holds the ball aloft to the England supporters. England have roared back today. A remarkable first day.
Sensational from the England captain. 5 for... Amazing. You called it, Simon. He said he could get his 5 for, and he's just got that ball to swing and seam bowled the ideal length. Early on we were saying, are the England bowlers just bowling it a little bit too short? He's found the length for this Perth pitch, and he's got the edges, and England are caught well. And they're... Whoa, what a day.
Well, the prospect here of a 50-run lead.
Well, amazing. Haven't seen too... Listen to the crowd.
Archer to bowl what I'm sure will be the last over of the day. Goes in now and bowls to Lyon, and Lyon struck on the thigh pad there. Fidgety attempt to play it down towards fine leg. And there is no run. Ollie Pope under the helmet at short leg. That TV replay, the constant replays, just held up the prospect of an extra over. And this will be the last over of the day, the 39th of the innings.
I must admit, as I was walking round at the back of the boxes here,
here's Archer bowling to Lyon, short ball, ducks underneath it through to Smith.
There were a few smirks
for the Australians.
And I just said, hold on, we haven't had a bowl yet. Let's see how you lads get on. And they've delivered England under pressure. You know, they would have been a bit down in the dumps. Well, or would they? Not necessarily this England side. They would have said, right, come on, brush yourselves on. Didn't go quite according to the plan, but we got something to bowl at, and they've delivered here.
Archer looking to finish it off. Bowls to Lyon as a flapping pull at that and misses it. On its way through to Jamie Smith. They have got the perfect attack for this pitch. People question 5 seam bowlers. I'm not sure I'd have done so. It's a pitch that cries out for it. You can rotate and you can keep the pressure on, you can be relentless, and that's what England have been in the second half of the day. Archer roars in to bowl to Lyon, and Lyon's in behind that, playing defensively back to the bowler, and there are 2 balls left in the day's play.
Ben Stokes' 5-wicket haul, his 6th in Test cricket, his 3rd against Australia, his 2nd in Australia.
I mean, the weird thing is he left himself as 5th bowler today.
Yeah.
And he's just cleaned up the lower middle order.
Well, sometimes it sort of helps in a strange way.
Archer bowls to Lyon down the leg side, tries to flick at it, misses it, through to Smith, and 1 ball to go for Australia to survive.
We've got this sort of battalion now of fast bowlers, and you let the guys have a bowl and everything, and in a funny sort of way it takes the pressure off. If Ben Stokes was like first change, you know what I mean, it might not suit in a funny sort of way, so you sort of you wait to see how things go and everything, and then you're the man to come in and do it, you know. So I think that's the best way to use him in that kind of respect. I think he wouldn't like it if he was first change.
Right, last ball of the day.
Here
Australia 9 down. Archer bowls to Lyon, it's full, it's clipped away, and Lyon's going to get at least a couple of runs here. Out towards deep mid-wicket. Crawley's after it, picks it up, sends in the return, and Lyon does indeed get 2 to finish the day's play. But
is that your lot?
That is time.
Yeah.
Archer was going back to bowl another ball.
He was enjoying himself.
So they've knocked off the bails. it's 123 for 9, and ultimately England are ahead in the game, which is a remarkable turnaround in this match when you consider how low England supporters would have been at the halfway stage of this first day, when England were bowled out for 172. An astonishing first day's play. We've had 19 wickets, and England lead by 49 runs, and they have the advantage thanks to some excellent bowling, some hostile bowling at the top, and then Ben Stokes chipping in with a fifer.
Incredible first day, breathless. Every ball, you're on your edge of your seat, you thought something might happen. You almost thought every ball was a match-turning delivery, wasn't it? Or every four, every run could just swing it one way or t'other. But amazing first day, and well played England. Well played England. Would have been slightly disappointed with the batting, but, you know, it sort of spluttered into life on a couple of occasions, and then there was no pattern to it. You know, like Pope, 40 odd, and then LBW, but then to come back out and really grasp this game by the scruff of the neck, especially Ben Stokes with that fifer. Amazing, brilliant first day. Go on. Do like Test cricket.
Have we got to wait like 18 hours until the next day?
I know. Going to have to go back and chat about it now over a pint, but I don't know whether it gets much better than that, does it?
Well,
incredible, breathless stuff.
Well, we had 19 wickets and close on 300 runs, something like that.
Yeah, brilliant stuff.
Opening day. We've only had 71.5 overs. There are a few overs short.
Yeah,
I think ultimately about 15 or 16 overs short.
If we keep saying cricket like that, I don't mind. They can take as long as they like, the bowler, because it was just phenomenal stuff. What a first day. The crowd have got, as they're starting to make their way back into the city centre, they have got their money's worth today. Fantastic, phenomenal stuff. England just with the noses in front. Aggers, amazing stuff.
Yeah, yes, I mean, how many times have we said it about opening days of Ashes series? But you're not going to get anything much more entertaining and actually unexpected than that.
Okay, well, the players have made their way off. We will bring you reaction in the next half an hour. What we're going to do now is we're going to round up the day's play, and we're going to do a download as a podcast later on. If you do have to leave us, we'll round up all the action over the next half an hour or so and bring you player reaction as well. So the first day of this Ashes series did not disappoint. A remarkable day's cricket, 19 wickets falling, and at the close of the day's play, England have a 49-run lead and Australia have 1 wicket left. Ben Stokes, late intervention with 5 wickets, scuppered any Australian recovery after England were bowled out for 172 in 32.5 overs. Mitchell Starc starting the day well, and then ending up with 7 for 58. Pope making 46, Brooke a rapid 52, Jamie Smith 33. 3 ducks in that England innings, including Joe Root out for naught. So some glum faces around the ground from England supporters. 172 all out midway through the afternoon session, and then the fight back. Archer with a wicket in the first over, and then on it went. 2 for Archer, 2 for Carse, 5 wickets for Stokes, and 3 catches for Carse off Stokes' bowling. So Australia up against it at the close of this first day, 123 for 9.